AWS SAA-C03 is not easy. According to recent stats, over 50% of first-time candidates fail because they underestimate the real exam complexity. This video features real exam-style questions with clear explanations mapped directly to AWS best practices and the official exam guide. I'll show you exactly how to think like AWS wants you to think. No fluff, no filler. Before we dive in, comment #1 if you're currently studying for the SAA-C03, comment #2 if you've already passed and want to help others. I'll randomly pick 3 lucky commenters to receive our AWS Certified Solutions Architect cheat sheet pack, the same materials that helped over 700+ students pass on their first try. Ready to crack this exam together? Let's jump into question 1 and break it down step by step. Question 1. A social media company wants to store its database of user profiles, relationships, and interactions in the AWS cloud. The company needs an application to monitor any changes in the database. The application needs to analyze the relationships between the data entities and to provide recommendations to users. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Option A. Use Amazon Neptune to store the information. Use Amazon Kinesis data streams to process changes in the database. Option B. Use Amazon Neptune to store the information. Use Neptune streams to process changes in the database. Option C. Use Amazon Quantum Ledger Database, Amazon QLDB, to store the information. Use Amazon Kinesis data streams to process changes in the database. Option D. Use Amazon Quantum Ledger Database, Amazon QLDB, to store the information. Use Neptune streams to process changes in the database. The correct answer is Option B. Amazon Neptune is a fully managed graph database service optimized for storing and querying highly connected data, such as social networks. It supports graph models like Property Graph and RDF, making it ideal for analyzing user profiles, relationships, and interactions. Neptune Streams is a feature that captures changes to the graph and enables applications to respond to those changes in near real time. This combination provides the required graph analysis and change monitoring capabilities with minimal operational overhead, as both services are fully managed. Question 2. A company is creating a new application that will store a large amount of data. The data will be analyzed hourly and will be modified by several Amazon EC2 Linux instances that are deployed across multiple availability zones. The needed amount of storage space will continue to grow for the next 6 months. Which storage solution should a solutions architect recommend to meet these requirements? Option A. Store the data in Amazon S3 Glacier. Update the S3 Glacier Vault policy to allow access to the application instances. Option B. Store the data in an Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS volume. Mount the EBS volume on the application instances. Option C. Store the data in an Amazon Elastic File System, Amazon EFS file system. Mount the file system on the application instances. Option D. Store the data in an Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS, provisioned IOPS volume shared between the application instances. The correct answer is Option C. Amazon Elastic File System, Amazon EFS, is the best choice for this scenario because it provides a scalable, elastic, and shared file storage solution that can be mounted concurrently by multiple Amazon EC2 instances across multiple availability zones. It supports high throughput and IOPS, which is suitable for applications requiring frequent data access and modification. EFS automatically scales as the amount of data increases, which meets the requirement for growing storage over the next 6 months. Question 3. A gaming company is building an application with voice-over IP capabilities. The application will serve traffic to users across the world. The application needs to be highly available with an automated failover across AWS regions. The company wants to minimize the latency of users without relying on IP address caching on user devices. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Option A. Use AWS Global Accelerator with health checks. Option B. Use Amazon Route 53 with a geolocation routing policy. Option C. Create an Amazon CloudFront distribution that includes multiple origins. Option D. Create an application load balancer that uses path-based routing. The correct answer is Option A. AWS Global Accelerator is designed to improve the availability and performance of global applications. It uses the AWS Global Network to route traffic to the nearest healthy endpoint based on performance and health checks. Global Accelerator supports automatic failover between AWS regions and helps minimize user latency without relying on IP address caching, as it provides static IP addresses that map to healthy regional endpoints dynamically. Question 4. A company wants to run a gaming application on Amazon EC2 instances that are part of an auto-scaling group in the AWS cloud. The application will transmit data by using UDP packets. The company wants to ensure that the application can scale out and in as traffic increases and decreases. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Option A. Attach a network load balancer to the auto-scaling group. Option B. Attach an application load balancer to the auto-scaling group. Option C. Deploy an Amazon Route 53 record set with a weighted policy to route traffic appropriately. Option D. Deploy a NAT instance that is configured with port forwarding to the EC2 instances in the auto-scaling group. The correct answer is Option A. A network load balancer, NLB, operates at the transport layer, Layer 4, of the OSI model, and is capable of handling millions of requests per second while maintaining ultra-low latencies. It supports both TCP and UDP traffic, which is critical for the gaming application described in the question. By attaching an NLB to the auto-scaling group, the application can automatically scale in and out in response to traffic patterns while efficiently handling UDP packets. Question 5. A company stores a large volume of image files in an Amazon S3 bucket. The images need to be readily available for the first 180 days. The images are infrequently accessed for the next 180 days. After 360 days, the images need to be archived but must be available instantly upon request. After 5 years, only auditors can access the images. The auditors must be able to retrieve the images within 12 hours. The images cannot be lost during this process. A developer will use S3 standard storage for the first 180 days. The developer needs to configure an S3 lifecycle rule. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Option A. Transition the objects to S3 zone. Infrequent access. S3 zone IA after 180 days. S3 Glacier Instant Retrieval after 360 days, and S3 Glacier Deep Archive after 5 years. Option B. Transition the objects to S3 zone. Infrequent access. S3 zone IA after 180 days. S3 Glacier Flexible Retrieval after 360 days, and S3 Glacier Deep Archive after 5 years. Option C. Transition the objects to S3 Standard Infrequent Access, S3 Standard IA, after 180 days, S3 Glacier Instant Retrieval after 360 days, and S3 Glacier Deep Archive after 5 years. Option D. Transition the objects to S3 Infrequent Access, S3 Standard IA after 180 days, S3 Glacier Flexible Retrieval after 360 days, and S3 Glacier Deep Archive after 5 years. The correct answer is Option C. The most cost-effective and requirements-aligned solution is to use S3 Standard for the first 180 days, transition to S3 Standard IA for the next 180 days, then to S3 Glacier Instant Retrieval after 360 days for instant access archival, and finally move to S3 Glacier Deep Archive after 5 years for long-term low-cost storage with retrieval times acceptable for auditors, up to 12 hours. This option ensures cost efficiency and meets all access and retrieval requirements, including the ability to retrieve data instantly after 360 days and within 12 hours after 5 years. Question 6. A company wants to provide users with access to AWS resources. The company has 1,500 users and manages their access to on-premises resources through Active Directory user groups on the corporate network. However, the company does not want users to have to maintain another identity to access the resources. A solutions architect must manage user access to the AWS resources while preserving access to the on-premises resources. What should the solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Option A. Create an IAM user for each user in the company. Attach the appropriate policies to each user. Option B. Use Amazon Cognito with an Active Directory user pool. Create roles with the appropriate policies attached. Option C. Define cross-account roles with the appropriate policies attached. Map the roles to the Active Directory groups. Option D. Configure security assertion, markup language, SAML. 2. Zero-based federation. Create roles with the appropriate policies attached. Map the roles to the Active Directory groups. The correct answer is option D. The correct solution is to configure SAML 2.0 based federation using AWS IAM roles mapped to the company's existing Active Directory, AD groups. This approach allows users to authenticate with their existing AD credentials and assume IAM roles to access AWS resources without creating separate IAM users. It supports identity federation and simplifies credential management, which is essential for an organization with 1,500 users already managed in AD. Question 7. A company stores its data on premises. The amount of data is growing beyond the company's available capacity. The company wants to migrate its data from the on-premises location to an Amazon S3 bucket. The company needs a solution that will automatically validate the integrity of the data after the transfer. Which solution will meet these requirements? Option A. Order an AWS Snowball Edge device. Configure the Snowball Edge device to perform the online data transfer to an S3 bucket. Option B. Deploy an AWS Data Sync agent on premises. Configure the Data Sync agent to perform the online data transfer to an S3 bucket. Option C. Create an Amazon S3 file gateway on premises. Configure the S3 file gateway to perform the online data transfer to an S3 bucket. Option D. Configure an accelerator in Amazon S3 transfer acceleration on premises. Configure the accelerator to perform the online data transfer to an S3 bucket. The correct answer is option B. AWS Data Sync is the best solution for migrating large amounts of data from on-premises storage to Amazon S3 with built-in integrity checks. Data Sync automatically verifies data integrity during and after transfer using checksums, ensuring that the data arrives at its destination without corruption. It also supports encryption, compression, scheduling, and performance optimization for large-scale transfers. Question 8. A company is creating a REST API. The company has strict requirements for the use of TLS. The company requires TLS v1.3 on the API endpoints. The company also requires a specific public third-party certificate authority, CA, to sign the TLS certificate. Which solution will meet these requirements? Option A. Use a local machine to create a certificate that is signed by the third-party CM port, the certificate into AWS Certificate Manager, ACM. Create an HTTP API and Amazon API gateway with a custom domain. Configure the custom domain to use the certificate. Option B. Create a certificate in AWS Certificate Manager, ACM, that is signed by the third-party CA. Create an HTTP API and Amazon API gateway with a custom domain. Configure the custom domain to use the certificate. Option C. Use AWS Certificate Manager, ACM, to create a certificate that is signed by the third-party CA. Import the certificate into AWS Certificate Manager, ACM. Create an AWS Lambda function with a Lambda function URL. Configure the Lambda function URL to use certificate. Option D. Create a certificate in AWS Certificate Manager, ACM, that is signed by the third-party CA. Create an AWS Lambda function with a Lambda function URL. Configure the Lambda function URL to use the certificate. The correct answer is option A. Option A is correct because it aligns with the requirement to use a specific third-party certificate authority, CA, and TLS v1.3. The process involves creating a certificate locally that is signed by the specified CA, then importing it into AWS Certificate Manager, ACM. API Gateway supports custom domains with certificates from ACM and supports TLS v1.3. This setup ensures full control over the certificate authority used and meets the security requirement for TLS version. Question 9. A company is building a RESTful serverless web application on AWS by using Amazon API Gateway and AWS Lambda. The users of this web application will be geographically distributed, and the company wants to reduce the latency of API requests to these users. Which type of endpoint should a solutions architect use to meet these requirements? Option A, private endpoint. Option B, regional endpoint. Option C, interface VPC endpoint. Option D, edge-optimized endpoint. The correct answer is option D. An edge-optimized endpoint uses the Amazon CloudFront Content Delivery Network, CDN, to reduce the latency of API requests by caching and routing them through the nearest edge location to the user. This is especially beneficial for geographically distributed users, as it ensures that their requests are served with minimal latency. Question 10. A company wants to direct its users to a backup static error page if the company's primary website is unavailable. The primary website's DNS records are hosted in Amazon Route 53. The domain is pointing to an application load balancer, ALB. The company needs a solution that minimizes changes and infrastructure overhead. Which solution will meet these requirements? Option A. Update the Route 53 records to use a latency routing policy. Add a static error page that is hosted in an Amazon S3 bucket to the records so that the traffic is sent to the most responsive endpoints. Option B. Set up a Route 53 active-passive failover configuration. Direct traffic to a static error page that is hosted in an Amazon S3 bucket when Route 53 health checks determine that the ALB endpoint is unhealthy. Option C. Set up a Route 53 active configuration with the ALB and an Amazon EC2 instance that hosts a static error page as endpoints. Configure Route 53 to send requests to the instance only if the health checks fail for the ALB. Option D. Update the Route 53 records to use a multi-value answer routing policy. Create a health check. Direct traffic to the website if the health check passes. Direct traffic to a static error page that is hosted in Amazon S3 if the health check does not pass. The correct answer is option B. Option B suggests setting up a Route 53 active-passive failover configuration, which is ideal for this use case. The primary site is served by an application load balancer, ALB, and Route 53 can monitor the health of the ALB using health checks. If the health check fails, Route 53 automatically fails over to a secondary endpoint in this case, a static error page hosted in Amazon S3. This setup requires minimal infrastructure changes and allows for automated redirection without manual intervention. Question 11. A recent analysis of a company's IT expenses highlights the need to reduce backup costs. The company's chief information officer wants to simplify the on-premises backup infrastructure and reduce costs by eliminating the use of physical backup tapes. The company must preserve the existing investment in the on-premises backup applications and workflows. What should a solutions architect recommend? Option A. Set up AWS Storage Gateway to connect with the backup applications using the NFS interface. Option B. Set up an Amazon EFS file system that connects with the backup applications using the NFS interface. Option C. Set up an Amazon EFS file system that connects with the backup applications using the ISCSI interface. Option D, set up AWS Storage Gateway to connect with the backup applications using the ISCSI Virtual Tape Library, VTL interface. The correct answer is option D. The correct answer is D. 4. Because AWS Storage Gateway's Tape Gateway, VTL interface, enables customers to replace physical tape infrastructure with cloud-based storage while maintaining their existing backup applications and workflows. This approach helps reduce costs associated with physical tapes and simplifies on-premises backup infrastructure without requiring changes to backup software. Question 12. A company has data collection sensors at different locations. The data collection sensors stream a high volume of data to the company. The company wants to design a platform on AWS to ingest and process high-volume streaming data. The solution must be scalable and support data collection in near real time. The company must store the data in Amazon S3 for future reporting. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Option A. Use Amazon Kinesis Data Firehose to deliver streaming data to Amazon S3. Option B. Use AWS Glue to deliver streaming data to Amazon S3. Option C. Use AWS Lambda to deliver streaming data and store the data to Amazon S3. Option D. Use AWS Database Migration Service, AWS DMS, to deliver streaming data to Amazon S3. The correct answer is option A. Amazon Kinesis Data Firehose is the best choice for ingesting and delivering high-volume streaming data to Amazon S3 with the least operational overhead. It is a fully managed service that can automatically scale to match the throughput of incoming data, transform data if needed, and reliably deliver it to S3. It requires minimal setup and maintenance, making it ideal for scenarios with high data volume and a need for near real-time processing and storage. Question 13. A company has separate AWS accounts for its finance, data analytics, and development departments. Because of costs and security concerns, the company wants to control which services each AWS account can use. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Option A. Use AWS Systems Manager templates to control which AWS services each department can use. Option B. Create organization units, OUs, for each department in AWS organizations. Attach service control policies, SCPs, to the OUs. Option C. Use AWS CloudFormation to automatically provision only the AWS services that each department can use. Option D. Set up a list of products in AWS Service Catalog in the AWS accounts to manage and control the usage of specific AWS services. The correct answer is option B. The correct answer is B, converted to 2. Using AWS organizations with organizational units, OUs, and attaching service control policies, SCPs, is the most effective and scalable way to manage which services each AWS account can use. SCPs provide centralized control over the maximum available permissions for all accounts in your organization. This allows the company to apply policies that restrict access to AWS services on a per-account or per-OU basis, with minimal operational overhead, as the enforcement is automatic and centrally managed. Question 14. A company has created a multi-tier application for its e-commerce website. The website uses an application load balancer that resides in the public subnets, a web tier in the public subnets, and a MySQL cluster hosted on Amazon EC2 instances in the private subnets. The MySQL database needs to retrieve product catalog and pricing information that is hosted on the internet by a third-party provider. A solutions architect must devise a strategy that maximizes security without increasing operational overhead. What should the solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Option A. Deploy a NAT instance in the VPC. Route all the internet-based traffic through the NAT instance. Option B. Deploy a NAT gateway in the public subnets. Modify the private subnet route table to direct all internet-bound traffic to the NAT gateway. Option C. configure an internet gateway and attach it to the VP. Modify the private subnet route table to direct internet-bound traffic to the internet gateway. Option D. Configure a virtual private gateway and attach it to the VPC. Modify the private subnet route table to direct internet-bound traffic to the virtual private gateway. The correct answer is option B. The correct solution is to deploy a NAT gateway in a public subnet and update the private subnet route table to direct internet-bound traffic to the NAT gateway. This approach allows EC2 instances in private subnets, such as the MySQL database, to initiate outbound connections to the internet, e.g., to fetch data from a third-party provider, while preventing inbound connections from the internet. A NAT gateway is managed by AWS, provides high availability and requires less operational overhead than a NAT instance. Question 15. A company is using AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS keys, to encrypt AWS Lambda environment variables. A solutions architect needs to ensure that the required permissions are in place to decrypt and use the environment variables. Which steps must the solutions architect take to implement the correct permissions? Choose 2. Option A. Add AWS KMS permissions in the Lambda resource policy. Option B. Add AWS KMS permissions in the Lambda execution role. Option C. Add AWS KMS permissions in the Lambda function policy. Option D. Allow the Lambda execution role in the AWS KMS key policy. Option E. Allow the Lambda resource policy in the AWS KMS key policy. The correct answer is option B and D. To decrypt Lambda environment variables encrypted with AWS KMS, the Lambda function's execution role must have permissions to use the KMS key, such as KMS decrypt. Additionally, the KMS key policy must allow the Lambda execution role to use the key. These two components together ensure that the Lambda function can successfully access and decrypt its environment variables. Question 16. A company runs an application in a VPC with public and private subnets. The VPC extends across multiple availability zones. The application runs on Amazon EC2 instances in private subnets. The application uses an Amazon Simple Queue service, Amazon SQS queue. A solutions architect needs to design a secure solution to establish a connection between the EC2 instances and the SQS queue. Which solution will meet these requirements? Option A. Implement an interface VPC endpoint for Amazon SQS. Configure the endpoint to use the private subnets. Add to the endpoint a security group that has an inbound access rule that allows traffic from the EC2 instances that are in the private subnets. Option B. Implement an interface VPC endpoint for Amazon SQS. Configure the endpoint to use the public subnets. Attach to the interface endpoint a VPC endpoint policy that allows access from the EC2 instances that are in the private subnets. Option C. Implement an interface VPC endpoint for Amazon SQS. Configure the endpoint to use the public subnets. Attach an Amazon SQS access policy to the interface VPC endpoint that allows requests from only a specified VPC endpoint. Option D. Implement a gateway endpoint for Amazon SQS. Add a NAT gateway to the private subnets. Attach an IAM role to the EC2 instances that allows access to the SQS queue. The correct answer is Option A. Option A is correct, because the best and most secure method for EC2 instances in private subnets to access Amazon SQS is through an interface VPC endpoint, powered by AWS Private Link. By deploying the interface endpoint in the private subnets and configuring security groups to allow traffic from the EC2 instances, you ensure secure private connectivity to SQS without traversing the internet or requiring a NAT gateway. Question 17. A company's website handles millions of requests each day, and the number of requests continues to increase. A solutions architect needs to improve the response time of the web application. The solutions architect determines that the application needs to decrease latency when retrieving product details from the Amazon DynamoDB table. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least amount of operational overhead? Option A. Set up a DynamoDB accelerator, DAX, cluster. Route all read requests through DAX. Option B. Set up Amazon Elasticache for Redis between the DynamoDB table and the web application. Route all read requests through Redis. Option C. Set up Amazon Elasticache for Memcached between the DynamoDB table and the web application. Route all read requests through Memcached. Option D. Set up Amazon DynamoDB streams on the table and have AWS Lambda read from the table and populate Amazon Elasticache. Route all read requests through Elasticache. The correct answer is option A. Option A is correct because DynamoDB Accelerator, DAX, is an AWS-managed caching service specifically designed for DynamoDB. It provides in-memory acceleration for read-heavy workloads and delivers microsecond latency. DAX is highly integrated with DynamoDB, requires minimal changes to existing applications, and significantly reduces response times with the least operational overhead compared to other caching solutions. Question 18. A company runs its applications on both Amazon Elastic Kubernetes Service, Amazon EKS, clusters, and on-premises Kubernetes clusters. The company wants to view all clusters and workloads from a central location. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Option A. Use Amazon CloudWatch Container Insights to collect and group the cluster information. Option B. Use Amazon EKS Connector to register and connect all Kubernetes clusters. Option C. Use AWS Systems Manager to collect and view the cluster information. Option D. Use Amazon EKS Anywhere as the primary cluster to view the other clusters with native Kubernetes commands. The correct answer is option B. Amazon EKS Connector allows you to connect any Kubernetes cluster, including on-premises clusters or clusters running on other cloud providers, to the Amazon EKS console. Once connected, you can view the status of these clusters and their workloads in a central location via the EKS console. This solution meets the requirement of centralized visibility with minimal operational overhead, as it does not require re-architecting workloads or setting up extensive monitoring tools. Question 19. A company is building an e-commerce application and needs to store sensitive customer information. The company needs to give customers the ability to complete purchase transactions on the website. The company also needs to ensure that sensitive customer data is protected, even from database administrators. Which solution meets these requirements? Option A. Store sensitive data in an Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS volume. Use EBS encryption to encrypt the data. Use an IAM instance role to restrict access. Option B. Store sensitive data in Amazon RDS for MySQL. Use AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS, client-side encryption to encrypt the data. Option C. Store sensitive data in Amazon S3. Use AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS, server-side encryption to encrypt the data. Use S3 bucket policies to restrict access. Option D. Store sensitive data in Amazon FSx for Windows Server. Mount the file share on application servers. Use Windows file permissions to restrict access. The correct answer is option B. Option B is correct, because using Amazon RDS for MySQL with AWS KMS client-side encryption allows the application to encrypt sensitive customer data before storing it in the database. This ensures that even database administrators who have access to the database instance cannot read the unencrypted data. By managing encryption keys and access controls with AWS KMS, the company can implement fine-grained security policies to protect customer information. Question 20. A company has an on-premises MySQL database that handles transactional data. The company is migrating the database to the AWS cloud. The migrated database must maintain compatibility with the company's applications that use the database. The migrated database also must scale automatically during periods of increased demand. Which migration solution will meet these requirements? Option A. Use native MySQL tools to migrate the database to Amazon RDS for MySQL. Configure elastic storage scaling. Option B. Migrate the database to Amazon Redshift by using the MySQL dump utility. Turn on auto-scaling for the Amazon Redshift cluster. Option C. Use AWS Database Migration Service, AWS DMS, to migrate the database to Amazon Aurora. Turn on Aurora auto-scaling. Option D. Use AWS Database Migration Service, AWS DMS, to migrate the database to Amazon DynamoDB. Configure an auto-scaling policy. The correct answer is Option C. Option C is correct because Amazon Aurora is compatible with MySQL, making it a suitable target for migrating a MySQL database without requiring changes to the application. Additionally, Aurora supports Aurora auto-scaling, which allows the database to automatically adjust read replica capacity in response to workload demands, meeting the requirement for automatic scaling during peak periods. AWS Database Migration Service, DMS, facilitates a smooth and minimal downtime migration. Question 21. A solutions architect is designing a workload that will store hourly energy consumption by business tenants in a building. The sensors will feed a database through HTTP requests that will add up usage for each tenant. The solutions architect must use managed services when possible. The workload will receive more features in the future as the solutions architect adds independent components. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Option A. Use Amazon API Gateway with AWS Lambda functions to receive the data from the sensors, process the data, and store the data in an Amazon DynamoDB table. Option B. Use an elastic load balancer that is supported by an auto-scaling group of Amazon EC2 instances to receive and process the data from the sensors. Use an Amazon S3 bucket to store the processed data. Option C. Use Amazon API Gateway with AWS Lambda functions to receive the data from the sensors, process the data, and store the data in a Microsoft SQL Server Express database on an Amazon EC2 instance. Option D. Use an elastic load balancer that is supported by an auto-scaling group of Amazon EC2 instances to receive and process the data from the sensors. Use an Amazon Elastic File System, Amazon EFS, shared file system to store the processed data. The correct answer is Option A. Option A is the correct answer because it leverages fully managed AWS services, Amazon API Gateway, AWS Lambda, and Amazon DynamoDB, which significantly reduces operational overhead. API Gateway handles HTTP requests at scale. Lambda provides serverless compute to process the data, and DynamoDB offers a managed NoSQL database suitable for storing time series data, like hourly energy consumption. This architecture is also scalable and allows for easy addition of independent components in the future. Question 22. A solutions architect is designing the storage architecture for a new web application used for storing and viewing engineering drawings. All application components will be deployed on the AWS infrastructure. The application design must support caching to minimize the amount of time that users wait for the engineering drawings to load. The application must be able to store petabytes of data. Which combination of storage and caching should the solutions architect use? Option A. Amazon S3 with Amazon CloudFront. Option B. Amazon S3 Glacier with Amazon Elasticache. Option C. Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS volumes with Amazon CloudFront. Option D. AWS Storage Gateway with Amazon Elasticache. The correct answer is Option A. Amazon S3 with Amazon CloudFront is the best combination for storing large amounts of data, petabytes, and delivering low-latency content to users. Amazon S3 is a highly durable and scalable object storage service that can easily handle petabyte-scale workloads. Amazon CloudFront is a content delivery network, CDN, that caches content at edge locations around the world, significantly reducing the time it takes for users to access engineering drawings stored in S3. This setup ensures both scalability and fast content delivery. Question 23. A company runs an application on AWS. The application receives inconsistent amounts of usage. The application uses AWS Direct Connect to connect to an on-premises MySQL-compatible database. The on-premises database consistently uses a minimum of 2 GB of memory. The company wants to migrate the on-premises database to a managed AWS service. The company wants to use auto-scaling capabilities to manage unexpected workload increases. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least administrative overhead? Option A. Provision an Amazon DynamoDB database with default read and write capacity settings. Option B. Provision an Amazon Aurora database with a minimum capacity of 1 Aurora capacity unit, ACU. Option C. Provision an Amazon Aurora serverless v2 database with a minimum capacity of 1 Aurora capacity unit, ACU. Option D. Provision an Amazon RDS for MySQL database with 2 GB of memory. The correct answer is option C. Amazon Aurora Serverless v2 provides a managed MySQL-compatible database with the ability to automatically scale capacity based on demand, including scaling down to 0 when not in use. It requires minimal administrative overhead and supports dynamic workloads, making it ideal for applications with variable usage patterns. Setting a minimum capacity of 1 Aurora capacity unit, ACU, ensures consistent baseline performance, while still enabling the service to scale up during spikes in demand. Question 24. A company deployed a serverless application that uses Amazon DynamoDB as a database layer. The application has experienced a large increase in users. The company wants to improve database response time from milliseconds to microseconds and to cache requests to the database. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Option A. Use DynamoDB Accelerator, DAX. Option B. Migrate the database to Amazon Redshift. Option C. Migrate the database to Amazon RDS. Option D. Use Amazon Elasticache for Redis. The correct answer is option A. DynamoDB Accelerator, DAX, is a fully managed, highly available in-memory cache for DynamoDB that improves response times from milliseconds to microseconds. It is specifically designed for DynamoDB and requires minimal changes to existing applications. Since DAX is integrated with DynamoDB, it offers seamless caching of read-heavy workloads with minimal operational overhead, making it the best solution for this use case. Question 25. A company has 2 VPCs that are located in the U.S. West 2 region within the same AWS account. The company needs to allow network traffic between these VPCs. Approximately 500 GB of data transfer will occur between the VPCs each month. What is the most cost-effective solution to connect these VPCs? Option A. Implement AWS Transit Gateway to connect the VPCs. Update the route tables of each VPC to use the Transit Gateway for inter-VPC communication. Option B. Implement an AWS site-to-site VPN tunnel between the VPCs. Update the route tables of each VPC to use the VPN tunnel for inter-VPC communication. Option C. Set up a VPC peering connection between the VPCs. Update the route tables of each VPC to use the VPC peering connection for inter-VPC communication. Option D. Set up a 1G by AWS Direct Connect connection between the VPCs. Update the route tables of each VPC to use the Direct Connect connection for inter-VPC communication. The correct answer is option C. The most cost-effective solution for connecting 2 VPCs within the same region and account, especially when transferring moderate amounts of data, 500 GB per month, is VPC peering. VPC peering allows for direct, private connectivity between VPCs without incurring the higher costs associated with transit gateway or direct connect. There is no bandwidth charge for traffic within the same region, only standard data transfer charges, which are lower than alternative options. Question 26. A solutions architect needs to review a company's Amazon S3 buckets to discover personally identifiable information, PII. The company stores the PII data in the US East 1 region and US West 2 region. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Option A. Configure Amazon Macie in each region. Create a job to analyze the data that is in Amazon S3. Option B. Configure AWS Security Hub for all regions. Create an AWS config rule to analyze the data that is in Amazon S3. Option C. Configure Amazon Inspector to analyze the data that is in Amazon S3. Option D. Configure Amazon Guard Duty to analyze the data that is in Amazon S3. The correct answer is Option A. Amazon Macie is specifically designed to discover and protect sensitive data, such as personally identifiable information, PII, in Amazon S3. It uses machine learning and pattern matching to automatically detect PII and other sensitive data types. Configuring Macie in each region where the data resides, US East 1 and US West 2, and creating jobs to analyze the S3 buckets is the most effective and lowest operational overhead solution tailored for this use case. Question 27. A company has 5 PB of archived data on physical tapes. The company needs to preserve the data on the tapes for another 10 years for compliance purposes. The company wants to migrate to AWS in the next 6 months. The data center that stores the tapes has a 1 Gbps uplink internet connectivity. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Option A. Read the data from the tapes on premises. Stage the data in a local NFS storage. Use AWS DataSync to migrate the data to Amazon S3 Glacier Flexible Retrieval. Option B. Use an on-premises backup application to read the data from the tapes and to write directly to Amazon S3 Glacier Deep Archive. Option C. Order multiple AWS Snowball devices that have tape gateway, copy the physical tapes to virtual tapes in Snowball, ship the Snowball devices to AWS. Create a lifecycle policy to move the tapes to Amazon S3 Glacier Deep Archive. Option D. Configure an on-premises tape gateway. Create virtual tapes in the AWS cloud. Use backup software to copy the physical tape to the virtual tape. The correct answer is Option C. Option C is the most cost-effective and practical solution for migrating 5 PB of archived data from physical tapes to AWS. AWS Snowball with Tape. Gateway allows bulk data migration without relying on limited internet bandwidth. The devices are physically shipped to AWS, which is much faster and bypasses the 1 Gbps network limitation. Once ingested, data can be stored in S3 Glacier Deep Archive, the lowest cost storage class, meeting the long-term retention requirement. Question 28. A solutions architect needs to ensure that API calls to Amazon DynamoDB from Amazon EC2 instances in a VPC do not travel across the internet. Which combination of steps should the solutions architect take to meet this requirement? Choose 2. Option A. Create a route table entry for the endpoint. Option B. Create a gateway endpoint for DynamoDB. Option C. Create an interface endpoint for Amazon EC2. Option D. Create an elastic network interface for the endpoint in each of the subnets of the VPC. Option E. Create a security group entry in the endpoint security group to provide access. The correct answer is Option A and B. To ensure that API calls to Amazon DynamoDB from EC2 instances within a VPC do not traverse the internet, you need to use a gateway VPC endpoint for DynamoDB. Additionally, you must update the VPC's route table to direct traffic to the endpoint. Gateway endpoints enable private connections between your VPC and supported AWS services like S3 and DynamoDB without requiring internet access or NAT devices. Question 29. A financial services company launched a new application that uses an Amazon RDS for MySQL database. The company uses the application to track stock market trends. The company needs to operate the application for only 2 hours at the end of each week. The company needs to optimize the cost of running the database. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Option A. Migrate the existing RDS for MySQL database to an Aurora Serverless v2 MySQL database cluster. Option B. Migrate the existing RDS for MySQL database to an Aurora MySQL database cluster. Option C. Migrate the existing RDS for MySQL database to an Amazon EC2 instance that runs MySQL. Purchase an instance reservation for the EC2 instance. Option D. Migrate the existing RDS for MySQL database to an Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS, cluster that uses MySQL container images to run tasks. The correct answer is option A. Aurora Serverless v2 is a cost-effective solution for workloads that are infrequent or have variable usage patterns. It automatically scales up and down based on demand and pauses when not in use, which makes it ideal for applications that run only for a short period, such as 2 hours at the end of each week. This on-demand model ensures the company pays only for the compute and storage it actually uses, which directly optimizes cost. Question 30. A company hosts multiple applications on AWS for different product lines. The applications use different compute resources, including Amazon EC2 instances and application load balancers. The applications run in different AWS accounts under the same organization in AWS organizations across multiple AWS regions. Teams for each product line have tagged each compute resource in the individual accounts. The company wants more details about the cost for each product line from the consolidated billing feature in organizations. Which combination of steps will meet these requirements? Choose 2. Option A. Select a specific AWS-generated tag in the AWS billing console. Option B. Select a specific user-defined tag in the AWS billing console. Option C. Select a specific user-defined tag in the AWS Resource Groups console. Option D. Activate the selected tag from each AWS account. Option E. Activate the selected tag from the organization's management account. The correct answer is option B and E. To get detailed cost allocation by product line using consolidated billing in AWS organizations, user-defined tags must be activated for cost allocation. First, tags must be defined and applied to resources, then activated in the billing console of the management account. Additionally, each individual AWS account must activate the tag as well to ensure tagging information is available for cost reporting. Question 31. A solutions architect is using an AWS CloudFormation template to deploy a 3-tier web application. The web application consists of a web tier and an application tier that stores and retrieves user data in Amazon DynamoDB tables. The web and application tiers are hosted on Amazon EC2 instances, and the database tier is not publicly accessible. The application EC2 instances need to access the DynamoDB tables without exposing API credentials in the template. What should the solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Option A. Create an IAM role to read the DynamoDB tables. Associate the role with the application instances by referencing an instance profile. Option B. Create an IAM role that has the required permissions to read and write from the DynamoDB tables. Add the role to the EC2 instance profile and associate the instance profile with the application instances. Option C. Use the parameter section in the AWS CloudFormation template to have the user input access and secret keys from an already created IAM user that has the required permissions to read and write from the DynamoDB tables. Option D. Create an IAM user in the AWS CloudFormation template that has the required permissions to read and write from the DynamoDB tables. Use the GetAt function to retrieve the access and secret keys and pass them to the application instances through the user data. The correct answer is option B. The best practice in AWS is to use IAM roles instead of embedding access keys in templates or instance user data. By creating an IAM role with the necessary permissions to access DynamoDB and associating that role with an EC2 instance profile, the EC2 instances can securely access DynamoDB using temporary credentials managed automatically by AWS. This approach avoids the risks associated with hard-coding credentials and adheres to the principle of least privilege. Question 32. A company's SAP application has a back-end SQL Server database in an on-premises environment. The company wants to migrate its on-premises application and database server to AWS. The company needs an instance type that meets the high demands of its SAP database. On-premises performance data shows that both the SAP application and the database have high memory utilization. Which solution will meet these requirements? Option A. Use the compute-optimized instance family for the application. Use the memory-optimized instance family for the database. Option B. Use the storage-optimized instance family for both the application and the database. Option C. Use the memory-optimized instance family for both the application and the database. Option D. Use the high-performance computing, HPC, optimized instance family for the application. Use the memory-optimized instance family for the database. The correct answer is option C. Memory-optimized instances are specifically designed to deliver fast performance for workloads that process large datasets in memory. Since the SAP application and the backend SQL Server database both show high memory utilization in the on-premises environment, using memory-optimized instances for both components ensures optimal performance and scalability during and after the migration to AWS. This setup aligns with best practices for SAP on AWS, which emphasize the importance of high memory throughput for SAP workloads. Question 33. An e-commerce company uses Amazon Route 53 as its DNS provider. The company hosts its website on premises and in the AWS cloud. The company's on-premises data center is near the US West 1 region. The company uses the EU Central 1 region to host the website. The company wants to minimize load time for the website as much as possible. Which solution will meet these requirements? Option A. Set up a geolocation routing policy. Send the traffic that is near US West 1 to the on-premises data center. Send the traffic that is near EU Central 1 to EU Central 1. Option B. Set up a simple routing policy that routes all traffic that is near EU Central 1 to EU Central 1, and routes all traffic that is near the on-premises data center to the on-premises data center. Option C. Set up a latency routing policy. Associate the policy with US West 1. Option D. Set up a weighted routing policy. Split the traffic evenly between EU Central 1 and the on-premises data center. The correct answer is Option A. Option A, set up a geolocation routing policy, is correct because it uses Route 53's geolocation routing policy to direct users to the closest resources based on their geographic location. This ensures that users near US West 1 are routed to the on-premises data center, while users closer to EU Central 1 are directed to the AWS-hosted site in that region. This approach minimizes latency by leveraging the physical proximity of the user to the infrastructure. Question 34. A company hosts an internal serverless application on AWS by using Amazon API Gateway and AWS Lambda. The company's employees report issues with high latency when they begin using the application each day. The company wants to reduce latency. Which solution will meet these requirements? Option A. Increase the API Gateway throttling limit. Option B. Set up a scheduled scaling to increase Lambda provisioned concurrency before employees begin to use the application each day. Option C. Create an Amazon CloudWatch alarm to initiate a Lambda function as a target for the alarm at the beginning of each day. Option D. Increase the Lambda function memory. The correct answer is option B. Option B is correct because setting up scheduled scaling to increase Lambda provisioned concurrency ensures that a certain number of Lambda instances are pre-initialized and ready to serve requests. This eliminates the cold start problem, which is the likely cause of high latency when employees first start using the application each day. Question 35. A company is deploying an application that processes large quantities of data in parallel. The company plans to use Amazon EC2 instances for the workload. The network architecture must be configurable to prevent groups of nodes from sharing the same underlying hardware. Which networking solution meets these requirements? Option A. Run the EC2 instances in a spread placement group. Option B. Group the EC2 instances in separate accounts. Option C. Configure the EC2 instances with dedicated tenancy. Option D. Configure the EC2 instances with shared tenancy. The correct answer is option A. A spread placement group is designed to place EC2 instances on distinct underlying hardware, which reduces the risk of simultaneous failures. This placement strategy is ideal for high availability workloads that need to avoid a single point of failure. By spreading instances across multiple physical servers, it ensures that a hardware failure affects only a small portion of the application. Question 36. A company wants to use Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS clusters, and Amazon RDS-DB instances to build and run a payment processing application. The company will run the application in its on-premises data center for compliance purposes. A solutions architect wants to use AWS Outposts as part of the solution. The solutions architect is working with the company's operational team to build the application. Which activities are the responsibility of the company's operational team? Choose 3. Option A. Providing resilient power and network connectivity to the Outposts racks. Option B. Managing the virtualization hypervisor, storage systems, and the AWS services that run on Outposts. Option C. Physical security and access controls of the data center environment. Option D. Availability of the Outposts infrastructure, including the power supplies, servers, and networking equipment within the Outposts racks. Option E. Physical maintenance of Outposts components. Option F. Providing extra capacity for Amazon ECS clusters to mitigate server failures and maintenance events. The correct answer is option A and C and E. When using AWS Outposts, AWS is responsible for managing the infrastructure components, such as the virtualization hypervisor, storage systems, AWS services, and the availability and maintenance of the Outposts racks. However, the customer's operational team retains responsibility for the physical security and access controls of the on-premises data center environment, as well as providing resilient power and network connectivity to the Outposts racks. Additionally, the physical maintenance of Outposts components that are on-premises but managed by AWS is still the customer's responsibility to coordinate with AWS. Therefore, the customer's operational team must handle providing resilient power and network connectivity. A. Physical security and access controls. C. And physical maintenance of Outposts components. E. Question 37. A company's applications run on Amazon EC2 instances in auto-scaling groups. The company notices that its applications experience sudden traffic increases on random days of the week. The company wants to maintain application performance during sudden traffic increases. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Option A. Use manual scaling to change the size of the auto-scaling group. Option B. Use predictive scaling to change the size of the auto-scaling group. Option C. Use dynamic scaling to change the size of the auto-scaling group. Option D. Use schedule scaling to change the size of the auto-scaling group. The correct answer is option C. Dynamic scaling is the most cost-effective solution for handling sudden, unpredictable traffic spikes because it automatically adjusts the size of the auto-scaling group in response to real-time changes in demand. This means that the application can scale out quickly when traffic increases and scale in when traffic decreases, optimizing resource usage and cost without manual intervention or preset schedules. Question 38. A company plans to migrate to AWS and use Amazon EC2 on-demand instances for its application. During the migration testing phase, a technical team observes that the application takes a long time to launch and load memory to become fully productive. Which solution will reduce the launch time of the application during the next testing phase? Option A. Launch 2 or more EC2 on-demand instances. Turn on auto-scaling features and make the EC2 on-demand instances available during the next testing phase. Option B. Launch EC2 spot instances to support the application and to scale the application, so it is available during the next testing phase. Option C. Launch the EC2 on-demand instances with hibernation turned on. Configure EC2 auto-scaling warm pools during the next testing phase. Option D. Launch EC2 on-demand instances with capacity reservations. Start additional EC2 instances during the next testing phase. The correct answer is Option C. Launching EC2 on-demand instances with hibernation enabled and configuring EC2 auto-scaling warm pools reduces the launch time because hibernation allows instances to save the in-memory state to disk upon stop and then quickly resume from that saved state instead of doing a full boot. Warm pools keep instances initialized and ready to quickly serve traffic, minimizing cold start delays during testing or scale-up events. This combination optimizes startup performance for applications that require time to load memory or initialize before becoming productive. Question 39. A solutions architect is designing a highly available Amazon Elasticache for Redis-based solution. The solutions architect needs to ensure that failures do not result in performance degradation or loss of data locally and within an AWS region. The solution needs to provide high availability at the node level and at the region level. Which solution will meet these requirements? Option A. Use multi-AZ Redis replication groups with shards that contain multiple nodes. Option B. Use Redis shards that contain multiple nodes with Redis append-only files, AOF, turned on. Option C. Use a multi-AZ Redis cluster with more than one RED replica in the replication group. Option D. Use Redis shards that contain multiple nodes with auto-scaling turned on. The correct answer is Option A. Using multi-AZ Redis replication groups with shards that contain multiple nodes ensures high availability at both the node level and the AWS region level. Multi-AZ deployment provides automatic failover to a replica in another availability zone if the primary node fails, which prevents performance degradation. Additionally, sharding with multiple nodes improves performance and fault tolerance by distributing data across nodes. This setup helps maintain data integrity and availability within a region, fulfilling the requirement for no data loss and consistent performance during failures. Question 40. A company has 5 organizational units, OUs, as part of its organization in AWS organizations. Each OU correlates to the 5 businesses that the company owns. The company's research and development, R&D business, is separating from the company and will need its own organization. A solutions architect creates a separate new management account for this purpose. What should the solutions architect do next in the new management account? Option A. Have the R&D AWS account be part of both organizations during the transition. Option B. Invite the R&D AWS account to be part of the new organization after the R&D AWS account has left the prior organization. Option C. Create a new R&D AWS account in the new organization. Migrate resources from the prior R&D AWS account to the new R&D AWS account. Option D. Have the R&D AWS account join the new organization. Make the new management account a member of the prior organization. The correct answer is option C. When a business unit like the R&D division separates and requires its own organization in AWS organizations, the best practice is to create a new AWS account under the new organization's management account. Since an AWS account can belong to only one organization at a time, you cannot have the same account in two organizations simultaneously. Therefore, you create a new AWS account for the R&D business under the new management account and migrate resources from the existing R&D AWS account to this new one. This approach ensures a clean separation of billing, policies, and governance for the new independent entity. Question 41. A company migrated a MySQL database from the company's on-premises data center to an Amazon RDS for MySQL DB instance. The company sized the RDS DB instance to meet the company's average daily workload. Once a month, the database performs slowly when the company runs queries for a report. The company wants to have the ability to run reports and maintain the performance of the daily workloads. Which solution will meet these requirements? Option A. Create a read replica of the database. Direct the queries to the read replica. Option B. Create a backup of the database. Restore the backup to another DB instance. Direct the queries to the new database. Option C. Export the data to Amazon S3. Use Amazon Athena to query the S3 bucket. Option D. Resize the DB instance to accommodate the additional workload. The correct answer is option A. Creating a read replica of the RDS MySQL database and directing report queries to the read replica allows the company to offload read-intensive reporting workloads from the primary database instance. This preserves the performance of the primary instance for daily transactional workloads while enabling efficient reporting. Read replicas provide a near real-time copy of the data, ensuring the reports reflect recent data without impacting the main database performance. Question 42. A company uses Amazon Elastic Kubernetes Service, Amazon EKS, to run a container application. The EKS cluster stores sensitive information in the Kubernetes secrets object. The company wants to ensure that the information is encrypted. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Option A. Use the container application to encrypt the information by using AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS. Option B. Enable secrets encryption in the EKS cluster by using AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS. Option C. Implement an AWS Lambda function to encrypt the information by using AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS. Option D. Use AWS Systems Manager Parameter Store to encrypt the information by using AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS. The correct answer is option B. Enabling secrets encryption in the EKS cluster using AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS, provides native encryption of Kubernetes secrets with minimal operational overhead. This option leverages the built-in integration between EKS and AWS KMS to automatically encrypt and decrypt secrets stored in Kubernetes without requiring changes to the application or additional infrastructure. It is the simplest and most secure way to ensure secrets are encrypted at rest within the cluster. Question 43. A company is planning to migrate a TCP-based application into the company's VPC. The application is publicly accessible on a non-standard TCP port through a hardware appliance in the company's data center. This public endpoint can process up to 3 million requests per second with low latency. The company requires the same level of performance for the new public endpoint in AWS. What should a solutions architect recommend to meet this requirement? Option A. Deploy a network load balancer, NLB. Configure the NLB to be publicly accessible over the TCP port that the application requires. Option B. Deploy an application load balancer, ALB. Configure the ALB to be publicly accessible over the TCP port that the application requires. Option C. Deploy an Amazon CloudFront distribution that listens on the TCP port that the application requires. Use an application load balancer as the origin. Option D. Deploy an Amazon API Gateway API that is configured with the TCP port that the application requires. Configure AWS Lambda functions with provisioned concurrency to process the requests. The correct answer is option A. The correct answer is A. Deploy a network load balancer, NLB. NLBs are designed to handle millions of requests per second while maintaining ultra-low latencies. They operate at the connection level, layer 4, making them ideal for TCP-based applications, especially when non-standard ports are involved. Additionally, NLBs can be configured to be publicly accessible and support static IP addresses, which makes them a suitable replacement for the hardware appliance in the data center. Question 44. A company runs its critical database on an Amazon RDS for PostgreSQL DB instance. The company wants to migrate to Amazon Aurora PostgreSQL with minimal downtime and data loss. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Option A. Create a DB snapshot of the RDS for PostgreSQL DB instance to populate a new Aurora PostgreSQL DB cluster. Option B. Create an Aurora read replica of the RDS for PostgreSQL DB instance. Promote the Aurora read replicate to a new Aurora PostgreSQL DB cluster. Option C. Use data import from Amazon S3 to migrate the database to an Aurora PostgreSQL DB cluster. Option D. Use the pg.dump utility to back up the RDS for PostgreSQL database. Restore the backup to a new Aurora PostgreSQL DB cluster. The correct answer is option B. Option B, 2, is correct, because creating an Aurora read replica of the existing Amazon RDS for PostgreSQL instance allows for a near-zero downtime migration. Once the replica is fully synchronized, it can be promoted to a standalone Aurora PostgreSQL DB cluster with minimal data loss and operational effort. This method ensures continuous replication from RDS to Aurora during the process, reducing downtime to only the time needed to switch application connections. Question 45. A company recently migrated to the AWS cloud. The company wants a serverless solution for large-scale parallel on-demand processing of a semi-structured data set. The data consists of logs, media files, sales transactions, and IoT sensor data that is stored in Amazon S3. The company wants the solution to process thousands of items in the dataset in parallel. Which solution will meet these requirements with the most operational efficiency? Option A. Use the AWS step functions map state in inline mode to process the data in parallel. Option B. Use the AWS step functions map state in distributed mode to process the data in parallel. Option C. Use AWS Glue to process the data in parallel. Option D. Use several AWS Lambda functions to process the data in parallel. The correct answer is option B. The AWS step functions map state in distributed mode is designed specifically for large-scale, parallel processing of items, making it ideal for this use case. It allows processing of thousands of items concurrently using serverless AWS Lambda functions without the need to manage infrastructure. Distributed mode is highly scalable and optimized for performance, making it the most operationally efficient choice for processing a semi-structured dataset stored in Amazon S3. Question 46. A company's infrastructure consists of hundreds of Amazon EC2 instances that use Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS, storage. A solutions architect must ensure that every EC2 instance can be recovered after a disaster. What should the solutions architect do to meet this requirement with the least amount of effort? Option A. Take a snapshot of the EBS storage that is attached to each EC2 instance. Create an AWS CloudFormation template to launch new EC2 instances from the EBS storage. Option B. Take a snapshot of the EBS storage that is attached to each EC2 instance. Use AWS Elastic Beanstalk to set the environment based on the EC2 template and attach the EBS storage. Option C. Use AWS Backup to set up a backup plan for the entire group of EC2 instances. Use the AWS Backup API or the AWS CLI to speed up the restore process for multiple EC2 instances. Option D. Create an AWS Lambda function to take a snapshot of the EBS storage that is attached to each EC2 instance and copy the Amazon Machine Images, AMIs. Create another Lambda function to perform the restores with the copied AMIs and attach the EBS storage. The correct answer is option C. Option C is correct because AWS Backup provides a centralized and automated way to back up data across AWS services, including Amazon EC2 instances and their attached EBS volumes. It requires the least amount of manual setup and can handle backups at scale efficiently. By using AWS Backup, the company can define backup plans, automate backup scheduling, and streamline recovery processes with minimal operational overhead. Question 47. A solutions architect is designing an application that will allow business users to upload objects to Amazon S3. The solution needs to maximize object durability. Objects also must be readily available at any time and for any length of time. Users will access objects frequently within the first 30 days after the objects are uploaded, but users are much less likely to access objects that are older than 30 days. Which solution meets these requirements? Most cost-effectively. Option A. Store all the objects in S3 Standard with an S3 lifecycle rule to transition the objects to S3 Glacier after 30 days. Option B. Store all the objects in S3 Standard with an S3 lifecycle rule to transition the objects to S3 Standard. Infrequent access, S3 Standard IA after 30 days. Option C. Store all the objects in S3 Standard with an S3 lifecycle rule to transition the objects to S3 One Zone. Infrequent access, S3 One Zone IA after 30 days. Option D. Store all the objects in S3 Intelligent Tiering with an S3 lifecycle rule to transition the objects to S3 Standard Infrequent Access, S3 Standard IA, after 30 days. The correct answer is Option B. Option B is correct because storing all objects in S3 Standard initially ensures high durability and availability, which is essential for frequently accessed data in the first 30 days. Transitioning to S3 Standard Infrequent Access, S3 Standard IA, after 30 days is cost-effective for objects that are less likely to be accessed, but still require immediate retrieval when needed. S3 Standard IA provides the same high durability and availability as S3 Standard, but at a lower storage cost for infrequent access. Question 48. A company has migrated a two-tier application from its on-premises data center to the AWS cloud. The data tier is a multi-AZ deployment of Amazon RDS for Oracle with 12 TB of general-purpose SSD Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS storage. The application is designed to process and store documents in the database as binary large objects, blobs, with an average document size of 6 MB. The database size has grown over time, reducing the performance and increasing the cost of storage. The company must improve the database performance and needs a solution that is highly available and resilient. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Option A. Reduce the RDS DB instance size. Increase the storage capacity to 24 TB. Change the storage type to magnetic. Option B. Increase the RDS DB instance size. Increase the storage capacity to 24 TB. Change the storage type to provisioned IOPS. Option C. Create an Amazon S3 bucket. Update the application to store documents in the S3 bucket. Store the object metadata in the existing database. Option D. Create an Amazon DynamoDB table. Update the application to use DynamoDB. Use AWS Database Migration Service, AWS DMS, to migrate data from the Oracle database to DynamoDB. The correct answer is option C. Option C is the most cost-effective and scalable solution. By storing documents, blobs, in Amazon S3 instead of the RDS database, the company can offload large binary data from the database, reducing its size and improving performance. S3 is highly durable, available, and cost-efficient for storing large objects. Keeping only metadata in the RDS database ensures that queries remain fast and manageable, while the S3 storage cost remains low compared to high-capacity database storage. Question 49. A company has an application that serves clients that are deployed in more than 20,000 retail storefront locations around the world. The application consists of back-end web services that are exposed over HTTPS on port 443. The application is hosted on Amazon EC2 instances behind an application load balancer, ALB. The retail locations communicate with the web application over the public internet. The company allows each retail location to register the IP address that the retail location has been allocated by its local ISP. The company's security team recommends to increase the security of the application endpoint by restricting access to only the IP addresses registered by the retail locations. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Option A. Associate an AWS WAF web ACL with the ALB. Use IP rule sets on the ALB to filter traffic. Update the IP addresses in the rule to include the registered IP addresses. Option B. Deploy AWS Firewall Manager to manage the AL configure firewall rules to restrict traffic to the AL modify the firewall rules to include the registered IP addresses. Option C. Store the IP addresses in an Amazon DynamoDB table. Configure an AWS Lambda authorization function on the ALB to validate that incoming requests are from the registered IP addresses. Option D. Configure the network ACL on the subnet that contains the public interface of the ALB. Update the ingress rules on the network ACL with entries for each of the registered IP addresses. The correct answer is option A. Option A is correct because AWS WAF, Web Application Firewall, supports IP-based access control using IP sets. By associating a WAF Web ACL with the ALB, the company can implement a centralized and scalable way to filter traffic based on the IP addresses registered by the retail locations. This approach is manageable and designed to work specifically with ALBs, supporting frequent updates and automation through APIs or infrastructure as code. Question 50. A company deploys Amazon EC2 instances that run in a VPC. The EC2 instances load source data into Amazon S3 buckets so that the data can be processed in the future. According to compliance laws, the data must not be transmitted over the public internet. Servers in the company's on-premises data center will consume the output from an application that runs on the EC2 instances. Which solution will meet these requirements? Option A. Deploy an interface VPC endpoint for Amazon EC2. Create an AWS site-to-site VPN connection between the company and the VPC. Option B. Deploy a gateway VPC endpoint for Amazon S3. Set up an AWS Direct Connect connection between the on-premises network and the VPC. Option C. Set up an AWS Transit Gateway connection from the VPC to the S3 buckets. Create an AWS site-to-site VPN connection between the company and the VPC. Option D. Set up proxy EC2 instances that have routes to NAT gateways. Configure the proxy EC2 instances to fetch S3 data and feed the application instances. The correct answer is option B. Option B is correct because a gateway VPC endpoint allows private connections from EC2 instances in the VPC to Amazon S3 without traversing the public internet, satisfying the compliance requirement. AWS Direct Connect establishes a dedicated network connection between the on-premises data center and AWS, ensuring the output data can be securely transmitted back to the on-premises servers without using the public internet. Question 51. A company has an application with a REST-based interface that allows data to be received in near real time from a third-party vendor. Once received, the application processes and stores the data for further analysis. The application is running on Amazon EC2 instances. The third-party vendor has received many 503 service unavailable errors when sending data to the application. When the data volume spikes, the compute capacity reaches its maximum limit and the application is unable to process all requests. Which design should a solutions architect recommend to provide a more scalable solution? Option A. Use Amazon Kinesis data streams to ingest the data. Process the data using AWS Lambda functions. Option B. Use Amazon API Gateway on top of the existing application. Create a usage plan with a quota limit for the third-party vendor. Option C. Use Amazon Simple Notification Service, Amazon SNS, to ingest the data. Put the EC2 instances in an auto-scaling group behind an application load balancer. Option D. Repackage the application as a container. Deploy the application using Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS, using the EC2 launch type with an auto-scaling group. The correct answer is Option A. Using Amazon Kinesis data streams decouples the ingestion layer from the processing layer, enabling the application to scale more effectively during spikes in traffic. Kinesis provides a highly scalable and durable stream that allows the application to consume data at its own pace, using AWS Lambda or other processing solutions. This architecture absorbs bursts in data traffic and prevents overwhelming the back-end application, thereby reducing the likelihood of 503 errors. Question 52. A company wants to use Amazon FSx for Windows File Server for its Amazon EC2 instances that have an SMB file share mounted as a volume in the US East 1 region. The company has a recovery point objective, RPO, of 5 minutes for planned system maintenance or unplanned service disruptions. The company needs to replicate the file system to the US West 2 region. The replicated data must not be deleted by any user for 5 years. Which solution will meet these requirements? Option A. Create an FSx for Windows File Server file system in US East 1 that has a single AZ2 deployment type. Use AWS Backup to create a daily backup plan that includes a backup rule that copies the backup to US West 2. Configure AWS Backup Vault Lock in compliance mode for a target vault in US West 2. Configure a minimum duration of 5 years. Option B. Create an FSx for Windows File Server file system in US East 1 that has a multi-AZ deployment type. Use AWS Backup to create a daily backup plan that includes a backup rule that copies the backup to US West 2. Configure AWS Backup Vault Lock in governance mode for a target vault in US West 2. Configure a minimum duration of 5 years. Option C. Create an FSx for Windows File Server file system in US East 1 that has a multi-AZ deployment type. Use AWS Backup to create a daily backup plan that includes a backup rule that copies the backup to US West 2. Configure AWS Backup Vault Lock in compliance mode for a target vault in US West 2. Configure a minimum duration of 5 years. Option D. Create an FSx for Windows File Server file system in US East 1 that has a single AZ2 deployment type. Use AWS Backup to create a daily backup plan that includes a backup rule that copies the backup to US West 2. Configure AWS Backup Vault Lock in governance mode for a target vault in US West 2. Configure a minimum duration of 5 years. The correct answer is Option C. Option C is correct because it uses a multi-AZ deployment type for the FSx for Windows File Server file system, ensuring high availability and meeting RPO requirements. It also uses AWS Backup with a backup rule to copy backups to US West 2, and AWS Backup Vault Lock in compliance mode ensures that data is immutable and retained for the required 5 years, meeting the regulatory requirement for retention and protection against deletion. Question 53. A solutions architect is designing a security solution for a company that wants to provide developers with individual AWS accounts through AWS organizations, while also maintaining standard security controls. Because the individual developers will have AWS account root user-level access to their own accounts, the solutions architect wants to ensure that the mandatory AWS CloudTrail configuration that is applied to new developer accounts is not modified. Which action meets these requirements? Option A. Create an IAM policy that prohibits changes to CloudTrail and attach it to the root user. Option B. Create a new trail in CloudTrail from within the developer accounts with the Organization Trails option enabled. Option C. Create a service control policy, SCP, that prohibits changes to CloudTrail and attach it to the developer accounts. Option D. Create a service-linked role for CloudTrail with a policy condition that allows changes only from an Amazon resource name, ARN, in the management account. The correct answer is option C. Service control policies, SCPs, in AWS organizations are the correct mechanism to enforce mandatory controls across member accounts, including preventing users, even with root access, from disabling or modifying AWS CloudTrail. By attaching an SCP that explicitly denies actions like CloudTrail stop logging, CloudTrail delete trail, or CloudTrail update trail to the developer accounts, the organization ensures that the CloudTrail configuration cannot be altered, regardless of the permissions granted within the individual accounts. Question 54. A company is planning to deploy a business-critical application in the AWS cloud. The application requires durable storage with consistent low-latency performance. Which type of storage should a solutions architect recommend to meet these requirements? Option A. Instant store volume. Option B. Amazon Elasticache for Memcached cluster. Option C. Provisioned IOPS SSD Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS volume. Option D. Throughput Optimized HDD Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS volume. The correct answer is option C. Provisioned IOPS SSD Amazon EBS IO1 or IO2 volumes are designed to deliver predictable high-performance I/O with low latency, making them ideal for business-critical applications that require durable storage and consistent performance. These volumes support high IOPS and throughput, and are backed by Amazon EBS's durability and availability guarantees. Question 55. An online photo-sharing company stores its photos in an Amazon S3 bucket that exists in the U.S. West 1 region. The company needs to store a copy of all new photos in the U.S. East 1 region. Which solution will meet this requirement with the least operational effort? Option A. Create a second S3 bucket in U.S. East 1. Use S3 cross-region replication to copy photos from the existing S3 bucket to the second S3 bucket. Option B. Create a cross-origin resource sharing (CORS) configuration of the existing S3 bucket. Specify US East 1 in the CORS rules allowed origin element. Option C. Create a second S3 bucket in US East 1 across multiple availability zones. Create an S3 lifecycle rule to save photos into the second S3 bucket. Option D. Create a second S3 bucket in US East 1. Configure S3 event notifications on object creation and update events to invoke an AWS Lambda function to copy photos from the existing S3 bucket to the second S3 bucket. The correct answer is option A. Option A. Create a second S3 bucket in US East 1. Use S3 cross-region replication to copy photos from the existing S3 bucket to the second S3 bucket is the correct answer because S3 cross-region replication, CRR, is designed specifically for automatically replicating objects across AWS regions with minimal operational overhead. Once set up, CRR handles the replication of newly uploaded objects automatically and reliably without the need for manual intervention or custom scripting. Question 56. A company is creating a new web application for its subscribers. The application will consist of a static single page and a persistent database layer. The application will have millions of users for 4 hours in the morning, but the application will have only a few thousand users during the rest of the day. The company's data architects have requested the ability to rapidly evolve their schema. Which solutions will meet these requirements and provide the most scalability? Choose 2. Option A. Deploy Amazon DynamoDB as the database solution. Provision on-demand capacity. Option B. Deploy Amazon Aurora as the database solution. Choose the serverless DB engine mode. Option C. Deploy Amazon DynamoDB as the database solution. Ensure that DynamoDB autoscaling is enabled. Option D. Deploy the static content into an Amazon S3 bucket. Provision an Amazon CloudFront distribution with the S3 bucket as the origin. Option E. Deploy the web servers for static content across a fleet of Amazon EC2 instances in auto-scaling groups. Configure the instances to periodically refresh the content from an Amazon Elastic File System, Amazon EFS volume. The correct answer is option C and D. Option C3 uses Amazon DynamoDB with auto-scaling enabled, which allows it to handle high traffic volumes efficiently and scale down when demand drops, providing both scalability and cost-effectiveness. Option D4 uses Amazon S3 with CloudFront for hosting static content, which is a highly scalable and low-latency solution, perfect for serving a single-page application to millions of users. This combination addresses both the highly variable user traffic and the need for scalability. Question 57. A solutions architect needs to allow team members to access Amazon S3 buckets in 2 different AWS accounts, a development account and a production account. The team currently has access to S3 buckets in the development account by using unique IAM users that are assigned to an IAM group that has appropriate permissions in the account. The solutions architect has created an IAM role in the production account. The role has a policy that grants access to an S3 bucket in the production account. Which solution will meet these requirements while complying with the principle of least privilege? Option A. Attach the administrator access policy to the development account users. Option B. Add the development account as a principal in the trust policy of the role in the production account. Option C. Turn off the S3 block public access feature on the S3 bucket in the production account. Option D. Create a user in the production account with unique credentials for each team member. The correct answer is option B. The correct solution is to add the development account as a trusted principal in the IAM roles trust policy in the production account. This allows users from the development account to assume the role in the production account and access the S3 bucket, which adheres to the principle of least privilege by only granting specific access to the necessary resources and not more. Question 58. A company uses Amazon EC2 instances and AWS Lambda functions to run its application. The company has VPCs with public subnets and private subnets in its AWS account. The EC2 instances run in a private subnet in one of the VPCs. The Lambda functions need direct network access to the EC2 instances for the application to work. The application will run for at least 1 year. The company expects the number of Lambda functions that the application uses to increase during that time. The company wants to maximize its savings on all application resources and to keep network latency between the services is low. Which solution will meet these requirements? Option A. Purchase an EC2 instance savings plan. Optimize the Lambda function's duration and memory usage and the number of invocations. Connect the Lambda functions to the private subnet that contains the EC2 instances. Option B. Purchase an EC2 instance savings plan. Optimize the Lambda function's duration and memory usage, the number of invocations, and the amount of data that is transferred. Connect the Lambda functions to a public subnet in the same PC where the EC2 instances run. Option C. Purchase a compute savings plan. Optimize the Lambda function's duration and memory usage, the number of invocations, and the amount of data that is transferred. Connect the Lambda functions to the private subnet that contains the EC2 instances. Option D. Purchase a compute savings plan. Optimize the Lambda function's duration and memory usage, the number of invocations, and the amount of data that is transferred. Keep the Lambda functions in the Lambda service VPC. The correct answer is option C. Option C is correct because a compute savings plan provides the most flexibility and savings across both Amazon EC2 and AWS Lambda services, which aligns with the application's use of both. Connecting Lambda functions to the same private subnet as the EC2 instances ensures low latency, direct communication. This setup also allows for scalable and secure connectivity without exposing resources to the public internet. Question 59. A company uses AWS organizations with all features enabled and runs multiple Amazon EC2 workloads in the AP Southeast 2 region. The company has a service control policy, SCP, that prevents any resources from being created in any other region. A security policy requires the company to encrypt all data at rest. An audit discovers that employees have created Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS volumes for EC2 instances without encrypting the volumes. The company wants any new EC2 instances that any IAM user or root user launches in AP Southeast 2 to use encrypted EBS volumes. The company wants a solution that will have minimal effect on employees who create EBS volumes. Which combination of steps will meet these requirements? Choose 2. Option A. In the Amazon EC2 console, select the EBS encryption account attribute and define a default encryption key. Option B. Create an IAM permission boundary. Attach the permission boundary to the root organizational unit, OU. Define the boundary to deny the EC2. Create volume action when the EC2 encrypted condition false. Option C. Create an SCP. Attach the SCP to the root organizational unit, OU. Define the SCP to deny the EC2 create volume action when the EC2 encrypted condition equals false. Option D. Update the IAM policies for each account to deny the EC2 create volume action when the EC2 encrypted condition equals false. Option E. In the organization's management account, specify the default EBS volume encryption setting. The correct answer is option A and D. The correct answers are A and D. Option A, 1, involves enabling default EBS encryption in the EC2 console, which ensures that all newly created EBS volumes are encrypted automatically, minimizing user disruption. Option D, 4, involves updating IAM policies to explicitly deny volume creation if encryption is not enabled, enforcing encryption compliance while still allowing necessary access. Question 60. A company runs a highly available SFTP service. The SFTP service uses 2 Amazon EC2 Linux instances that run with elastic IP addresses to accept traffic from trusted IP sources on the Internet. The SFTP service is backed by shared storage that is attached to the instances. User accounts are created and managed as Linux users in the SFTP servers. The company wants a serverless option that provides high IOPS performance and highly configurable security. The company also wants to maintain control over user permissions. Which solution will meet these requirements? Option A. Create an encrypted Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS volume. Create an AWS Transfer Family SFTP service with a public endpoint that allows only trusted IP addresses. Attach the EBS volume to the SFTP service endpoint. Grant users access to the SFTP service. Option B. Create an encrypted Amazon Elastic File System, Amazon EFS volume. Create an AWS Transfer Family SFTP service with elastic IP addresses and a VPC endpoint that has internet-facing access. Attach a security group to the endpoint that allows only trusted IP addresses. Attach the EFS volume to the SFTP service endpoint. Grant users access to the SFTP service. Option C. Create an Amazon S3 bucket with default encryption enabled. Create an AWS Transfer Family SFTP with a public endpoint that allows only trusted IP addresses. Attach the S3 bucket to the SFTP service endpoint. Grant users access to the SFTP service. Option D. Create an Amazon S3 bucket with default encryption enabled. Create an AWS Transfer Family SFTP service with a VPC endpoint that has internal access in a private subnet. Attach a security group that allows only trusted IP addresses. Attach the S3 bucket to the SFTP service endpoint. Grant users access to the SFTP service. The correct answer is option C. Option C is correct because AWS Transfer Family supports SFTP access to Amazon S3, providing a fully managed serverless architecture. S3 delivers high durability and throughput performance, and AWS Transfer Family allows fine-grained access control via IAM policies and POSIX-style permissions using identity providers or AWS Directory Service. The public endpoint can be restricted to trusted IPs, meeting the security requirement. This solution also eliminates the need to manage EC2 instances and scales automatically. Question 61. A company has developed a new video game as a web application. The application is in a 3-tier architecture in a VPC with Amazon RDS for MySQL in the database layer. Several players will compete concurrently online. The game's developers want to display a top 10 scoreboard in near real time and offer the ability to stop and restore the game while preserving the current scores. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Option A. Set up an Amazon Elasticache for memcached cluster to cache the scores for the web application to display. Option B. Set up an Amazon Elasticache for Redis cluster to compute and cache the scores for the web application to display. Option C. Place an Amazon CloudFront distribution in front of the web application to cache the scoreboard in a section of the application. Option D. Create a read replica on Amazon RDS for MySQL to run queries to compute the scoreboard and serve the read traffic to the web application. The correct answer is option B. The best solution is to use Amazon Elasticache for Redis to compute and cache the scores for the web application. Redis supports sorted sets, which are ideal for implementing a real-time leaderboard like a top 10 scoreboard. It provides low-latency access and the ability to perform atomic operations, which are essential for a fast-paced multiplayer game. Redis also supports persistence options, e.g. AOF and RDB snapshots, which help preserve the state of the scores, enabling stop and restore functionality. Question 62. A company moved its on-premises PostgreSQL database to an Amazon RDS for PostgreSQL DB instance. The company successfully launched a new product. The workload on the database has increased. The company wants to accommodate the larger workload without adding infrastructure. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Option A. Buy reserved DB instances for the total workload. Make the Amazon RDS for PostgreSQL DB instance larger. Option B. Make the Amazon RDS for PostgreSQL DB instance a multi-AZ DB instance. Option C. Buy reserved DB instances for the total workload. Add another Amazon RDS for PostgreSQL DB instance. Option D. Make the Amazon RDS for PostgreSQL DB instance an on-demand DB instance. The correct answer is Option A. Option A is the most cost-effective solution because purchasing reserved instances significantly reduces the cost compared to on-demand pricing, especially for a predictable and sustained workload. Additionally, scaling the instance size vertically, making it larger, allows the database to handle the increased workload without introducing architectural complexity or additional infrastructure. This meets the requirement to accommodate the larger workload in a cost-effective manner. Question 63. A solutions architect is implementing a complex Java application with a MySQL database. The Java application must be deployed on Apache Tomcat and must be highly available. What should the solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Option A. Deploy the application in AWS Lambda. Configure an Amazon API Gateway API to connect with the Lambda functions. Option B. Deploy the application by using AWS Elastic Beanstalk. Configure a load-balanced environment and a rolling deployment policy. Option C. Migrate the database to Amazon ElastiCache. Configure the ElastiCache security group to allow access from the application. Option D. Launch an Amazon EC2 instance. Install a MySQL server on the EC2 instance. Configure the application on the server. Create an AMI. Use the AMI to create a launch template with an auto-scaling group. The correct answer is option B. Option B is correct because AWS Elastic Beanstalk supports Java applications running on Apache Tomcat out of the box and can automatically provision resources like EC2, Elastic Load Balancer, Auto-Scaling, and RDS for MySQL to achieve high availability. Elastic Beanstalk also supports deployment policies such as rolling deployments, which help minimize downtime and ensure consistent updates across instances. Question 64. A company is developing a new machine learning (ML) model solution on AWS. The models are developed as independent microservices that fetch approximately 1 GB of model data from Amazon S3 at startup and load the data into memory. Users access the models through an asynchronous API. Users can send a request or a batch of requests and specify where the results should be sent. The company provides models to hundreds of users. The usage patterns for the models are irregular. Some models could be unused for days or weeks. Other models could receive batches of thousands of requests at a time. Which design should a solutions architect recommend to meet these requirements? Option A. Direct the requests from the API to a network load balancer, NLB. Deploy the models as AWS Lambda functions that are invoked by the NLB. Option B. Direct the requests from the API to an application load balancer, ALB. Deploy the models as Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS services that read from an Amazon Simple Queue service, Amazon SQS queue. Use AWS App Mesh to scale the instances of the ECS cluster based on the SQS queue size. Option C. Direct the requests from the API into an Amazon Simple Queue service, Amazon SQS queue. Deploy the models as AWS Lambda functions that are invoked by SQS events. Use AWS Auto-Scaling to increase the number of vCPUs for the functions based on the SQS queue size. Option D. Direct the requests from the API into an Amazon Simple Queue service, Amazon SQS queue. Deploy the models as Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS services that read from the queue. Enable AWS Auto-Scaling on Amazon ECS for both the cluster and copies of the service based on the queue size. The correct answer is Option D. Option D is the most suitable design because it aligns well with the requirements of handling irregular traffic patterns, batch request processing, and loading large 1 GB model data into memory. Deploying the models as ECS services allows long-lived containers to keep the models in memory and handle high throughput efficiently. Using Amazon SQS for asynchronous request handling decouples request submission from processing, improving scalability and fault tolerance. Auto-scaling ensures that ECS services can scale dynamically based on demand, optimizing resource usage and cost. Question 65. A company uses high block storage capacity to run its workloads on premises. The company's daily peak input and output transactions per second are not more than 15,000 IOPS. The company wants to migrate the workloads to Amazon EC2 and to provision disk performance independent of storage capacity. Which Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS volume type will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Option A, GP2 volume type. Option B, IO2 volume type. Option C, GP3 volume type. Option D, IO1 volume type. The correct answer is Option C. The GP3 volume type is the most cost-effective EBS option that allows the company to provision performance, IOPS and throughput, independently of storage size. It supports up to 16,000 IOPs and 1,000 MBS throughput, which is sufficient for the company's needs of 15,000 IOPS. GP3 volumes are also less expensive than IO1 or IO2 volumes, which are designed for higher durability and sustained IOPS beyond what GP3 typically provides, but at a higher cost. Question 66. A company is running a custom application on Amazon EC2 on-demand instances. The application has front-end nodes that need to run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and back-end nodes that need to run only for a short time based on workload. The number of back-end nodes varies during the day. The company needs to scale out and scale in more instances based on workload. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Option A. Use reserved instances for the front-end nodes. Use AWS Fargate for the back-end nodes. Option B. Use reserved instances for the front-end nodes. Use spot instances for the back-end nodes. Option C. Use spot instances for the front-end nodes. Use reserved instances for the back-end nodes. Option D. Use spot instances for the front-end nodes. Use AWS Fargate for the back-end nodes. The correct answer is option B. Using reserved instances, RIs, for the front-end nodes is cost-effective because these nodes run 24/7, making RIs a good choice for predictable, long-term workloads. For the back-end nodes, which run for short durations and scale dynamically, spot instances are the most cost-effective option. Spot instances allow significant cost savings, up to 90%, compared to on-demand pricing, and are suitable for workloads that can tolerate interruptions, which is common for back-end batch or non-critical jobs. Question 67. A serverless application uses Amazon API Gateway, AWS Lambda, and Amazon DynamoDB. The Lambda function needs permissions to read and write to the DynamoDB table. Which solution will give the Lambda function access to the DynamoDB table most securely? Option A. Create an IAM user with programmatic access to the Lambda function. Attach a policy to the user that allows read and write access to the DynamoDB table. Store the access, key ID, and secret access key parameters as part of the Lambda environment variables. Ensure that other AWS users do not have read and write access to the Lambda function configuration. Option B. Create an IAM role that includes Lambda as a trusted service. Attach a policy to the role that allows read and write access to the DynamoDB table. Update the configuration of the Lambda function to use the new role as the execution role. Option C. Create an IAM user with programmatic access to the Lambda function. Attach a policy to the user that allows read and write access to the DynamoDB table. Store the access key ID and secret access key parameters in AWS Systems Manager Parameter Store as secure string parameters. Update the Lambda function code to retrieve the secure string parameters before connecting to the DynamoDB table. Option D. Create an IAM role that includes DynamoDB as a trusted service. Attach a policy to the role that allows read and write access from the Lambda function. Update the code of the Lambda function to attach to the new role as an execution role. The correct answer is option B. The most secure and AWS-recommended method for granting permissions to a Lambda function is to assign an IAM role as the function's execution role. Option B describes creating an IAM role with AWS Lambda as the trusted entity and attaching a policy that allows read-write access to the DynamoDB table. This ensures temporary, automatically rotated credentials are used without hard-coding secrets or managing long-term credentials, aligning with the principle of least privilege and secure best practices. Question 68. A manufacturing company has machine sensors that upload .csv files to an Amazon S3 bucket. These .csv files must be converted into images and must be made available as soon as possible for the automatic generation of graphical reports. The images become irrelevant after 1 month, but the .csv files must be kept to train machine learning (ML) models twice a year. The ML trainings and audits are planned weeks in advance. Which combination of steps will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Choose 2. Option A. Launch an Amazon EC2 Spot instance that downloads the CSV files every hour, generates the image files, and uploads the images to the S3 bucket. Option B. Design an AWS Lambda function that converts the .csv files into images and stores the images in the S3 bucket. Invoke the Lambda function when a .csv file is uploaded. Option C. Create S3 lifecycle rules for .csv files and image files in the S3 bucket. Transition the .csv files from S3 Standard to S3 Glacier 1 day after they are uploaded. Expire the image files after 30 days. Option D. Create S3 lifecycle rules for .csv files and image files in the S3 bucket. Transition the .ice CSV files from S3 Standard to S3 1 Zone, infrequent access, S3 1 Zone IA, 1 day after they are uploaded. Expire the image files after 30 days. Option E. Create S3 lifecycle rules for .csv files and image files in the S3 bucket. Transition the .csv files from S3 Standard to S3 Standard Infrequent Access, S3 Standard IA, 1 day after they are uploaded. Keep the image files in Reduced Redundancy Storage, RRS. The correct answer is option B and C. Option B2 uses AWS Lambda to process .ccsv files upon upload, which is a cost-effective and scalable solution. It avoids the continuous compute costs of EC2 instances. Option C3 creates S3 lifecycle rules to archive .csv files to S3 Glacier for long-term storage, minimizing storage costs while still retaining data needed for periodic ML training. Expiring the image files after 30 days aligns with their temporary relevance, optimizing storage costs. Question 69. An e-commerce company wants to use machine learning, ML algorithms to build and train models. The company will use the models to visualize complex scenarios and to detect trends in customer data. The architecture team wants to integrate its ML models with a reporting platform to analyze the augmented data and use the data directly in its business intelligence dashboards. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Option A. Use AWS Glue to create an ML transform to build and train models. Use Amazon OpenSearch service to visualize the data. Option B. Use Amazon SageMaker to build and train models. Use Amazon QuickSight to visualize the data. Option C. Use a pre-built ML Amazon Machine Image, AMI, from the AWS Marketplace to build and train models. Use Amazon OpenSearch service to visualize the data. Option D. Use Amazon QuickSight to build and train models by using calculated fields. Use Amazon QuickSight to visualize the data. The correct answer is option B. Amazon SageMaker is a fully managed machine learning service that allows developers and data scientists to build, train, and deploy ML models quickly and with minimal operational overhead. It integrates seamlessly with Amazon QuickSight, which is a scalable, serverless business intelligence (BI) service used to create and publish interactive dashboards. This combination provides a low-maintenance, scalable solution for both ML model development and visualization, making it the best choice for integrating ML results into business intelligence dashboards. Question 70. A company hosts its application in the AWS cloud. The application runs on Amazon EC2 instances behind an elastic load balancer in an auto-scaling group and with an Amazon DynamoDB table. The company wants to ensure the application can be made available in another AWS region with minimal downtime. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements with the least amount of downtime? Option A. Create an auto-scaling group and a load balancer in the disaster recovery region. Configure the DynamoDB table as a global table. Configure DNS failover to point to the new disaster recovery region's load balancer. Option B. Create an AWS CloudFormation template to create EC2 instances, load balancers, and DynamoDB tables to be launched when needed. Configure DNS failover to point to the new disaster recovery region's load balancer. Option C. Create an AWS CloudFormation template to create EC2 instances and a load balancer to be launched when needed. Configure the DynamoDB table as a global table. Configure DNS failover to point to the new disaster recovery region's load balancer. Option D. Create an auto-scaling group and load balancer in the disaster recovery region. Configure the DynamoDB table as a global table. Create an Amazon CloudWatch alarm to trigger an AWS Lambda function that updates Amazon Route 53, pointing to the disaster recovery load balancer. The correct answer is Option A. Option A provides the least amount of downtime by pre-provisioning the necessary infrastructure, auto-scaling group and load balancer, in the disaster recovery (DR) region, and using DynamoDB global tables to ensure data is replicated across regions in near real time. With DNS failover configured, traffic can automatically switch to the DR region in case of an outage, minimizing downtime and manual intervention. Question 71. A company has applications hosted on Amazon EC2 instances with IPv6 addresses. The applications must initiate communications with other external applications using the Internet. However, the company's security policy states that any external service cannot initiate a connection to the EC2 instances. What should a solutions architect recommend to resolve this issue? Option A. Create a NAT gateway and make it the destination of the subnet's route table. Option B. Create an Internet gateway and make it the destination of the subnet's route table. Option C. Create a virtual private gateway and make it the destination of the subnet's route table. Option D. Create an egress-only Internet gateway and make it the destination of the subnet's route table. The correct answer is Option D. An egress-only Internet gateway allows IPv6-enabled instances in a private subnet to access the Internet for outbound communication, while preventing unsolicited inbound traffic from the Internet. This aligns with the company's requirement that the EC2 instances must be able to initiate connections to the Internet, but no external service should be able to initiate a connection back. Question 72. A company operates an e-commerce website on Amazon EC2 instances behind an application load balancer, ALB, in an auto-scaling group. The site is experiencing performance issues related to a high request rate from illegitimate external systems with changing IP addresses. The security team is worried about potential DDoS attacks against the website. The company must block the illegitimate incoming requests in a way that has a minimal impact on legitimate users. What should a solutions architect recommend? Option A. Deploy Amazon Inspector and associate it with the ALB. Option B. Deploy AWS WF, associate it with the ALB, and configure a rate-limiting rule. Option C. Deploy rules to the network ACLs associated with the ALB to block the incoming traffic. Option D. Deploy Amazon Guard Duty and enable rate-limiting protection when configuring Guard Duty. The correct answer is Option B. The best solution to mitigate high request rates from illegitimate sources, such as in a potential DDoS scenario, is to use AWS WF, Web Application Firewall. AWS WF can be directly associated with an application load balancer and allows administrators to configure rate-based rules. These rules automatically block IP addresses that exceed a certain threshold of requests per 5-minute period. This approach minimizes the impact on legitimate users because only clients generating excessive traffic are temporarily blocked, and it works well against IPs that change frequently thanks to WF's dynamic detection and mitigation capabilities. Option D. Create custom Amazon CloudWatch logs to prevent tag modification. The correct answer is Option C. Service control policies, SCPs in AWS organizations, allow administrators to set permission guardrails across member accounts. An SCP can explicitly deny access to specific actions for all IAM entities, users, roles, etc., within accounts, regardless of the permissions that the entities might have individually. To prevent cost-usage tag modification, an SCP can be configured to deny access to relevant tagging API actions, e.g., tag resources, untag resources, except for explicitly allowed principals such as a specific role or user. This ensures that only authorized users can modify tags across all accounts in the organization. Question 74. A company wants to share accounting data with an external auditor. The data is stored in an Amazon RDS-DB instance that resides in a private subnet. The auditor has its own AWS account and requires its own copy of the database. What is the most secure way for the company to share the database with the auditor? Option A. Create a read replica of the database. Configure IAM standard database authentication to grant the auditor access. Option B. Export the database contents to text files. Store the files in an Amazon S3 bucket. Create a new IAM user for the auditor. Grant the user access to the S3 bucket. Option C. Copy a snapshot of the database to an Amazon S3 bucket. Create an IAM user. Share the user's keys with the auditor to grant access to the object in the S3 bucket. Option D. An encrypted snapshot of the database. Share the snapshot with the auditor. Allow access to the AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS encryption key. The correct answer is option D. The most secure and efficient way to share an Amazon RDS database with an external auditor in a different AWS account is to create an encrypted snapshot of the database and share it with the auditor. This method ensures that the data remains encrypted and access is controlled through AWS Key Management Service, KMS. By sharing both the snapshot and the KMS key used for encryption, the auditor can restore the snapshot into their own AWS environment securely and independently. This avoids giving direct access to the original database and ensures data confidentiality and integrity. Question 75. A solutions architect configured a VPC that has a small range of IP addresses. The number of Amazon EC2 instances that are in the VPC is increasing, and there is an insufficient number of IP addresses for future workloads. Which solution resolves this issue with least operational overhead? Option A. Add an additional IPv4 CIDR block to increase the number of IP addresses and create additional subnets in the VPC. Create new resources in the new subnets by using the new CIDR. Option B. Create a second VPC with additional subnets. Use a peering connection to connect the second VPC with the first VPC. Update the routes, and create new resources in the subnets of the second VPC. Option C. Use AWS Transit Gateway to add a transit gateway and connect a second VPC with the first VP. Update the routes of the transit gateway and VPCs. Create new resources in the subnets of the second VPC. Option D. Create a second VPC. Create a site-to-site VPN connection between the first VPC and the second VPC by using a VPN-hosted solution on Amazon EC2 and a virtual private gateway. Update the route between VPCs to the traffic through the VPN. Create new resources in the subnets of the second VPC. The correct answer is option A. The correct answer is to add an additional IPv4 CIDR block to the existing VPC and create new subnets using the newly added CIDR. This approach directly increases the available IP address space within the existing VPC without needing to create and manage multiple VPCs or introduce new networking components. It involves the least operational overhead since it keeps all resources within the same VPC and avoids the need for inter-VPC routing, connectivity, and policy management. Question 76. A company is storing 700 terabytes of data on a large network-attached storage (NAS) system in its corporate data center. The company has a hybrid environment with a 10 Gbps AWS Direct Connect connection. After an audit from a regulator, the company has 90 days to move the data to the cloud. The company needs to move the data efficiently and without disruption. The company still needs to be able to access and update the data during the transfer window. Which solution will meet these requirements? Option A. Create an AWS data sync agent in the corporate data center. Create a data transfer task. Start the transfer to an Amazon S3 bucket. Option B. Back up the data to AWS Snowball Edge storage optimized devices. Ship the devices to an AWS data center. Mount a target Amazon S3 bucket on the on-premises file system. Option C. Use rsync to copy the data directly from local storage to a designated Amazon S3 bucket over the Direct Connect connection. Option D. Back up the data on tapes. Ship the tapes to an AWS data center. Mount a target Amazon S3 bucket on the on-premises file system. The correct answer is Option A. Option A is correct because AWS Data Sync is designed for fast, secure, and online data transfer between on-premises storage and AWS storage services like Amazon S3. It supports incremental transfers, so data can be continuously accessed and updated during the transfer window. This solution leverages the existing 10 Gbps Direct Connect connection for efficient, high-throughput transfer and requires minimal disruption to ongoing operations. Question 77. A company has a stateless web application that runs on AWS Lambda functions that are invoked by Amazon API Gateway. The company wants to deploy the application across multiple AWS regions to provide regional failover capabilities. What should a solutions architect do to route traffic to multiple regions? Option A. Create Amazon Route 53 health checks for each region. Use an active-active failover configuration. Option B. Create an Amazon CloudFront distribution with an origin for each region. Use CloudFront health checks to route traffic. Option C. Create a transit gateway. Attach the transit gateway to the API gateway endpoint in each region. Configure the transit gateway to route requests. Option D. Create an application load balancer in the primary region. Set the target group to point to the API gateway endpoint host names in each region. The correct answer is Option A. Option A is correct because Amazon Route 53 supports routing policies such as active-active failover, which is ideal for deploying a multi-region architecture. By creating health checks for each region's API gateway endpoint and using Route 53's failover routing, the solution can detect outages and reroute traffic to healthy endpoints in other regions, providing the desired regional failover capability. Question 78. A company has a 3-tier web application that is in a single server. The company wants to migrate the application to the AWS cloud. The company also wants the application to align with the AWS well-architected framework and to be consistent with AWS recommended best practices for security, scalability, and resiliency. Which combination of solutions will meet these requirements? Choose 3. Option A. Create a VPC across 2 availability zones with the application's existing architecture. Host the application with existing architecture on Amazon EC2 instance in a private subnet in each availability zone with EC2 auto-scaling groups. Secure the EC2 instance with security groups and network access control lists, network ACLs. Option B. Set up security groups and network access control lists, network ACLs, to control access to the database layer. Set up a single Amazon RDS database in a private subnet. Option C. Create a VPC across 2 availability zones. Refactor the application to host the web tier, application tier, and database tier. Host each tier on its own private subnet, with auto-scaling groups for the web tier and application tier. Option D. Use a single Amazon RDS database. Allow database access only from the application tier security group. Option E. Use elastic load balancers in front of the web tier. Control access by using security groups containing references to each layer's security groups. Option F. Use an Amazon RDS database multi-AZ cluster deployment in private subnets. Allow database access only from application tier security groups. The correct answer is option A and C and F. The correct answers are A, 1, C, 3, and F, 6. These options align with the AWS well-architected framework by ensuring high availability, fault tolerance, scalability, and security. A creates a fault-tolerant, scalable infrastructure across 2 availability zones with auto-scaling. C promotes a multi-tier architecture design by decoupling the application into web, app, and database tiers with proper subnetting and scaling. F ensures a resilient and highly available database layer using RDS multi-AZ and enforces least privilege access from the application tier. Question 79. A company is migrating its applications and databases to the AWS cloud. The company will use Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS, AWS Direct Connect, and Amazon RDS. Which activities will be managed by the company's operational team? Choose 3. Option A. Management of the Amazon RDS infrastructure layer, operating system, and platforms. Option B. Creation of an Amazon RDS DB instance and configuring the scheduled maintenance window. Option C. Configuration of additional software components on Amazon ECS for monitoring, patch management, log management, and host intrusion detection. Option D. Installation of patches for all minor and major database versions for Amazon RDS. Option E. Ensure the physical security of the Amazon RDS infrastructure in the data center. Option F. Encryption of the data that moves in transit through Direct Connect. The correct answer is option B and C and F. In the shared responsibility model, AWS manages infrastructure components such as physical security, hardware, and foundational services for managed services like Amazon RDS. However, customers are responsible for configuring their resources, managing additional software, and ensuring data security in transit. In this question, B. Creating and configuring RDS is a customer task. C. Managing additional software on ECS is the customer's responsibility. F. Encryption of data in transit through Direct Connect must be handled by the customer. Question 80. A company runs a website that uses a content management system, CMS, on Amazon EC2. The CMS runs on a single EC2 instance and uses an Amazon Aurora MySQL multi-AZ DB instance for the data tier. Website images are stored on an Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS volume, that is mounted inside the EC2 instance. Which combination of actions should a solutions architect take to improve the performance and resilience of the website? Choose 2. Option A. Move the website images into an Amazon S3 bucket that is mounted on every EC2 instance. Option B. Share the website images by using an NFS share from the primary EC2 instance. Mount this share on the other EC2 instances. Option C. Move the website images onto an Amazon Elastic File System, Amazon EFS file system, that is mounted on every EC2 instance. Option D. Create an Amazon Machine Image, AMI, from the existing EC2 instance. Use the AMI to provision new instances behind an application load balancer as part of an auto-scaling group. Configure the auto-scaling group to maintain a minimum of 2 instances. Configure an accelerator in AWS Global Accelerator for the website. Option E. Create an Amazon Machine Image, AMI, from the existing EC2 instance. Use the AMI to provision new instances behind an application load balancer as part of an auto-scaling group. Configure the auto-scaling group to maintain a minimum of 2 instances. Configure an Amazon CloudFront distribution for the website. The correct answer is option D and E. The best approach to improve both performance and resilience for the website involves 2 key changes. First, creating an Amazon Machine Image, AMI, from the existing EC2 instance and using it to provision multiple instances behind an application load balancer, ALB. With auto-scaling ensures high availability and fault tolerance by running at least 2 instances. This removes the single point of failure and distributes load effectively. Second, configuring an Amazon CloudFront distribution improves performance by caching static content, like images and other assets, closer to users globally, reducing latency and offloading traffic from the origin servers. CloudFront also enhances security and provides DDoS protection. These combined steps improve availability, scalability, and performance. Moving images to a shared scalable storage like S3 or EFS is ideal, but the question's best 2 answers focus on compute scaling and CDN caching for performance and resilience. Question 81. A company hosts a multi-tier web application on Amazon Linux, Amazon EC2 instances behind an application load balancer. The instances run in an auto-scaling group across multiple availability zones. The company observes that the auto-scaling group launches more on-demand instances when the application's end users access high volumes of static web content. The company wants to optimize cost. What should a solutions architect do to redesign the application most cost-effectively? Option A. Update the auto-scaling group to use reserved instances instead of on-demand instances. Option B. Update the auto-scaling group to scale by launching spot instances instead of on-demand instances. Option C. Create an Amazon CloudFront distribution to host the static web contents from an Amazon S3 bucket. Option D. Create an AWS Lambda function behind an Amazon API Gateway API to host the static website contents. The correct answer is Option C. Creating an Amazon CloudFront distribution to serve static web content from an Amazon S3 bucket is the most cost-effective solution. CloudFront is a global content delivery network, CDN, that caches static content at edge locations close to users, reducing the load on EC2 instances and minimizing data transfer costs. Hosting static content on S3 is highly scalable, durable, and cheaper compared to running EC2 instances. This approach significantly reduces the need for the auto-scaling group to launch additional on-demand instances under high traffic, optimizing overall costs effectively. Question 82. A company wants to host a scalable web application on AWS. The application will be accessed by users from different geographic regions of the world. Application users will be able to download and upload unique data up to gigabytes in size. The development team wants a cost-effective solution to minimize upload and download latency and maximize performance. What should a solutions architect do to accomplish this? Option A. Use Amazon S3 with transfer acceleration to host the application. Option B. Use Amazon S3 with cache control headers to host the application. Option C. Use Amazon EC2 with auto-scaling and Amazon CloudFront to host the application. Option D. Use Amazon EC2 with auto-scaling and Amazon Elasticache to host the application. The correct answer is Option A. Using Amazon S3 with transfer acceleration is the most suitable solution for hosting an application that involves large file uploads and downloads by users from multiple geographic regions. S3 transfer acceleration leverages Amazon CloudFront's globally distributed edge locations to accelerate data transfer to and from S3 buckets, reducing latency and improving upload and download speeds significantly. This makes it cost-effective and performant for handling gigabyte-sized unique data uploads and downloads from worldwide users. Question 83. A company has hired a solutions architect to design a reliable architecture for its application. The application consists of one Amazon RDS DB instance and 2 manually provisioned Amazon EC2 instances that run web servers. The EC2 instances are located in a single availability zone. An employee recently deleted the DB instance, and the application was unavailable for 24 hours as a result. The company is concerned with the overall reliability of its environment. What should the solutions architect do to maximize reliability of the application's infrastructure? Option A. Delete one EC2 instance and enable termination protection on the other EC2 instance. Update the DB instance to be multi-AZ and enable deletion protection. Option B. Update the DB instance to be multi-AZ'd and enable deletion protection. Place the EC2 instances behind an application load balancer and run them in an EC2 auto-scaling group across multiple availability zones. Option C. Create an additional DB instance along with an Amazon API gateway and an AWS Lambda function. Configure the application to invoke the Lambda function through API gateway. Have the Lambda function write the data to the two DB instances. Option D. Place the EC2 instances in an EC2 auto-scaling group that has multiple subnets located in multiple availability zones. Use spot instances instead of on-demand instances. Set up Amazon CloudWatch alarms to monitor the health of the instances. Update the DB instance to be multi-AZ and enable deletion protection. The correct answer is option B. Updating the DB instance to be multi-AZ'd and enabling deletion protection addresses the primary reliability issue by ensuring the database automatically fails over to a standby instance in another availability zone in case of failure and protects against accidental deletion. Placing the EC2 instances behind an application load balancer and running them in an auto-scaling group across multiple availability zones increases the availability and fault tolerance of the web tier by distributing traffic and ensuring instances are replaced if they fail. This combination maximizes overall application reliability by protecting both the database and web server layers. Question 84. A company runs its application on an Oracle database. The company plans to quickly migrate to AWS because of limited resources for the database, backup administration, and data center maintenance. The application uses third-party database features that require privileged access. Which solution will help the company migrate the database to AWS most cost-effectively? Option A. Migrate the database to Amazon RDS for Oracle. Replace third-party features with cloud services. Option B. Migrate the database to Amazon RDS Custom for Oracle. Customize the database settings to support third-party features. Option C. Migrate the database to an Amazon EC2 Amazon Machine Image, AMI, for Oracle. Customize the database settings to support third-party features. Option D. Migrate the database to Amazon RDS for PostgreSQL by rewriting the application code to remove dependency on Oracle Apex. The correct answer is option C. Migrating the Oracle database to an Amazon EC2 instance using an Amazon Machine Image, AMI, allows the company full control over the database environment, including privileged access needed for third-party features. This approach avoids limitations imposed by managed database services like Amazon RDS, which restrict access to certain system-level features and privileges. Using EC2 also provides flexibility for customization without rewriting application code or replacing features, making it the most cost-effective and least disruptive migration path given their requirements. Question 85. A solutions architect is designing a REST API and Amazon API gateway for a cache payback service. The application requires 1 GB of memory and 2 GB of storage for its computation resources. The application will require that the data is in a relational format. Which additional combination of AWS services will meet these requirements with the least administrative effort? Choose 2. Option A. Amazon EC2. Option B. AWS Lambda. Option C. Amazon RDS. Option D. Amazon DynamoDB. Option E. Amazon Elastic Kubernetes Services. Amazon EKS. The correct answer is option B and C. The application requires a relational database format with minimal administrative effort. Amazon RDS, option C3, provides a fully managed relational database service, removing the burden of database management. AWS Lambda, option B2, allows running code without provisioning or managing servers, and can easily handle the specified memory and storage needs for computation. Combining AWS Lambda for compute and Amazon RDS for relational data storage meets the requirements efficiently with the least administrative overhead. Question 86. A company hosts an online shopping application that stores all orders in an Amazon RDS for PostgreSQL single AZ-DB instance. Management wants to eliminate single points of failure and has asked a solutions architect to recommend an approach to minimize database downtime without requiring any changes to the application code. Which solution meets these requirements? Option A. Convert the existing database instance to a multi-AZ deployment by modifying the database instance and specifying the multi-AZ option. Option B. Create a new RDS multi-AZ deployment. Take a snapshot of the current RDS instance and restore the new multi-AZ deployment with the snapshot. Option C. Create a read-only replica of the PostgreSQL database in another availability zone. Use Amazon Route 53 weighted record sets to distribute requests across the databases. Option D. Place the RDS for PostgreSQL database in an Amazon EC2 auto-scaling group with a minimum group size of 2. Use Amazon Route 53 weighted record sets to distribute requests across instances. The correct answer is option A. Converting the existing RDS PostgreSQL instance to a multi-AZ deployment by modifying it and enabling the multi-AZ option is the correct solution. This approach automatically provisions a standby replica in a different availability zone and synchronously replicates data to it. In the event of a failure, Amazon RDS automatically performs a failover to the standby instance without requiring any changes to the application code. This minimizes downtime and eliminates the single point of failure while maintaining the same endpoint for the application. Question 87. A company designed a stateless two-tier application that uses Amazon EC2 in a single availability zone and an Amazon RDS multi-AZ DB instance. New company management wants to ensure the application is highly available. What should a solutions architect do to meet this requirement? Option A. Configure the application to use multi-AZ EC2 auto-scaling and create an application load balancer. Option B. Configure the application to take snapshots of the EC2 instances and send them to a different AWS region. Option C. Configure the application to use Amazon Route 53 latency-based routing to feed requests to the application. Option D. Configure Amazon Route 53 rules to handle incoming requests and create a multi-AZ application load balancer. The correct answer is Option A. The best approach to ensure high availability for a stateless two-tier application running on EC2 in a single availability zone is to deploy the application across multiple availability zones using multi-AZ EC2 auto-scaling combined with an application load balancer, ALB. This setup distributes incoming traffic across multiple instances in different AZs, thus providing fault tolerance if one AZ fails. The multi-AZ RDS instance already ensures database high availability. Therefore, enhancing the EC2 layer with auto-scaling and ALB across multiple AZs fulfills the high availability requirement effectively. Question 88. A company is developing a microservices application that will provide a search catalog for customers. The company must use REST APIs to present the front end of the application to users. The REST APIs must access the back-end services that the company hosts in containers in private VPC subnets. Which solution will meet these requirements? Option A. Design a WebSocket API by using Amazon API Gateway. Host the application in Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS, in a private subnet. Create a private VPC link for API Gateway to access Amazon ECS. Option B. Design a REST API by using Amazon API Gateway. Host the application in Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS, in a private subnet. Create a private VPC link for API gateway to access Amazon ECS. Option C. Design a WebSocket API by using Amazon API Gateway. Host the application in Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS, in a private subnet. Create a security group for API Gateway to access Amazon ECS. Option D. Design a REST API by using Amazon API Gateway. Host the application in Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS, in a private subnet. Create a security group for API Gateway to access Amazon ECS. The correct answer is option B. The requirement is to provide REST APIs to the front end that access back-end services hosted in containers within private VPC subnets. Amazon API Gateway supports creating REST APIs and can be integrated with back-end services inside a VPC via a private VPC link. Using a private VPC link allows secure, private connectivity between API Gateway and ECS services running in private subnets, which matches the architecture requirement perfectly. WebSocket APIs are not required here, as the question specifically states REST APIs. Simply using security groups without a VPC link will not enable API Gateway to access private ECS services, since API Gateway is a managed service outside the VPC and cannot directly access private subnets without the VPC link. Question 89. A company stores raw collected data in an Amazon S3 bucket. The data is used for several types of analytics on behalf of the company's customers. The type of analytics requested determines the access pattern on the S3 objects. The company cannot predict or control the access pattern. The company wants to reduce its S3 costs. Which solution will meet these requirements? Option A. Use S3 replication to transition infrequently accessed objects to S3 standard infrequent access, S3 standard IA. Option B. Use S3 lifecycle rules to transition objects from S3 standard to standard infrequent access, S3 standard IA. Option C. Use S3 lifecycle rules to transition objects from S3 standard to S3 intelligent tiering. Option D. Use S3 inventory to identify and transition objects that have not been accessed from S3 standard to S3 intelligent tiering. The correct answer is option C. The best solution to reduce costs when the access pattern is unpredictable and cannot be controlled is to use S3 intelligent tiering. This storage class automatically moves objects between frequent and infrequent access tiers based on changing access patterns without any operational overhead. Using S3 lifecycle rules to transition objects to intelligent tiering ensures that cost savings happen automatically as usage patterns evolve, without requiring manual intervention or prior knowledge of access frequency. Question 90. A company is creating an application that runs on containers in a VPC. The application stores and accesses data in an Amazon S3 bucket. During the development phase, the application will store and access 1 TB of data in Amazon S3 each day. The company wants to minimize costs and wants to prevent traffic from traversing the internet whenever possible. Which solution will meet these requirements? Option A. Enable S3 intelligent tiering for the S3 bucket. Option B. Enable S3 transfer acceleration for the S3 bucket. Option C. Create a gateway VPC endpoint for Amazon S3. Associate this endpoint with all route tables in the VPC. Option D. Create an interface endpoint for Amazon S3 in the VPC. Associate this endpoint with all route tables in the VPC. The correct answer is option C. Creating a gateway VPC endpoint for Amazon S3 allows the application running in the VPC to access S3 directly over the AWS network without traffic traversing the internet. This approach minimizes costs by avoiding data transfer charges associated with using the public internet and enhances security by keeping traffic within the AWS network. Gateway endpoints are specifically designed for S3 and DynamoDB and are more cost-effective and simpler to manage for large-scale data access compared to interface endpoints. Question 91. A company has a mobile chat application with a data store based in Amazon DynamoDB. Users would like new messages to be read with as little latency as possible. A solutions architect needs to design an optimal solution that requires minimal application changes. Which method should the solutions architect select? Option A. Configure Amazon DynamoDB Accelerator, DAX, for the new messages table. Update the code to use the DAX endpoint. Option B. Add DynamoDB read replicas to handle the increased read load. Update the application to point to the read endpoint for the read replicas. Option C. Double the number of read capacity units for the new messages table in DynamoDB. Continue to use the existing DynamoDB endpoint. Option D. Add an Amazon ElastiCache for Redis cache to the application stack. Update the application to point to the Redis cache endpoint instead of DynamoDB. The correct answer is Option A. Configuring Amazon DynamoDB Accelerator, DAX, is the optimal solution for reducing read latency with minimal changes to the application. DAX is a fully managed, highly available in-memory cache specifically designed for DynamoDB. It seamlessly integrates with DynamoDB and requires only updating the DynamoDB client to use the DAX endpoint. This approach dramatically lowers read latency, from milliseconds to microseconds, without requiring significant architectural changes. DAX also handles cache invalidation and synchronization transparently, making it a suitable choice for real-time applications like a chat app where low latency is critical. Question 92. A company hosts a website on Amazon EC2 instances behind an application load balancer, ALB. The website serves static content. Website traffic is increasing, and the company is concerned about a potential increase in cost. Option A. Create an Amazon CloudFront distribution to cache state files at edge locations. Option B. Create an Amazon ElastiCache cluster. Connect the ALB to the ElastiCache cluster to serve cached files. Option C. Create an AWS WAF Web ACL and associate it with the ALB. Add a rule to the Web ACL to cache static files. Option D. Create a second ALB in an alternative AWS region. Route user traffic to the closest region to minimize data transfer costs. The correct answer is Option A. Creating an Amazon CloudFront distribution to cache static files at edge locations is the best solution to reduce cost and improve performance for a website serving static content. CloudFront caches content closer to users, reducing the load on the origin EC2 instances and the ALB, which can lead to significant cost savings by lowering data transfer and compute costs. CloudFront is specifically designed for caching static content and accelerating delivery globally. Question 93. A company is designing a containerized application that will use Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS. The application needs to access a shared file system that is highly durable and can recover data to another AWS region with a recovery point objective, RPO, of 8 hours. The file system needs to provide a mount target each availability zone within a region. A solutions architect wants to use AWS Backup to manage the replication to another region. Which solution will meet these requirements? Option A. Amazon FSx for Windows File Server with a multi-AZ deployment. Option B. Amazon FSx for NetApp ONTAP with a multi-AZ deployment. Option C. Amazon Elastic File System, Amazon EFS, with the standard storage class. Option D. Amazon FSx for OpenZFS. The correct answer is Option C. Amazon Elastic File System, Amazon EFS, with the standard storage class, supports highly durable, scalable shared file storage with mount targets available in each availability zone within a region. AWS Backup supports Amazon EFS cross-region backup and restore, enabling data replication to another AWS region with an RPO as low as 8 hours. This meets the requirement for a shared file system that is durable, supports multi-AZ mount targets, and can be backed up and replicated across regions using AWS Backup. Question 94. A company is expecting rapid growth in the near future. A solutions architect needs to configure existing users and grant permissions to new users on AWS. The solutions architect has decided to create IAM groups. The solutions architect will add the new users to IAM groups based on department. Which additional action is the most secure way to grant permissions to the new users? Option A. Apply service control policies, SCPs, to manage access permissions. Option B. Create IAM roles that have least privilege permission. Attach the roles to the IAM groups. Option C. Create an IAM policy that grants least privilege permission. Attach the policy to the IAM groups. Option D. Create IAM roles. Associate the roles with a permissions boundary that defines the maximum permissions. The correct answer is option C. Creating an IAM policy that grants least privilege permissions and attaching that policy directly to IAM groups is the most secure and straightforward way to grant permissions to new users. This approach ensures users inherit only the permissions necessary for their job functions based on their department. It maintains proper security boundaries and simplifies management as policies can be centrally updated and applied to groups instead of individual users. Question 95. A company is making a prototype of the infrastructure for its new website by manually provisioning the necessary infrastructure. This infrastructure includes an auto-scaling group, an application load balancer, and an Amazon RDS database. After the configuration has been thoroughly validated, the company wants the capability to immediately deploy the infrastructure for development and production use in 2 availability zones in an automated fashion. What should a solutions architect recommend to meet these requirements? Option A. Use AWS Systems Manager to replicate and provision the prototype infrastructure in 2 availability zones. Option B. Define the infrastructure as a template by using the prototype infrastructure as a guide. Deploy the infrastructure with AWS CloudFormation. Option C. Use AWS config to record the inventory of resources that are used in the prototype infrastructure. Use AWS config to deploy the prototype infrastructure into 2 availability zones. Option D. Use AWS Elastic Beanstalk and configure it to use an automated reference to the prototype infrastructure to automatically deploy new environments in 2 availability zones. The correct answer is option B. Defining the infrastructure as code using AWS CloudFormation templates is the best approach to automate the deployment of infrastructure consistently across multiple environments. CloudFormation allows you to capture the entire prototype infrastructure setup, auto-scaling group, application load balancer, Amazon RDS, in a template, which can be version controlled and reused. This ensures that the same configuration is deployed in both development and production environments with minimal manual effort and reduces the risk of human error. Question 96. A company hosts a 3-tier web application in the AWS cloud. A multi-AZ Amazon RDS for MySQL Server forms the database layer. Amazon Elasticache forms the cache layer. The company wants a caching strategy that adds or updates data in the cache when a customer adds an item to the database. The data in the cache must always match the data in the database. Which solution will meet these requirements? Option A. Implement the lazy loading caching strategy. Option B. Implement the write-through caching strategy. Option C. Implement the adding TTL caching strategy. Option D. Implement the AWS app config caching strategy. The correct answer is option B. The write-through caching strategy ensures that data is added or updated in the cache immediately when a write operation happens to the database. This guarantees that the cache data always matches the database data because every change to the database is simultaneously reflected in the cache. This is crucial for applications that require strong consistency between the cache and the database, as in the given scenario where the cache must always be in sync with the database when a customer adds an item. Question 97. A company wants to move from many standalone AWS accounts to a consolidated multi-account architecture. The company plans to create many new AWS accounts for different business units. The company needs to authenticate access to these AWS accounts by using a centralized corporate directory service. Which combination of actions should a solutions architect recommend to meet these requirements? Choose 2. Option A. Create a new organization in AWS organizations with all features turned on. Create the new AWS accounts in the organization. Option B. Set up an Amazon Cognito identity pool. Configure AWS IAM Identity Center, AWS Single Sign-On, to accept Amazon Cognito authentication. Option C. Configure a Service Control Policy, SCP, to manage the AWS accounts. Add AWS IAM Identity Center, AWS Single Sign-On, to AWS Directory Service. Option D. Create a new organization in AWS organizations. Configure the organization's authentication mechanism to use AWS Directory Service directly. Option E. Set up AWS IAM Identity Center, AWS Single Sign-On, in the organization. Configure IAM Identity Center and integrate it with the company's corporate directory service. The correct answer is option A and E. The correct approach to consolidate multiple AWS accounts under a centralized multi-account architecture involves creating an AWS organization with all features enabled to centrally manage accounts and policies. Option A. Next, to authenticate users across these accounts using a centralized corporate directory, AWS IAM Identity Center, formerly AWS Single Sign-On, should be set up and integrated with the corporate directory service. Option E. This enables seamless centralized access management and authentication across all AWS accounts within the organization. AWS Organizations provides the framework for account management, while IAM Identity Center handles user authentication and access control by integrating with existing corporate directories like Active Directory or other SAML-based providers. Question 98. A company uses AWS organizations. A member account has purchased a compute savings plan. Because of changes in the workloads inside the member account, the account no longer receives the full benefit of the compute savings plan commitment. The company uses less than 50% of its purchased compute power. Option A. Turn on discount sharing from the billing preferences section of the account console in the member account that purchased the compute savings plan. Option B. Turn on discount sharing from the billing preferences section of the account console in the company's organization's management account. Option C. Migrate additional compute workloads from another AWS account to the account that has the compute savings plan. Option D. Sell the excess savings plan commitment in the reserved instance marketplace. The correct answer is option B. The correct approach to maximize the utilization of a compute savings plan across multiple AWS accounts under AWS organizations is to enable discount sharing from the management account, also called the payer account. When discount sharing is enabled in the management account's billing preferences, the compute savings plan discounts are automatically shared with all linked member accounts, improving overall utilization across the organization. This helps reduce wasted savings plan commitments in accounts that have less usage, as the discounts apply to eligible usage from any account within the organization. Question 99. A company wants to migrate 100 GB of historical data from an on-premises location to an Amazon S3 bucket. The company has a 100 megabits per second Mbps internet connection on premises. The company needs to encrypt the data in transit to the S3 bucket. The company will store new data directly in Amazon S3. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Option A. Use the S3 sync command in the AWS CLI to move the data directly to an S3 bucket. Option B. Use AWS Data Sync to migrate the data from the on-premises location to an S3 bucket. Option C. Use AWS Snowball to move the data to an S3 bucket. Option D. Set up an IPsec VPN from the on-premises location to AWS. Use the S3CP command in the AWS CLI to move the data directly to an S3 bucket. The correct answer is option B. AWS Data Sync is the best choice for securely and efficiently migrating large amounts of data, such as 100 GB, from on-premises to Amazon S3 with minimal operational overhead. Data Sync automatically handles data transfer, encryption in transit, validation, error handling, and performance tuning, which significantly reduces the need for manual intervention. It uses a purpose-built protocol to accelerate and secure the transfer, making it faster and more reliable over existing internet connections. Question 100. A company has two VPCs named Management and Production. The Management VPC uses VPNs through a customer gateway to connect to a single device in the data center. The Production VPC uses a virtual private gateway with two attached AWS Direct Connect connections. The Management and Production VPCs both use a single VPC peering connection to allow communication between the applications. What should a solutions architect do to mitigate any single point of failure in this architecture? Option A. Add a set of VPNs between the Management and Production VPCs. Option B. Add a second virtual private gateway and attach it to the Management VPC. Option C. Add a second set of VPNs to the Management VPC from a second customer gateway device. Option D. Add a second VPC peering connection between the Management VPC and the Production VPC. The correct answer is option C. The Management VPC currently connects to the on-premises data center via a single VPN through a customer gateway, which introduces a single point of failure. Adding a second set of VPNs to the Management VPC from a second customer gateway device increases redundancy and mitigates this single point of failure. This setup ensures that if one VPN connection or customer gateway device fails, the Management VPC can still communicate with the on-premises environment via the second VPN path. Question 101. An IoT company is releasing a mattress that has sensors to collect data about a user's sleep. The sensors will send data to an Amazon S3 bucket. The sensors collect approximately 2 MB of data every night for each mattress. The company must process and summarize the data for each mattress. The results need to be available as soon as possible. Data processing will require 1 GB of memory and will finish within 30 seconds. Which solution will meet these requirements? Most cost-effectively? Option A. Use AWS Glue with a Scala job. Option B. Use Amazon EMR with an Apache Spark script. Option C. Use AWS Lambda with a Python script. Option D. Use AWS Glue with a PySpark job. The correct answer is option C. AWS Lambda is the most cost-effective solution for this use case. Each sensor sends a small amount of data, 2 MB per night, and the processing requirement is relatively lightweight. 1 GB memory completes in 30 seconds. AWS Lambda supports functions with up to 10 GB of memory and a 15-minute runtime, which easily satisfies the performance and resource requirements. It charges only for the compute time used, making it highly economical for short-lived, event-driven tasks like this. Question 102. A 4-year-old media company is using the AWS organization's All Features feature set to organize its AWS accounts. According to the company's finance team, the billing information on the member accounts must not be accessible to anyone, including the root user of the member accounts. Which solution will meet these requirements? Option A. Add all finance team users to an IAM group. Attach an AWS-managed policy named Billing to the group. Option B. Attach an identity-based policy to deny access to the billing information to all users, including the root user. Option C. Create a service control policy, SCP, to deny access to the billing information. Attach the SCP to the root organizational unit, OU. Option D. Convert from the organization's All Features feature set to the organization's Consolidated Billing feature set. The correct answer is option C. In AWS organizations, service control policies, SCPs, allow you to centrally control the maximum permissions for all accounts in your organization or organizational units, OUs. To prevent access to billing information, including by root users of member accounts, you can create an SCP that denies access to billing-related actions and attach it to the root OU. SCPs apply at the account level and override any permissions granted in the individual account, effectively restricting even root user access to billing information. This meets the requirement that no one, including root users of member accounts, can access billing data. Question 103. A company runs a Java-based job on an Amazon EC2 instance. The job runs every hour and takes 10 seconds to run. The job runs on a scheduled interval and consumes 1 GB of memory. The CPU utilization of the instance is low, except for short surges during which the job uses the maximum CPU available. The company wants to optimize the costs to run the job. Which solution will meet these requirements? Option A. Use AWS App2 Container, A2C, to containerize the job. Run the job as an Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS task, on AWS Fargate with 0.5 virtual CPU, vCPU, and 1 GB of memory. Option B. Copy the code into an AWS Lambda function that has 1 GB of memory. Create an Amazon Event Bridge scheduled rule to run the code each hour. Option C. Use AWS App2 Container, A2C, to containerize the job. Install the container in the existing Amazon Machine Image, AMI. Ensure that the schedule stops the container when the task finishes. Option D. Configure the existing schedule to stop the EC2 instance at the completion of the job and restart the EC2 instance when the next job starts. The correct answer is option B. The job is short-lived, 10 seconds. Memory usage is low, 1 GB, and it runs on a predictable hourly schedule. AWS Lambda is ideal for such lightweight, event-driven tasks. Lambda charges only for the compute time used, rounded to the nearest millisecond, which is highly cost-effective for very short workloads. Using Event Bridge to trigger the Lambda function on a schedule meets the timing requirement without the overhead of maintaining EC2 or container infrastructure. Question 104. A company uses AWS organizations. The company wants to operate some of its AWS accounts with different budgets. The company wants to receive alerts and automatically prevent provisioning of additional resources on AWS accounts when the allocated budget threshold is met during a specific period. Which combination of solutions will meet these requirements? Choose 3. Option A. Use AWS budgets to create a budget. Set the budget amount under the Cost and Usage Report section of the required AWS accounts. Option B. Use AWS budgets to create a budget. Set the budget amount under the billing dashboards of the required AWS accounts. Option C. Create an IAM user for AWS budgets to run budget actions with the required permissions. Option D. Create an IAM role for AWS budgets to run budget actions with the required permissions. Option E. Add an alert to notify the company when each account meets its budget threshold. Add a budget action that selects the IAM identity created with the appropriate config rule to prevent provisioning of additional resources. Option F. Add an alert to notify the company when each account meets its budget threshold. Add a budget action that selects the IAM identity created with the appropriate service control policy, SCP, to prevent provisioning of additional resources. The correct answer is option B and D and F. The correct answers are B, 2, D, 4, and F, 6. These options collectively enable setting budgets, receiving alerts, and enforcing controls to prevent further resource provisioning when budgets are exceeded. AWS budgets allows you to set up budget thresholds and associate actions. IAM roles, not users, are used to execute budget actions, and service control policies, SCPs, are an appropriate mechanism in AWS organizations to prevent resource creation across accounts. Question 105. A company runs applications on Amazon EC2 instances in one AWS region. The company wants to back up the EC2 instances to a second region. The company also wants to provision EC2 resources in the second region and manage the EC2 instances centrally from one AWS account. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Option A. Create a disaster recovery (DR) plan that has a similar number of EC2 instances in the second region. Configure data replication. Option B. Create point-in-time Amazon Elastic Block Store (Amazon EBS) snapshots of the EC2 instances. Copy the snapshots to the second region periodically. Option C. Create a backup plan by using AWS Backup. Configure cross-region backup to the second region for the EC2 instances. Option D. Deploy a similar number of EC2 instances in the second region. Use AWS Data Sync to transfer the data from the source region to the second region. The correct answer is Option C. Option C, which is to create a backup plan using AWS Backup and configure cross-region backup, is the most cost-effective and centralized solution. AWS Backup enables you to centrally manage backups across AWS services, including EC2 through EBS snapshots. It supports cross-region backup, allowing data to be securely and efficiently replicated to another region without needing to manually manage snapshot copies. This solution avoids the cost of maintaining duplicate infrastructure, like EC2 instances in the secondary region, and supports centralized control from a single AWS account. Question 106. A company that uses AWS is building an application to transfer data to a product manufacturer. The company has its own identity provider, IDP. The company wants the IDP to authenticate application users, while the users use the application to transfer data. The company must use Applicability Statement 2, AS2 protocol. Which solution will meet these requirements? Option A. Use AWS Data Sync to transfer the data. Create an AWS Lambda function for IDP authentication. Option B. Use Amazon App Flow flows to transfer the data. Create an Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS task for IDP authentication. Option C. Use AWS Transfer Family to transfer the data. Create an AWS Lambda function for IDP authentication. Option D. Use AWS Storage Gateway to transfer the data. Create an Amazon Cognito Identity Pool for IDP authentication. The correct answer is Option C. AWS Transfer Family supports the AS2 protocol, which is explicitly required for this use case. It allows for secure and reliable data exchange over the Internet with partners using the AS2 protocol. Additionally, integrating AWS Lambda with Transfer Family enables custom authentication workflows, such as using an external identity provider, IDP, for user authentication before transferring data. Question 107. A company wants to securely exchange data between its software as a service, SaaS application, Salesforce account, and Amazon S3. The company must encrypt the data at rest by using AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS, Customer Managed Keys, CMKs. The company must also encrypt the data in transit. The company has enabled API access for the Salesforce account. Option A. Create AWS Lambda functions to transfer the data securely from Salesforce to Amazon S3. Option B. Create an AWS Step Functions workflow. Define the task to transfer the data securely from Salesforce to Amazon S3. Option C. Create Amazon App Flow flows to transfer the data securely from Salesforce to Amazon S3. Option D. Create a custom connector for Salesforce to transfer the data securely from Salesforce to Amazon S3. The correct answer is Option C. Amazon AppFlow is a fully managed integration service that enables secure data transfer between SaaS applications like Salesforce and AWS services, such as Amazon S3. It supports encryption of data in transit using TLS and at rest using AWS KMS Customer Managed Keys, CMKs. AppFlow eliminates the need for custom code or infrastructure management and offers built-in support for Salesforce, making it the most suitable and secure option in this scenario. Question 108. A company operates a two-tier application for image processing. The application uses two availability zones, each with one public subnet and one private subnet. An application load balancer, ALB for the web tier, uses the public subnets. Amazon EC2 instances for the application tier use the private subnets. Users report that the application is running more slowly than expected. A security audit of the web server log files shows that the application is receiving millions of illegitimate requests from a small number of IP addresses. A solutions architect needs to resolve the immediate performance problem while the company investigates a more permanent solution. What should the solutions architect recommend to meet this requirement? Option A. Modify the inbound security group for the web tier. Add a deny rule for the IP addresses that are consuming resources. Option B. Modify the network ACL for the web tier subnets. Add an inbound deny rule for the IP addresses that are consuming resources. Option C. Modify the inbound security group for the application tier. Add a deny rule for the IP addresses that are consuming resources. Option D. Modify the network ACL for the application tier subnets. Add an inbound deny rule for the IP addresses that are consuming resources. The correct answer is option B. The best immediate mitigation for blocking illegitimate traffic from specific IP addresses is to use network ACLs, NACLs, because they support both allow and deny rules. Security groups, in contrast, are stateful and only support allow rules. Since the illegitimate requests are hitting the web tier, which is in the public subnets, the network ACL for the web tier is the correct place to apply an inbound deny rule for those IPs. This allows for immediate filtering at the subnet level before traffic reaches the EC2 instances. Question 109. A company is developing software that uses a PostgreSQL database schema. The company needs to configure multiple development environments and databases for the company's developers. On average, each development environment is used for half of the 8-hour workday. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Option A. Configure each development environment with its own Amazon Aurora PostgreSQL database. Option B. Configure each development environment with its own Amazon RDS for PostgreSQL single AZ-DB instances. Option C. Configure each development environment with its own Amazon Aurora on-demand PostgreSQL compatible database. Option D. Configure each development environment with its own Amazon S3 bucket by using Amazon S3 Object Select. The correct answer is Option B. Option B, which corresponds to configuring each development environment with its own Amazon RDS for PostgreSQL single AZ-DB instance, is the most cost-effective solution. RDS single AZ instances are generally cheaper than Aurora and provide sufficient performance and reliability for development environments, especially when those environments are used part-time, e.g. 4 hours per day. They can be easily started and stopped to save on costs when not in use, further improving cost efficiency. Question 110. A company is running a microservices application on Amazon EC2 instances. The company wants to migrate the application to an Amazon Elastic Kubernetes service, Amazon EKS cluster for scalability. The company must configure the Amazon EKS control plane with endpoint private access set to true and endpoint public access set to false to maintain security compliance. The company must also put the data plane in private subnets. However, the company has received error notifications because the node cannot join the cluster. Which solution will allow the node to join the cluster? Option A. Grant the required permission in AWS Identity and Access Management, IAM, to the Amazon EKS node role IAM role. Option B. Create interface VPC endpoints to allow nodes to access the control plane. Option C. Recreate nodes in the public subnet. Restrict security groups for EC2 nodes. Option D. Allow outbound traffic in the security group of the nodes. The correct answer is option B. When Amazon EKS is configured with private endpoint access only, public access disabled, the worker node's data plane must access the control plane, API server, through internal VPC connectivity. Because the EKS API is managed by AWS and runs outside the VPC, creating interface VPC endpoints, AWS Private Link, allows EC2 instances in private subnets to securely connect to the EKS control plane without traversing the internet. This setup satisfies both the requirement for private networking and the security compliance configuration. Question 111. A company is migrating an on-premises application to AWS. The company wants to use Amazon Redshift as a solution. Which use cases are suitable for Amazon Redshift in this scenario? Choose 3. Option A. Supporting data APIs to access data with traditional, containerized, and event-driven applications. Option B. Supporting client-side and server-side encryption. Option C. Building analytics workloads during specified hours and when the application is not active. Option D. Caching data to reduce the pressure on the back-end database. Option E. Scaling globally to support petabytes of data and tens of millions of requests per minute. Option F. Creating a secondary replica of the cluster by using the AWS Management Console. The correct answer is option B and C and E. Amazon Redshift is a fully managed data warehouse solution designed for complex analytics workloads at scale. It supports petabyte-scale data warehousing, analytics queries, and various security and encryption features. Redshift is ideal for use cases such as building analytics workloads during off-peak hours, supporting robust encryption mechanisms, and scaling globally to handle petabytes of data and high request volumes. These align with options B, C, and E. Question 112. A company wants to send all AWS Systems Manager Session Manager logs to an Amazon S3 bucket for archival purposes. Which solution will meet this requirement with the most operational efficiency? Option A. Enable S3 logging in the Systems Manager console. Choose an S3 bucket to send the session data to. Option B. Install the Amazon CloudWatch agent. Push all logs to a CloudWatch log group. Export the logs to an S3 bucket from the group for archival purposes. Option C. Create a Systems Manager document to upload all server logs to a central S3 bucket. Use Amazon EventBridge to run the Systems Manager document against all servers that are in the account daily. Option D. Install an Amazon CloudWatch agent. Push all logs to a CloudWatch log group. Create a CloudWatch log subscription that pushes any incoming log events to an Amazon Kinesis data firehose delivery stream. Set Amazon S3 as the destination. The correct answer is option D. Option D provides the most operational efficiency because it leverages existing AWS integrations to automate the flow of logs from Session Manager to S3. By pushing logs to CloudWatch logs and using a subscription filter to send logs to a Kinesis data firehose stream with S3 as the destination, the solution ensures near real-time, scalable, and managed log delivery without requiring manual interventions or custom scripting. Kinesis Data Firehose is a fully managed service that can reliably deliver data to S3 with minimal setup, which aligns well with operational efficiency goals. Question 113. A company is designing a new web application that will run on Amazon EC2 instances. The application will use Amazon DynamoDB for back-end data storage. The application traffic will be unpredictable. The company expects that the application read and write throughput to the database will be moderate to high. The company needs to scale in response to application traffic. Which DynamoDB table configuration will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Option A. Configure DynamoDB with provisioned read and write by using the DynamoDB standard table class. Set DynamoDB auto-scaling to a maximum defined capacity. Option B. Configure DynamoDB in on-demand mode by using the DynamoDB standard table class. Option C. Configure DynamoDB with provisioned read and write by using the DynamoDB standard infrequent access, DynamoDB standard IA table class. Set DynamoDB autoscaling to a maximum defined capacity. Option D. Configure DynamoDB in on-demand mode by using the DynamoDB standard infrequent access, DynamoDB standard IA table class. The correct answer is option B. The most cost-effective and scalable configuration for unpredictable workloads with moderate to high throughput is to use DynamoDB in on-demand mode with the DynamoDB standard table class. On-demand mode allows DynamoDB to automatically scale capacity up and down based on traffic, eliminating the need to manually provision or autoscale throughput. The standard table class is appropriate for workloads with high or consistent access patterns, which aligns with the expected traffic for this application. This configuration ensures performance without over-provisioning, thus being the most cost-effective. Question 114. A company uses on-premises servers to host its applications. The company is running out of storage capacity. The applications use both block storage and NFS storage. The company needs a high-performing solution that supports local caching without re-architecting its existing applications. Which combination of actions should a solutions architect take to meet these requirements? Choose 2. Option A. Mount Amazon S3 as a file system to the on-premises servers. Option B. Deploy an AWS Storage Gateway file gateway to replace NFS storage. Option C. Deploy AWS Snowball Edge to provision NFS mounts to on-premises servers. Option D. Deploy an AWS Storage Gateway Volume Gateway to replace the block storage. Option E. Deploy Amazon Elastic File System, Amazon EFS volumes, and mount them to on-premises servers. The correct answer is option B and D. The company requires a hybrid storage solution that supports both block and NFS storage, with local caching, and without re-architecting applications. AWS Storage Gateway provides 2 types relevant to this use case: File Gateway for NFS SMB access and Volume Gateway for block storage. Both offer local caching, seamless integration with on-premises environments, and do not require application changes. Question 115. A gaming company uses Amazon DynamoDB to store user information such as geographic location, player data, and leaderboards. The company needs to configure continuous backups to an Amazon S3 bucket with a minimal amount of coding. The backups must not affect availability of the application and must not affect the read capacity units, RCUs, that are defined for the table. Which solution meets these requirements? Option A. Use an Amazon EMR cluster. Create an Apache Hive job to back up the data to Amazon S3. Option B. Export the data directly from DynamoDB to Amazon S3 with continuous backups. Turn on point-in-time recovery for the table. Option C. Configure Amazon DynamoDB streams. Create an AWS Lambda function to consume the stream and export the data to an Amazon S3 bucket. Option D. Create an AWS Lambda function to export the data from the database tables to Amazon S3 on a regular basis. Turn on point-in-time recovery for the table. The correct answer is option B. Option B is correct because exporting data directly from DynamoDB to Amazon S3 with continuous backups and enabling point-in-time recovery, PyTR, fulfills all the requirements. Minimal coding, no impact on read capacity units, RCUs, and no availability impact. DynamoDB's native export to S3 is a serverless feature that does not consume RCUs and operates independently of the table's provisioned capacity. Question 116. A company runs an infrastructure monitoring service. The company is building a new feature that will enable the service to monitor data in customer AWS accounts. The new feature will call AWS APIs in customer accounts to describe Amazon EC2 instances and read Amazon CloudWatch metrics. What should the company do to obtain access to customer accounts in the most secure way? Option A. ensure that the customers create an IAM role in their account with read-only EC2 and CloudWatch permissions and a trust policy to the company's account. Option B. Create a serverless API that implements a token vending machine to provide temporary AWS credentials for a role with read-only EC2 and CloudWatch permissions. Option C. Ensure that the customers create an IAM user in their account with read-only EC2 and CloudWatch permissions. Encrypt and store customer access and secret keys in a secrets management system. Option D. Ensure that the customers create an Amazon Cognito user in their account to use an IAM role with read-only EC2 and CloudWatch permissions. Encrypt and store the Amazon Cognito user and password in a secrets management system. The correct answer is option A. The most secure and scalable way for a third-party service to access resources in a customer's AWS account is by using IAM roles with cross-account access. In this model, the customer creates an IAM role in their AWS account with the necessary permissions, read-only access to EC2 and CloudWatch, and a trust policy that allows the third-party company, identified by its AWS account ID, to assume that role. This avoids the need to share long-term credentials and ensures access can be tightly controlled, audited, and revoked at any time by the customer. Question 117. A company has a web application for travel ticketing. The application is based on a database that runs in a single data center in North America. The company wants to expand the application to serve a global user base. The company needs to deploy the application to multiple AWS regions. Average latency must be less than 1 second on updates to the reservation database. The company wants to have separate deployments of its web platform across multiple regions. However, the company must maintain a single primary reservation database that is globally consistent. Which solution should a solutions architect recommend to meet these requirements? Option A. Convert the application to use Amazon DynamoDB. Use a global table for the center reservation table. Use the correct regional endpoint in each regional deployment. Option B. Migrate the database to an Amazon Aurora MySQL database. Deploy Aurora read replicas in each region. Use the correct regional endpoint in each regional deployment for access to the database. Option C. Migrate the database to an Amazon RDS for MySQL database. Deploy MySQL read replicas in each region. Use the correct regional endpoint in each regional deployment for access to the database. Option D. Migrate the application to an Amazon Aurora serverless database. Deploy instances of the database to each region. Use the correct regional endpoint in each regional deployment to access the database. Use AWS Lambda functions to process event streams in each region to synchronize the databases. The correct answer is option B. Option B, which corresponds to migrate the database to an Amazon Aurora MySQL database. Deploy Aurora read replicas in each region. Use the correct regional endpoint in each regional deployment for access to the database is the best solution. Aurora global databases allow for a single primary instance in one region with read-only replicas in other regions. This setup enables low-latency global reads and maintains a single globally consistent primary database, meeting the application's need for fast and consistent updates with less than 1 second latency. Question 118. An e-commerce company runs an application in the AWS cloud that is integrated with an on-premises warehouse solution. The company uses Amazon Simple Notification Service, Amazon SNS, to send order messages to an on-premises HTTPS endpoint, so the warehouse application can process the orders. The local data center team has detected that some of the order messages were not received. A solutions architect needs to retain messages that are not delivered and analyze the messages for up to 14 days. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least development effort? Option A. Configure an Amazon SNS dead letter queue that has an Amazon Kinesis data stream target with a retention period of 14 days. Option B. Add an Amazon Simple Queue service, Amazon SQS queue, with a retention period of 14 days between the application and Amazon SNS. Option C. Configure an Amazon SNS dead letter queue that has an Amazon Simple Queue service, Amazon SQS target, with a retention period of 14 days. Option D. Configure an Amazon SNS dead letter queue that has an Amazon DynamoDB target with a TTL attribute set for a retention period of 14 days. No. The correct answer is option C. Option C is correct because Amazon SNS supports dead letter queues, DLQs, using Amazon SQS as a target. By configuring an SNS DLQ with an SQS queue that has a 14-day retention period, any undelivered messages, such as those that fail to reach the on-premises HTTPS endpoint, are automatically routed to the DLQ. This allows the company to retain and analyze these messages for up to 14 days with minimal development effort, using built-in AWS services. Question 119. A company has multiple AWS accounts for development work. Some staff consistently use oversized Amazon EC2 instances, which causes the company to exceed the yearly budget for the development accounts. The company wants to centrally restrict the creation of AWS resources in these accounts. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least development effort? Option A. Develop AWS systems, manager templates that use an approved EC2 creation process. Use the approved systems manager templates to provision EC2 instances. Option B. Use AWS organizations to organize the accounts into organizational units, AOUs. Define and attach a service control policy, SCP, to control the usage of EC2 instance types. Option C. Configure an Amazon Event Bridge rule that invokes an AWS Lambda function when an EC2 instance is created. Stop disallowed EC2 instance types. Option D. Set up AWS Service Catalog products for the staff to create the allowed EC2 instance types. Ensure that staff can deploy EC2 instances only by using the Service Catalog products. The correct answer is Option B. Option B is correct because using AWS organizations with service control policies, SCPs, allows central governance and control over AWS account behavior, including restrictions on EC2 instance types. SCPs can be applied at the organizational unit, OU level, enabling enforcement of policies across multiple accounts without requiring development or custom automation. This is the least development-intensive and most scalable approach to control instance usage across many accounts. Question 120. A company wants to use artificial intelligence, AI, to determine the quality of its customer service calls. The company currently manages calls in 4 different languages, including English. The company will offer new languages in the future. The company does not have the resources to regularly maintain machine learning, ML models. The company needs to create written sentiment analysis reports from the customer service call recordings. The customer service call recording text must be translated into English. Which combination of steps will meet these requirements? Choose 3. Option A. Use Amazon Comprehend to translate the audio recordings into English. Option B. Use Amazon Lex to create the written sentiment analysis reports. Option C. Use Amazon Poly to convert the audio recordings into text. Option D. Use Amazon Transcribe to convert the audio recordings in any language into text. Option E. Use Amazon Translate to translate text in any language to English. Option F. Use Amazon Comprehend to create the sentiment analysis reports. The correct answer is Option D and E and F. The correct approach involves D. Using Amazon Transcribe to convert multilingual audio recordings into text. E. Using Amazon Translate to convert the transcribed text into English. And F. Using Amazon Comprehend to analyze the sentiment of the translated English text. This pipeline automates transcription, translation, and sentiment analysis without requiring custom machine learning models or ongoing maintenance, meeting the company's requirements effectively. Question 121. A company stores several petabytes of data across multiple AWS accounts. The company uses AWS Lake Formation to manage its data lake. The company's data science team wants to securely share selective data from its accounts with the company's engineering team for analytical purposes. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Option A. Copy the required data to a common account. Create an IAM access role in that account. Grant access by specifying a permission policy that includes users from the engineering team accounts as trusted entities. Option B. Use the lake formation permissions grant command in each account where the data is stored to allow the required engineering team users to access the data. Option C. Use AWS Data Exchange to privately publish the required data to the required engineering team accounts. Option D. Use lake formation tag-based access control to authorize and grant cross-account permissions for the required data to the engineering team accounts. The correct answer is option D. Option D is correct because AWS Lake Formation Tag-Based Access Control, LF to back, simplifies managing permissions across multiple AWS accounts. By assigning data lake permissions based on data tags, administrators can centrally manage access policies, reducing operational overhead. LF-TBAC supports cross-account access, and Lake Formation provides native mechanisms to securely share data across accounts without having to manually replicate or manage complex IAM roles or permissions in each account. Question 122. A company has an application that processes customer orders. The company hosts the application on an Amazon EC2 instance that saves the orders to an Amazon Aurora database. Occasionally, when traffic is high, the workload does not process orders fast enough. What should a solutions architect do to write the orders reliably to the database as quickly as possible? Option A. Increase the instance size of the EC2 instance when traffic is high. Write orders to Amazon Simple Notification Service, Amazon SNS. Subscribe the database endpoint to the SNS topic. Option B. Write orders to an Amazon Simple Queue service, Amazon SQS-Queue. Use EC2 instances in an auto-scaling group behind an application load balancer to read from the SQS queue and process orders into the database. Option C. Write orders to Amazon Simple Notification Service, Amazon SNS. Subscribe the database endpoint to the SNS topic. Use EC2 instances in an auto-scaling group behind an application load balancer to read from the SNS topic. Option D. Write orders to an Amazon Simple Queue service, SQS queue, when the EC2 instance reaches CPU threshold limits. Use scheduled scaling of EC2 instances in an auto-scaling group behind an application load balancer to read from the SQS queue and process orders into the database. The correct answer is option B. Option B is correct because using Amazon SQS decouples the ingestion of orders from their processing, enabling reliable and scalable handling of high traffic. By placing orders into an SQS queue, the system ensures that no orders are lost even when the processing system is overwhelmed. EC2 instances in an auto-scaling group behind an application load balancer can then scale based on demand to read from the queue and process the orders into the Aurora database. This design improves reliability, scalability, and throughput under heavy load. Question 123. A company is developing an application to support customer demands. The company wants to deploy the application on multiple Amazon EC2 Nitro-based instances within the same availability zone. The company also wants to give the application the ability to write to multiple block storage volumes in multiple EC2 Nitro-based instances simultaneously to achieve higher application availability. Which solution will meet these requirements? Option A. Use general-purpose SSD, GP3, EBS volumes with Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS, multi-attach. Option B. Use throughput-optimized HDD, ST1, EBS volumes with Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS, multi-attach. Option C. Use provisioned IOPS SSD, IO2, EBS volumes with Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS, multi-attach. Option D. Use general purpose SSD, GP2. EBS volumes with Amazon Elastic Block Store. Amazon EBS, multi-attach. The correct answer is option C. The correct solution is to use provisioned IOPS SSD, IO2, EBS volumes with Amazon EBS multi-attach. EBS multi-attach allows a single IO1 or IO2 volume to be concurrently attached to up to 16 Nitro-based EC2 instances within the same availability zone. This enables the application to write to the same EBS volume from multiple EC2 instances simultaneously, achieving higher availability and throughput, which aligns with the application's requirements. Question 124. A company has multiple VPCs across AWS regions to support and run workloads that are isolated from workloads in other regions. Because of a recent application launch requirement, the company's VPCs must communicate with all other VPCs across all regions. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least amount of administrative effort? Option A. Use VPC peering to manage VPC communication in a single region. Use VPC peering across regions to manage VPC communications. Option B. Use AWS Direct Connect gateways across all regions to connect VPCs across regions and manage VPC communications. Option C. Use AWS Transit Gateway to manage VPC communication in a single region, and Transit Gateway peering across regions to manage VPC communications. Option D. Use AWS Private Link across all regions to connect VPCs across regions and manage VPC communications. The correct answer is option C. The best solution with the least administrative effort is to use AWS Transit Gateway for intra-region VPC connectivity and Transit Gateway peering for inter-region communication. This approach simplifies network architecture by allowing centralized control and scaling of VPC interconnectivity and reduces the need for complex individual VPC peering connections. Transit Gateway supports transitive routing and can scale to thousands of VPCs, making it ideal for multi-region connectivity in large organizations. Question 125. A business application is hosted on Amazon EC2 and uses Amazon S3 for encrypted object storage. The Chief Information Security Officer has directed that no application traffic between the two services should traverse the public internet. Which capability should the solutions architect use to meet the compliance requirements? Option A. AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS. Option B. VPC Endpoint. Option C. Private Subnet. Option D. Virtual Private Gateway. The correct answer is option B. The correct answer is B, which corresponds to VPC Endpoint. A VPC endpoint enables private connections between your VPC and supported AWS services without requiring access over the public internet. In this case, using a VPC endpoint for Amazon S3 ensures that traffic between the EC2 instance and S3 remains within the AWS network, meeting the compliance requirement to avoid traversing the public internet. Question 126. A company is building a 3-tier application on AWS. The presentation tier will serve a static website. The logic tier is a containerized application. This application will store data in a relational database. The company wants to simplify deployment and to reduce operational costs. Which solution will meet these requirements? Option A. Use Amazon S3 to host static content. Use Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS, with AWS Fargate for compute power. Use a managed Amazon RDS cluster for the database. Option B. Use Amazon CloudFront to host static content. Use Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS, with Amazon EC2 for compute power. Use a managed Amazon RDS cluster for the database. Option C. Use Amazon S3 to host static content. Use Amazon Elastic Kubernetes Service, Amazon EKS, with AWS Fargate for compute power. Use a managed Amazon RDS cluster for the database. Option D. Use Amazon EC2 reserved instances to host static content. Use Amazon Elastic Kubernetes Service, Amazon EKS, with Amazon EC2 for compute power. Use a managed Amazon RDS cluster for the data. The correct answer is option A. Option A is the best solution to meet the requirements of simplified deployment and reduced operational costs for a 3-tier application. Hosting static content on Amazon S3 is a cost-effective and scalable way to serve a static website. Using Amazon ECS with AWS Fargate eliminates the need to manage servers, which simplifies deployment and lowers operational overhead. Finally, using a managed Amazon RDS cluster provides a scalable and reliable relational database solution without the need for manual database management. Question 127. A company seeks a storage solution for its application. The solution must be highly available and scalable. The solution also must function as a file system, be mountable by multiple Linux instances in AWS and on premises through native protocols, and have no minimum size requirements. The company has set up a site-to-site VPN for access from its on-premises network to its VPC. Which storage solution meets these requirements? Option A. Amazon FSx multi-AZ deployments. Option B. Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS, multi-attach volumes. Option C. Amazon Elastic File System, Amazon EFS, with multiple mount targets. Option D. Amazon Elastic File System, Amazon EFS, with a single mount target and multiple access points. The correct answer is option C. Amazon Elastic File System, Amazon EFS, with multiple mount targets is the best fit for the given requirements. EFS is a scalable, fully managed elastic NFS file system that can be mounted concurrently by multiple Amazon EC2 instances and on-premises servers using the NFS protocol. It supports access from both AWS and on-premises environments via VPN or AWS Direct Connect, requires no minimum size, and automatically scales storage as needed. Multiple mount targets ensure high availability across availability zones, which aligns with the requirement for a highly available and scalable solution. Question 128. A company is conducting an internal audit. The company wants to ensure that the data in an Amazon S3 bucket that is associated with the company's AWS Lake Formation data lake does not contain sensitive customer or employee data. The company wants to discover personally identifiable information, PII, or financial information, including passport numbers and credit card numbers. Which solution will meet these requirements? Option A. Configure AWS Audit Manager on the account. Select the Payment Card Industry Data Security Standards, PCI DSS, for auditing. Option B. Configure Amazon S3 inventory on the S3 bucket. Configure Amazon Athena to query the inventory. Option C. Configure Amazon Massey to run a data discovery job that uses managed identifiers for the required data types. Option D. Use Amazon S3 Select to run a report across the S3 bucket. The correct answer is option C. Amazon Massey is a fully managed data security and data privacy service that uses machine learning and pattern matching to discover and protect sensitive data in AWS. It is designed specifically to identify and classify sensitive data such as personally identifiable information, PII, and financial data, including credit card numbers and passport numbers in Amazon S3 buckets. In this case, Macy's data discovery jobs can be configured to scan data in the S3 bucket associated with AWS Lake Formation and detect sensitive information using built-in managed identifiers, satisfying the audit and compliance requirements. Question 129. A company has a service that reads and writes large amounts of data from an Amazon S3 bucket in the same AWS region. The service is deployed on Amazon EC2 instances within the private subnet of a VPC. The service communicates with Amazon S3 over a NAT gateway in the pub subnet. However, the company wants a solution that will reduce the data output costs. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Option A. Provision a dedicated EC2 NAT instance in the public subnet. Configure the route table for the private subnet to use the elastic network interface of this instance as the destination for all S3 traffic. Option B. Provision a dedicated EC2 NAT instance in the private subnet. Configure the route table for the public subnet to use the elastic network interface of this instance as the destination for all S3 traffic. Option C. Provision a VPC gateway endpoint. Configure the route table for the private subnet to use the gateway endpoint as the route for all S3 traffic. Option D. Provision a second NAT gateway. Configure the route table for the private subnet to use this NAT gateway as the destination for all S3 traffic. The correct answer is option C. The most cost-effective solution is to provision a VPC gateway endpoint for Amazon S3. Gateway endpoints allow private connections between a VPC and supported AWS services, such as S3, without requiring internet access, NAT gateways, or NAT instances. Since traffic between EC2 instances in a private subnet and S3 will no longer traverse the NAT gateway, data transfer costs are significantly reduced. This is especially beneficial when large amounts of data are transferred. Question 130. A company uses Amazon S3 to store high-resolution pictures in an S3 bucket. To minimize application changes, the company stores the pictures as the latest version of an S3 object. The company needs to retain only the two most recent versions of the pictures. The company wants to reduce costs. The company has identified the S3 bucket as a large expense. Which solution will reduce the S3 costs with the least operational overhead? Option A. Use S3 lifecycle to delete expired object versions and retain the two most recent versions. Option B. Use an AWS Lambda function to check for older versions and delete all but the two most recent versions. Option C. Use S3 batch operations to delete non-current object versions and retain only the two most recent versions. Option D. Deactivate versioning on the S3 bucket and retain the two most recent versions. The correct answer is Option A. Option A is correct because Amazon S3 lifecycle policies can be configured to automatically delete non-current versions of objects after a specified number of newer versions are created or after a period of time. While lifecycle rules don't natively support retain exactly two versions directly, you can approximate this with non-current version expiration settings, minimizing operational overhead and reducing costs. It's the simplest and most automated solution with the least operational burden. Question 131. A company has multiple Windows file servers on premises. The company wants to migrate and consolidate its files into an Amazon FSx for Windows file server file system. File permissions must be preserved to ensure that access rights do not change. Which solutions will meet these requirements? Choose 2. Option A. Deploy AWS data sync agents on premises. Schedule data sync tasks to transfer the data to the FSx for Windows file server file system. Option B. Copy the shares on each file server into Amazon S3 buckets by using the AWS CLI. Schedule AWS data sync tasks to transfer the data to the FSx for Windows file server file system. Option C. Remove the drives from each file server, ship the drives to AWS for import into Amazon S3. Schedule AWS data sync tasks to transfer the data to the FSx for Windows file server file system. Option D. Order an AWS Snowcone device. Connect the device to the on-premises network. Launch AWS data sync agents on the device. Schedule data sync tasks to transfer the data to the FSx for Windows Server file system. Option E. Order an AWS Snowball Edge storage optimized device. Connect the device to the on-premises network. Copy data to the device by using the AWS CLI. Ship the device back to AWS for import into Amazon S3. Schedule AWS data sync tasks to transfer the data to the FSx for Windows file server file system. The correct answer is option A and D. Options A and D are correct because AWS Data Sync is the recommended method for transferring files while preserving metadata such as file permissions, e.g. NTFS ACLs, during migration to Amazon FX for Windows File Server. Option A uses on-premises data sync agents to transfer data directly, and Option D uses a snow cone device with built-in data sync capability, suitable for environments with limited bandwidth. Question 132. A company needs to connect several VPCs in the U.S. East 1 region that span hundreds of AWS accounts. The company's networking team has its own AWS account to manage the cloud network. What is the most operationally efficient solution to connect the VPCs? Option A. Set up VPC peering connections between each VPC. Update each associated subnet's route table. Option B. Configure a NAT gateway and an Internet gateway in each VPC to connect each VPC through the Internet. Option C. Create an AWS Transit gateway in the networking team's AWS account. Configure static routes from each VPC. Option D. Deploy VPN gateways in each VPC. Create a transit VPC in the networking team's AWS account to connect to each VPC. The correct answer is Option C. Creating an AWS Transit gateway in the networking team's AWS account and configuring static routes from each VPC is the most operationally efficient solution. AWS Transit Gateway simplifies VPC connectivity by allowing multiple VPCs and on-premises networks to connect through a single gateway. This hub-and-spoke model reduces the complexity and number of connections needed compared to full mesh VPC peering. It's especially suitable for large-scale environments spanning multiple accounts and VPCs, providing centralized management and scalability. Question 133. A company has Amazon EC2 instances that run nightly batch jobs to process data. The EC2 instances run in an auto-scaling group that uses on-demand billing. If a job fails on one instance, another instance will reprocess the job. The batch jobs run between 12 a.m. and 6 a.m. local time every day. Which solution will provide EC2 instances to meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Option A. Purchase a 1-year savings plan for Amazon EC2 that covers the instance family of the auto-scaling group that the batch job uses. Option B. Purchase a 1-year reserved instance for the specific instance type and operating system of the instances in the auto-scaling group that the batch job uses. Option C. Create a new launch template for the auto-scaling group. Set the instances to spot instances. Set a policy to scale out based on CPU usage. Option D. Create a new launch template for the auto-scaling group. Increase the instance size. Set a policy to scale out based on CPU usage. The correct answer is Option C. Using spot instances for batch jobs that run at specific times and can tolerate interruptions is the most cost-effective solution. Spot instances allow you to take advantage of unused EC2 capacity at a significantly reduced cost compared to on-demand pricing. Since the batch jobs are not latency sensitive and can be retried on failure, they are ideal candidates for spot instances. Additionally, configuring scaling policies based on CPU usage ensures that the auto-scaling group adds capacity only when needed, which further optimizes cost. Question 134. A social media company is building a feature for its website. The feature will give users the ability to upload photos. The company expects significant increases in demand during large events and must ensure that the website can handle the upload traffic from users. Which solution meets these requirements with the most scalability? Option A. Upload files from the user's browser to the application servers. Transfer the files to an Amazon S3 bucket. Option B. Provision an AWS Storage Gateway file gateway. Upload files directly from the user's browser to the file gateway. Option C. Generate Amazon S3 pre-signed URLs in the application. Upload files directly from the user's browser into an S3 bucket. Option D. Provision an Amazon Elastic File System, Amazon EFS file system. Upload files directly from the user's browser to the file system. The correct answer is option C. Generating Amazon S3 pre-signed URLs and allowing users to upload files directly from their browsers to an S3 bucket is the most scalable solution. This approach offloads the data transfer workload from the application servers, reduces latency, and leverages the highly available and scalable nature of Amazon S3. Pre-signed URLs grant temporary, secure access to upload objects without exposing AWS credentials, and S3 automatically scales to handle large volumes of concurrent uploads. Question 135. A company runs a microservice-based serverless web application. The application must be able to retrieve data from multiple Amazon DynamoDB tables. A solutions architect needs to give the application the ability to retrieve the data with no impact on the baseline performance of the application. Which solution will meet these requirements in the most operationally efficient way? Option A. AWS AppSync Pipeline Resolvers. Option B. Amazon CloudFront with Lambda Edge functions. Option C. Edge-optimized Amazon API Gateway with AWS Lambda functions. Option D. Amazon Athena Federated Query with a DynamoDB connector. The correct answer is Option A. AWS AppSync Pipeline Resolvers provide a highly operationally efficient way to retrieve and combine data from multiple DynamoDB tables in a serverless architecture. AppSync is a managed GraphQL service that can aggregate responses from multiple data sources, including DynamoDB tables, with minimal coding and infrastructure management. By using pipeline resolvers, the application can perform sequential or parallel calls to multiple data sources in a single API call, maintaining performance and simplifying data access without impacting baseline application behavior. Question 136. A company runs container applications by using Amazon Elastic Kubernetes Service, Amazon EKS. The company's workload is not consistent throughout the day. The company wants Amazon EKS to scale in and out according to the workload. Which combination of steps will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Choose 2. Option A. Use an AWS Lambda function to resize the EKS cluster. Option B. Use the Kubernetes metric server to activate horizontal pod autoscaling. Option C. Use the Kubernetes cluster autoscaler to manage the number of nodes in the cluster. Option D. Use Amazon API Gateway and connect it to Amazon EKS. Option E. Use AWS App Mesh to observe network activity. The correct answer is option B and C. To enable Amazon EKS to scale based on workload with minimal operational overhead, the best solution is to use the Kubernetes metric server for horizontal pod autoscaling, and HPA, and the Kubernetes cluster autoscaler for adjusting the number of nodes. The metric server allows the HPA to scale pods based on CPU or memory usage, while the cluster autoscaler dynamically adjusts the number of EC2 worker nodes in the EKS cluster to match the resource needs of the pods. Question 137. A retail company has several businesses. The IT team for each business manages its own AWS account. Each team account is part of an organization in AWS organizations. Each team monitors its product inventory levels in an Amazon DynamoDB table in the team's own AWS account. The company is deploying a central inventory reporting application into a shared AWS account. The application must be able to read items from all the team's DynamoDB tables. Which authentication option will meet these requirements most securely? Option A. Integrate DynamoDB with AWS Secrets Manager in the Inventory Application account. Configure the application to use the correct secret from Secrets Manager to authenticate and read the DynamoDB table. Schedule secret rotation for every 30 days. Option B. In every business account, create an IAM user that has programmatic access. Configure the application to use the correct IAM user access key ID and secret access key to authenticate and read the DynamoDB table. Manually rotate IAM access keys every 30 days. Option C. In every business account, create an IAM role named BU role with a policy that gives the role access to the DynamoDB table and a trust policy to trust a specific role in the inventory application account. In the inventory account, create a role named APP role that allows access to the STS assume role API operation. Configure the application to use APP role and assume the cross-account role BU role to read the DynamoDB table. Option D. Integrate DynamoDB with AWS Certificate Manager ACM. Generate identity certificates to authenticate DynamoDB. Configure the application correct certificate to authenticate and read the DynamoDB table. The correct answer is Option C. Option C is the most secure and scalable solution. It uses cross-account IAM roles with the AWS Security Token Service, STS, Assume Role API to enable secure access. Each business account creates a role, BU role, that grants access to its DynamoDB table and trusts a central role, AP role, in the shared inventory application account. The application assumes BU role using AP role, avoiding hard-coded credentials or long-lived secrets. This follows AWS best practices for cross-account access and the principle of least privilege. Question 138. A global marketing company has applications that run in the AP Southeast 2 region and the EU West 1 region. Applications that run in a VPC in EU West 1 need to communicate securely with databases that run in a VPC in AP Southeast 2. Which work design will meet these requirements? Option A. Create a VPC peering connection between the EU West 1 VPC and the AP Southeast 2 VPC. Create an inbound rule in the EU West 1 application security group that allows traffic from the database server IP addresses in the AP Southeast 2 security group. Option B. Configure a VPC peering connection between the AP Southeast 2 VPC and the EU West 1 VPC. Update the subnet route tables. Create an inbound rule in the AP Southeast 2 database security group that references the security group ID of the application servers in EU West 1. Option C. Configure a VPC peering connection between the AP Southeast 2 VPC and the EU West 1 VP. Update the subnet route tables. Create an inbound rule in the AP Southeast 2 database security group that allows traffic from the EU West 1 application server IP addresses. Option D. Create a transit gateway with a peering attachment between the EU West 1 VPC and the AP Southeast 2 VPC. After the transit gateways are properly peered and routing is configured, create an inbound rule in the database security group that references the security group ID of the application servers in EU West 1. The correct answer is Option B. Option B is correct because it establishes a VPC peering connection between the two VPCs in different regions and correctly configures both route tables and security group rules using security group references. Security group referencing is the most secure and maintainable method, as it dynamically handles IP changes. The peering connection enables private communication, and updating route tables ensures proper routing. Referencing the application server's security group in the database security group allows secure traffic from those servers. Question 139. A company uses AWS organizations with resources tagged by account. The company also uses AWS Backup to back up its AWS infrastructure resources. The company needs to back up all AWS resources. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Option A. Use AWS config to identify all untagged resources. Tag the identified resources programmatically. Use tags in the backup plan. Option B. Use AWS config to identify all resources that are not running. Add those resources to the backup vault. Option C. Require all AWS account owners to review their resources to identify the resources that need to be backed up. Option D. Use Amazon Inspector to identify all non-compliant resources. The correct answer is Option A. Option A is correct because it uses AWS config to identify untagged resources and applies tags programmatically, which can then be used in AWS Backup's backup plan. AWS Backup supports tag-based backup plans, enabling centralized and automated backup management across accounts with minimal operational overhead. By tagging resources appropriately, organizations can apply backup policies automatically and consistently. Question 140. A social media company wants to allow its users to upload images in an application that is hosted in the AWS cloud. The company needs a solution that automatically resizes the images so that the images can be displayed on multiple device types. The application experiences unpredictable traffic patterns throughout the day. The company is seeking a highly available solution that maximizes scalability. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Option A. Create a static website hosted in Amazon S3 that invokes AWS Lambda functions to resize the images and store the images in an Amazon S3 bucket. Option B. Create a static website hosted in Amazon CloudFront that invokes AWS step functions to resize the images and store the images in an Amazon RDS database. Option C. Create a dynamic website hosted on a web server that runs on an Amazon EC2 instance. Configure a process that runs on the EC2 instance to resize the images and store the images in an Amazon S3 bucket. Option D. Create a dynamic website hosted on an automatically scaling Amazon Elastic Containers service, Amazon ECS cluster, that creates a resize job in Amazon Simple Queue service, Amazon SQS. Set up an image resizing program that runs on an Amazon EC2 instance to process the resize jobs. The correct answer is Option A. Option A is the best solution because it uses Amazon S3 to host a static website, which provides high availability and durability. It invokes AWS Lambda functions to resize images, which ensures automatic scalability and cost efficiency, particularly with unpredictable traffic patterns. Lambda scales automatically in response to the volume of image uploads, and the resized images can be stored back in S3. This serverless architecture removes the need to manage infrastructure, offering high availability and resilience. Question 141. A company provides an API interface to customers so the customers can retrieve their financial information. EHE Company expects a larger number of requests during peak usage times of the year. The company requires the API to respond consistently with low latency to ensure customer satisfaction. The company needs to provide a compute host for the API. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Option A. Use an application load balancer and Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS. Option B. Use Amazon API Gateway and AWS Lambda functions with provisioned concurrency. Option C. Use an application load balancer and an Amazon Elastic Kubernetes service, Amazon EKS cluster. Option D. Use Amazon API Gateway and AWS Lambda functions with reserved concurrency. The correct answer is Option B. Using Amazon API Gateway with AWS Lambda functions and provisioned concurrency provides a serverless architecture that automatically scales to handle increased traffic. Provisioned concurrency ensures that a specified number of Lambda instances are always ready to respond, thus minimizing cold starts and maintaining consistent low latency. This combination meets the requirements for low latency, scalability during peak times, and low operational overhead since AWS manages the infrastructure. Question 142. An application uses an Amazon RDS MySQL DB instance. The RDS database is becoming low on disk space. A solutions architect wants to increase the disk space without downtime. Which solution meets these requirements with the least amount of effort? Option A. Enable storage auto-scaling in RDS. Option B. Increase the RDS database instance size. Option C. Change the RDS database instance storage type to provisioned IOPS. Option D. Back up the RDS database, increase the storage capacity, restore the database, and stop the previous instance. The correct answer is option A. Enabling storage auto-scaling in Amazon RDS allows the database to automatically increase its allocated storage size when it runs low on space. This feature requires no downtime and involves minimal manual intervention, making it the simplest and most efficient solution in this scenario. Question 143. A consulting company provides professional services to customers worldwide. The company provides solutions and tools for customers to expedite gathering and analyzing data on AWS. The company needs to centrally manage and deploy a common set of solutions and tools for customers to use for self-service purposes. Which solution will meet these requirements? Option A. Create AWS CloudFormation templates for the customers. Option B. Create AWS Service Catalog products for the customers. Option C. Create AWS Systems Manager templates for the customers. Option D. Create AWS config items for the customers. The correct answer is option B. AWS Service Catalog is the most appropriate solution for the requirement because it enables centralized management and deployment of a set of standardized solutions and tools for customers to use. Service Catalog allows the company to define, manage, and distribute a portfolio of AWS resources, making it ideal for self-service purposes and compliance. Customers can easily launch products from the catalog based on pre-configured templates and policies, streamlining the process for both the company and the customers. Question 144. A law firm needs to share information with the public. The information includes hundreds of files that must be publicly readable. Modifications or deletions of the files by anyone before a designated future date are prohibited. Which solution will meet these requirements in the most secure way? Option A. Upload all files to an Amazon S3 bucket that is configured for static website hosting. Grant read-only IAM permissions to any AWS principals that access the S3 bucket until the designated date. Option B. Create a new Amazon S3 bucket with S3 version enabled. Use S3 object lock with a retention period in accordance with the designated date. Configure the S3 bucket for static website hosting. Set an S3 bucket policy to allow read-only access to the objects. Option C. Create a new Amazon S3 bucket with S3 versioning enabled. Configure an event trigger to run an AWS Lambda function in case of object modification or deletion. Configure the Lambda function to replace the objects with the original versions from a private S3 bucket. Option D. Upload all files to an Amazon S3 bucket that is configured for static website hosting. Select the folder that contains the files. Use S3 object lock with a retention period in accordance with the designated date. Grant read-only IAM permissions to any AWS principals that access the S3 bucket. The correct answer is option B. Option B is the most secure because it leverages S3 versioning and S3 object lock to prevent modifications or deletions of the files until the specified retention period ends. This ensures both data immutability and security. By setting the S3 bucket to allow read-only access and configuring a retention period in accordance with the future date, the solution provides the necessary safeguards against unauthorized changes while making the content publicly accessible via static website hosting. Question 145. A solutions architect is reviewing the resilience of an application. The solutions architect notices that a database administrator recently failed over the application's Amazon Aurora PostgreSQL database writer instance as part of a scaling exercise. The failover resulted in 3 minutes of downtime for the application. Which solution will reduce the downtime for scaling exercises with the least operational overhead? Option A. Create more Aurora PostgreSQL read replicas in the cluster to handle the load during failover. Option B. Set up a secondary Aurora PostgreSQL cluster in the same AWS region. During failover, update the application to use the secondary cluster's writer endpoint. Option C. Create an Amazon ElastiCache for memcached cluster to handle the load during failover. Option D. Set up an Amazon RDS proxy for the database. Update the application to use the proxy endpoint. The correct answer is option D. Setting up an Amazon RDS proxy for the database is the most effective solution for reducing downtime during failovers while minimizing operational overhead. Amazon RDS proxy sits between your application and the database, pooling and sharing database connections. It can automatically route traffic to a standby writer instance if a failover occurs, thus minimizing downtime. This solution handles failovers seamlessly without requiring manual intervention, reducing the operational complexity and time needed for recovery. Question 146. A company wants to add its existing AWS usage cost to its operation cost dashboard. A solutions architect needs to recommend a solution that will give the company access to its usage cost programmatically. The company must be able to access cost data for the current year and forecast costs for the next 12 months. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Option A. Access usage cost-related data by using the AWS Cost Explorer API with pagination. Option B. Access usage cost-related data by using downloadable AWS Cost Explorer report (CSV) files. Option C. Configure AWS budgets. Actions to send usage cost data to the company through FTP. Option D. Create AWS budgets reports for usage cost data. Send the data to the company through SMTP. The correct answer is option D. Creating AWS budgets reports for usage cost data, and sending the data through SMTP allows the company to programmatically access cost data for the current year and forecast the next 12 months with minimal operational overhead. AWS budgets can automatically generate reports and send them to designated email addresses, which is a simple and effective way to meet the requirements without requiring additional setup or maintenance. SMTP provides an automated and low-overhead way to distribute cost data on a scheduled basis. Question 147. A company has a workload in an AWS region. Customers connect to and access the workload by using an Amazon API Gateway REST API. The company uses Amazon Route 53 as its DNS provider. The company wants to provide individual and secure URLs for all customers. Which combination of steps will meet these requirements with the most operational efficiency? Choose 3. Option A. Register the required domain in a registrar. Create a wildcard custom domain name in a Route 53 hosted zone and record in the zone that points to the API Gateway endpoint. Option B. Request a wildcard certificate that matches the domains in AWS Certificate Manager (ACM) in a different region. Option C. Create hosted zones for each customer as required in Route 53. Create zone records that point to the API Gateway endpoint. Option D. Request a wildcard certificate that matches the custom domain name in AWS Certificate Manager (ACM) in the same region. Option E. Create multiple API endpoints for each customer in API Gateway. Option F. Create a custom domain name in API Gateway for the REST API. Import the certificate from AWS Certificate Manager, ACM. The correct answer is option C and D and F. The correct combination of steps focuses on creating a custom domain name in Amazon API Gateway, using a wildcard certificate from AWS Certificate Manager, ACM, and configuring Route 53 to route traffic to the API Gateway endpoint. Steps C, D, and F are the most operationally efficient because they minimize manual intervention and maximize automation. A wildcard certificate helps in supporting all customer-specific domains without creating multiple certificates, and a single custom domain in API Gateway can be used with different subdomains via Route 53 DNS records. Question 148. A company runs a 3-tier web application in the AWS cloud that operates across 3 availability zones. The application architecture has an application load balancer, an Amazon EC2 web server that hosts user session states, and a MySQL database that runs on an EC2 instance. The company expects sudden increases in application traffic. The company wants to be able to scale to meet future application capacity demands and to ensure high availability across all 3 availability zones. Which solution will meet these requirements? Option A. Migrate the MySQL database to Amazon RDS for MySQL with a multi-AZDB cluster deployment. Use Amazon Elasticache for Redis with high availability to store session data and to cache reads. Migrate the web server to an auto-scaling group that is in 3 availability zones. Option B. Migrate the MySQL database to Amazon RDS for MySQL with a multi-AZDB cluster deployment. Use Amazon Elasticache for memcached with high availability to store session data and to cache reads. Migrate the web server to an auto-scaling group that is in 3 availability zones. Option C. Migrate the MySQL database to Amazon DynamoDB. Use DynamoDB Accelerator (DAX) to cache reads. Store the session data in DynamoDB. Migrate the web server to an auto-scaling group that is in 3 availability zones. Option D. Migrate the MySQL database to Amazon RDS for MySQL in a single availability zone. Use Amazon Elasticache for Redis with high availability to store session data and to cache reads. Migrate the web server to an auto-scaling group that is in 3 availability zones. The correct answer is option B. Option B is the correct solution because it addresses the requirements of scaling, high availability, and session data management. By migrating the MySQL database to Amazon RDS for MySQL with multi-AZ deployment, it ensures high availability across availability zones. Using Amazon Elasticache for memcached with high availability improves session data management by offloading session data storage and caching reads. Migrating the web server to an auto-scaling group across all 3 availability zones ensures the application can scale to meet future traffic demands and maintains high availability. Question 149. A global video streaming company uses Amazon CloudFront as a content distribution network, CDN. The company wants to roll out content in a phased manner across multiple countries. The company needs to ensure that viewers who are outside the countries to which the company rolls out content are not able to view the content. Which solution will meet these requirements? Option A. Add geographic restrictions to the content in CloudFront by using an allow list. Set up a custom error message. Option B. Set up a new URL Tor restricted content. Authorize access by using a signed URL and cookies. Set up a custom error message. Option C. Encrypt the data for the content that the company distributes. Set up a custom error message. Option D. Create a new URL for restricted content. Set up a time-restricted access policy for signed URLs. The correct answer is option A. The correct answer is A, which involves adding geographic restrictions to the content in CloudFront using an allow list. This restricts viewers outside the countries the company is rolling out content to. CloudFront has built-in geographic restrictions that allow you to restrict access based on the viewer's country of origin. By using an allow list, the company can ensure that only viewers from specific countries can access the content, and anyone else will receive a custom error message, effectively blocking unauthorized access. Question 150. A company wants to analyze and troubleshoot access denied errors and unauthorized errors that are related to IAM permissions. The company has AWS CloudTrail turned on. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least effort? Option A. Use AWS Glue and write custom scripts to query CloudTrail logs for the errors. Option B. Use AWS Batch and write custom scripts to query CloudTrail logs for the errors. Option C. Search CloudTrail logs with Amazon Athena queries to identify the errors. Option D. Search CloudTrail logs with Amazon QuickSight. Create a dashboard to identify the errors. The correct answer is option C. Option C, using Amazon Athena to search CloudTrail logs, is the most efficient and straightforward way to analyze specific events like access denied or unauthorized errors. Athena allows you to run SQL queries directly on CloudTrail logs stored in S3 without needing to set up any additional infrastructure. This approach provides a simple, cost-effective way to troubleshoot IAM permission issues with minimal effort. Question 151. A company has a regional subscription-based streaming service that runs in a single AWS region. The architecture consists of web servers and application servers on Amazon EC2 instances. The EC2 instances are in auto-scaling groups behind elastic load balancers. The architecture includes an Amazon Aurora global database cluster that extends across multiple availability zones. The company wants to expand globally and to ensure that its application has minimal downtime. Which solution will provide the most fault tolerance? Option A. Extend the auto-scaling groups for the web tier and the application tier to deploy instances in availability zones in a second region. Use an Aurora global database to deploy the database in the primary region and the second region. Use Amazon Route 53 health checks with a failover routing policy to the second region. Option B. Deploy the web tier and the application tier to a second region. Add an Aurora PostgreSQL cross-region Aurora replica in the second region. Use Amazon Route 53 health checks with a failover routing policy to the second region. Promote the secondary to primary as needed. Option C. Deploy the web tier and the application tier to a second region. Create an Aurora PostgreSQL database in the second region. Use AWS Database Migration Service, AWS DMS, to replicate the primary database to the second region. Use Amazon Route 53 health checks with a failover routing policy to the second region. Option D. Deploy the web tier and the application tier to a second region. Use an Amazon Aurora global database to deploy the database in the primary region and the second region. Use Amazon Route 53 health checks with a failover routing policy and region. Promote the secondary to primary as needed. The correct answer is Option B. Option B is the best solution for providing fault tolerance because it involves deploying both the web tier and application tier in a second region, ensuring minimal downtime in case of failure in the primary region. The Aurora PostgreSQL cross-region replica allows for disaster recovery in the second region, and Route 53 health checks with failover routing enable automatic redirection of traffic to the second region if needed. The ability to promote the secondary database to primary in the event of a failure provides added resiliency and reduces downtime. Question 152. A company stores data in Amazon S3. According to regulations, the data must not contain personally identifiable information, PII. The company recently discovered that S3 buckets have some objects that contain PII. The company needs to automatically detect PII in S3 buckets and to notify the company's security team. Which solution will meet these requirements? Option A. Use Amazon Macie. Create an Amazon Event Bridge rule to filter the sensitive data event type from Macie findings and to send an Amazon Simple Notification Service, Amazon SNS notification to the security team. Option B. Use Amazon Guard Duty. Create an Amazon Event Bridge rule to filter the critical event type from Guard Duty findings and to send an Amazon Simple Notification Service, Amazon SNS notification to the security team. Option C. Use Amazon Macie. Create an Amazon Event Bridge rule to filter the sensitive data S3 object on personal event type from Macie findings and to send an Amazon Simple Queue Service, Amazon SQS notification to the security team. Option D. Use Amazon Guard Duty. Create an Amazon Event Bridge rule to filter the critical event type from Guard Duty findings and to send an Amazon Simple Queue Service, Amazon SQS notification to the security team. The correct answer is Option C. Amazon Macie is a specialized service for discovering and protecting sensitive data, including personally identifiable information, PII, in Amazon S3 buckets. It is designed to automatically detect PII, which fits the use case described in the question. Using EventBridge to filter the Sensitive Data S3 Object Personal Event Type allows for a specific trigger when PII is detected in S3 objects. Sending an Amazon SQS notification ensures that the security team is alerted appropriately, allowing them to take action without overloading them with unnecessary notifications. Question 153. A company wants to build a logging solution for its multiple AWS accounts. The company currently stores the logs from all accounts in a centralized account. The company has created an Amazon S3 bucket in the centralized account to store the VPC flow logs and AWS CloudTrail logs. All logs must be highly available for 30 days for frequent analysis, retained for an additional 60 days for backup purposes, and deleted 90 days after creation. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Option A. Transition objects to the S3 standard storage class 30 days after creation. Write an expiration action that directs Amazon S3 to delete objects after 90 days. Option B. Transition objects to the S3 standard infrequent access, S3 standard IA storage class 30 days after creation. Move all objects to the S3 Glacier Flexible Retrieval Storage class after 90 days. Write an expiration action that directs Amazon S3 to delete objects after 90 days. Option C. Transition objects to the S3 Glacier Flexible Retrieval Storage class 30 days after creation. Write an expiration action that directs Amazon S3 to delete objects after 90 days. Option D. Transition objects to the S3 One Zone Infrequent Access, S3 One Zone IA, storage class 30 days after creation. Move all objects to the S3 Glacier Flexible Retrieval Storage class after 90 days. Write an expiration action that directs Amazon S3 to delete objects after 90 days. The correct answer is Option B. Option B is the most cost-effective solution because it optimizes storage costs for the given retention periods. The use of S3 standard IA for the first 30 days ensures frequent access to the logs while minimizing cost. Transitioning to S3 Glacier Flexible Retrieval after 90 days is a very cost-effective option for long-term storage of backup data. Additionally, the expiration action ensures automatic deletion after 90 days, which meets the requirement for log deletion. Question 154. A company wants to provide data scientists with near real-time read-only access to the company's production Amazon RDS for PostgreSQL database. The database is currently configured as a single AZ database. The data scientists use complex queries that will not affect the production database. The company needs a solution that is highly available. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Option A. Scale the existing production database in a maintenance window to provide enough power for the data scientists. Option B. Change the setup from a single AZ to a multi-AZ instance deployment with a larger secondary standby instance. Provide the data scientists access to the secondary instance. Option C. Change the setup from a single AZ to a multi-AZ instance deployment. Provide 2 additional read replicas for the scientists. Option D. Change the setup from a single AZ to a multi-AZ cluster deployment with 2 readable standby instances. Provide read endpoints to the data scientists. The correct answer is Option C. Option C is the most cost-effective solution. By changing the setup from a single AZ to a multi-AZ instance deployment and providing 2 additional read replicas, you ensure high availability for the production database while offering read-only access to the data scientists. This approach also leverages the multi-AZ deployment for failover and reliability, while the read replicas specifically cater to the high demand for read queries without impacting the performance of the primary database. This setup minimizes costs compared to the other options, as it doesn't require more expensive configurations or excessive resources. Question 155. A company has an on-premises server that uses an Oracle database to process and store customer information. The company wants to use an AWS database service to achieve higher availability and to improve application performance. The company also wants to offload reporting from its primary database system. Which solution will meet these requirements in the most operationally efficient way? Option A. Use AWS Database Migration Service, AWS DMS, to create an Amazon RDS DB instance in multiple AWS regions. Point the reporting functions toward a separate DB instance from the primary DB instance. Option B. Use Amazon RDS in a single AZ deployment to create an Oracle database. Create a read replica in the same zone as the primary DB instance. Direct the reporting functions to the read replica. Option C. Use Amazon RDS deployed in a multi-AZ cluster deployment to create an Oracle database. Direct the reporting functions to use the reader instance in the cluster deployment. Option D. Use Amazon RDS deployed in a multi-AZ instance deployment to create an Amazon Aurora database. Direct the reporting functions to the reader instances. The correct answer is Option D. Option D is the most operationally efficient solution because it uses Amazon RDS deployed in a multi-AZ instance configuration with Amazon Aurora, which offers higher availability and scalability. Aurora also supports read replicas, which can be used to offload reporting functions without impacting the performance of the primary database. Aurora provides automatic failover, continuous backups to Amazon S3, and the ability to scale read traffic with multiple reader instances, all of which contribute to a highly available and performant system with minimal operational overhead. Question 156. A company wants to build a web application on AWS. Client access requests to the website are not predictable and can be idle for a long time. Only customers who have paid a subscription fee can have the ability to sign in and use the web application. Which combination of steps will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Choose 3. Option A. Create an AWS Lambda function to retrieve user information from Amazon DynamoDB. Create an Amazon API Gateway endpoint to accept RESTful APIs. Send the API calls to the Lambda function. Option B. Create an Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS service behind an application load balancer to retrieve user information from Amazon RDS. Create an Amazon API Gateway endpoint to accept RESTful APIs. Send the API calls to the Lambda function. Option C. Create an Amazon Cognito user pool to authenticate users. Option D. Create an Amazon Cognito identity pool to authenticate users. Option E. Use AWS Amplify to serve the front-end web content with HTML, CSS, and JS. Use an integrated Amazon CloudFront configuration. Option F. Use Amazon S3 static web hosting with PHP, CSS, and JS. Use Amazon CloudFront to serve the front-end web content. The correct answer is Option A and C and E. The correct answer combination is A, C, and E because these services are cost-effective and meet the application's requirements for scalability, user authentication, and web content serving. AWS Lambda is cost-efficient for handling unpredictable workloads with idle times. Amazon Cognito is a fully managed service for user authentication and management, which is appropriate for controlling access to the web application based on subscription status. AWS Amplify provides a simple and scalable way to serve static web content and integrates well with other AWS services like Cognito and CloudFront. Question 157. A media company uses an Amazon CloudFront distribution to deliver content over the internet. The company wants only premium customers to have access to the media streams and file content. The company stores all content in an Amazon S3 bucket. The company also delivers content on demand to customers for a specific purpose, such as movie rentals or music downloads. Which solution will meet these requirements? Option A. Generate and provide S3 signed cookies to premium customers. Option B. Generate and provide CloudFront signed URLs to premium customers. Option C. Use Origin Access Control, OAC, to limit the access of non-premium customers. Option D. Generate and activate field-level encryption to block non-premium customers. The correct answer is option B. CloudFront signed URLs are a secure way to grant limited access to specific resources for a defined period of time. In this case, generating and providing CloudFront signed URLs to premium customers ensures that only authorized users, premium customers, can access the media streams and files. This solution integrates directly with CloudFront and allows fine-grained access control on the distribution level, which meets the requirement of providing access to specific users for a defined purpose like movie rentals or music downloads. Question 158. A retail company uses a regional Amazon API Gateway API for its public REST APIs. The API Gateway endpoint is a custom domain name that points to an Amazon Route 53 alias record. A solutions architect needs to create a solution that has minimal effects on customers and minimal data loss to release the new version of APIs. Which solution will meet these requirements? Option A. Create a canary release deployment stage for API Gateway. Deploy the latest API version. Point an appropriate percentage of traffic to the canary stage. After API verification, promote the canary stage to the production stage. Option B. Create a new API Gateway endpoint with a new version of the API in OpenAPI YAML file format. Use the import to update operation in merge mode into the API in API Gateway. Deploy the new version of the API to the production stage. Option C. Create a new API Gateway endpoint with a new version of the API in OpenAPI JSON file format. Use the import to update operation in overwrite mode into the API in API Gateway. Deploy the new version of the API to the production stage. Option D. Create a new API Gateway endpoint with new versions of the API definitions. Create a custom domain name for the new API Gateway API. Point the Route 53 alias record to the new API Gateway API custom domain name. The correct answer is option A. A canary release deployment allows gradual traffic shifting between the old and new versions of the API. By sending only a portion of the traffic to the canary stage, you can monitor the performance of the new API version and detect any issues before fully promoting it to production. This method minimizes the risk of data loss and ensures that customers experience minimal disruption during the transition to the new API version. Question 159. A company is building a mobile app on AWS. The company wants to expand its reach to millions of users. The company needs to build a platform so that authorized users can watch the company's content on their mobile devices. What should a solutions architect recommend to meet these requirements? Option A. Publish content to a public Amazon S3 bucket. Use AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS keys to stream content. Option B. Set up IPsec VPN between the mobile app and the AWS environment to stream content. Option C. Use Amazon CloudFront. Provide signed URLs to stream content. Option D. Set up AWS Client VPN between the mobile app and the AWS environment to stream content. The correct answer is option C. The best solution to meet the requirements of building a scalable platform for streaming content to authorized users on mobile devices is to use Amazon CloudFront with signed URLs. CloudFront is a globally distributed content delivery network, CDN, that ensures low latency and high transfer speeds, making it ideal for streaming content to millions of users. Signed URLs provide controlled access to content, ensuring that only authorized users can view the content. This approach scales automatically and ensures security and performance. Question 160. A company is designing the network for an online multiplayer game. The game uses the UDP networking protocol and will be deployed in 8 AWS regions. The network architecture needs to minimize latency and packet loss to give end users a high-quality gaming experience. Which solution will meet these requirements? Option A. Set up a transit gateway in each region. create inter-region peering attachments between each transit gateway. Option B, set up AWS Global Accelerator with UDP listeners and endpoint groups in each region. Option C, set up Amazon CloudFront with UDP turned on. Configure an origin in each region. Option D, set up a VPC peering mesh between each region. Turn on UDP for each VPC. The correct answer is option B. AWS Global Accelerator is designed to improve the performance of applications by directing traffic through the optimal AWS Edge location. For a real-time multiplayer game using UDP, it minimizes latency and packet loss by automatically routing traffic to the closest available endpoint. This solution efficiently supports multi-region deployment with UDP listeners, which directly addresses the requirements of minimizing latency and packet loss for the game. Question 161. A company hosts a serverless application on AWS. The application uses Amazon API Gateway, AWS Lambda, and an Amazon RDS for PostgreSQL database. The company notices an increase in application errors that result from database connection timeouts during times of peak traffic or unpredictable traffic. The company needs a solution that reduces the application failures with the least amount of change to the code. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Option A, reduce the Lambda concurrency rate. Option B, enable RDS proxy on the RDS-DB instance. Option C, resize the RDS-DB instance class to accept more connections. Option D, migrate the database to Amazon DynamoDB with on-demand scaling. The correct answer is option B. Enabling RDS proxy on the RDS-DB instance is the best solution to handle connection pooling and reduce the likelihood of database connection timeouts. RDS proxy manages and maintains a pool of database connections, ensuring efficient reuse of connections and reducing the load on the database during peak traffic periods. This solution requires minimal changes to the code while improving application availability and performance during unpredictable traffic spikes. Question 162. A company has a Java application that uses Amazon Simple Queue Service, Amazon SQS, to parse messages. The application cannot parse messages that are larger than 256 KB in size. The company wants to implement a solution to give the application the ability to parse messages as large as 50 MB. Which solution will meet these requirements with the fewest changes to the code? Option A, use the Amazon SQS Extended Client Library for Java to host messages that are larger than 256 KB in Amazon S3. Option B, use Amazon EventBridge to post large messages from the application instead of Amazon SQS. Option C, change the limit in Amazon SQS to handle messages that are larger than 256 KB. Option D, store messages that are larger than 256 KB in Amazon Elastic File System, Amazon EFS. Configure Amazon SQS to reference this location in the messages. The correct answer is option A. Using the Amazon SQS Extended Client Library for Java allows you to host large messages in Amazon S3 while keeping the original SQS message size limit of 256 KB. The library takes care of uploading large payloads to S3 and referencing them in SQS messages. This solution requires minimal code changes, as the library automatically handles the integration between SQS and S3. Question 163. A transaction processing company has weekly scripted batch jobs that run on Amazon EC2 instances. The EC2 instances are in an auto-scaling group. The number of transactions can vary, but the baseline CPU utilization that is noted on each run is at least 60%. The company needs to provision the capacity 30 minutes before the jobs run. Currently, engineers complete this task by manually modifying the auto-scaling group parameters. The company does not have the resources to analyze the required capacity trends for the auto-scaling group counts. The company needs an automated way to modify the auto-scaling group's desired capacity. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Option A. Create a dynamic scaling policy for the auto-scaling group. Configure the policy to scale based on the CPU utilization metric. Set the target value for the metric to 60%. Option B, create a scheduled scaling policy for the auto-scaling group. Set the appropriate desired capacity, minimum capacity, and maximum capacity. Set the recurrence to weekly. Set the start time to 30 minutes before the batch jobs run. Option C, create a predictive scaling policy for the auto-scaling group. Configure the policy to scale based on forecast. Set the scaling metric to CPU utilization. Set the target value for the metric to 60%. In the policy, set the instances to pre-launch 30 minutes before the jobs run. Option D, create an Amazon Event Bridge event to invoke an AWS Lambda function when the CPU utilization metric value for the auto-scaling group reaches 60%. Configure the Lambda function to increase the auto-scaling group's desired capacity and maximum capacity by 20%. The correct answer is option C. A predictive scaling policy is the most efficient solution for this scenario. It allows the auto-scaling group to automatically forecast and adjust capacity based on historical trends. By setting the scaling metric to CPU utilization and configuring the pre-launch behavior to trigger 30 minutes before the batch jobs run, this option minimizes manual intervention and automates capacity provisioning with minimal operational overhead. Question 164. A company hosts a 3-tier web application on Amazon EC2 instances in a single availability zone. The web application uses a self-managed MySQL database that is hosted on an EC2 instance to store data in an Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS volume. The MySQL database currently uses a 1 TB provisioned IOPS SSD, IO2, EBS volume. The company expects traffic of 1,000 IOPS for both reads and writes at peak traffic. The company wants to minimize any disruptions, stabilize performance, and reduce costs while retaining the capacity for double the IOPS. The company wants to move the database tier to a fully managed solution that is highly available and fault-tolerant. Which solution will meet these requirements? Most cost-effectively. Option A. Use a multi-AZ deployment of an Amazon RDS for MySQL DB instance with an IO2 Block Express EBS volume. Option B. Use a multi-AZ deployment of an Amazon RDS for MySQL DB instance with a general-purpose SSD GP2 EBS volume. Option C. Use Amazon S3 Intelligent Tiering Access Tiers. Option D. Use 2 large EC2 instances to host the database in active-passive mode. The correct answer is option B. Option B is the most cost-effective solution because it uses Amazon RDS for MySQL in a multi-AZ deployment with a general-purpose SSD, the GP2, EBS volume. This configuration provides high availability and fault tolerance, which addresses the company's requirements for minimizing disruptions and stabilizing performance. The use of general-purpose SSD, GP2, is a cost-effective option as it balances performance and cost, providing sufficient IOPS at a lower cost compared to provisioned IOPS SSD, IO2. The 1,000 IOPS required at peak traffic is within the capabilities of a GP2 volume, which can burst up to 3,000 IOPS when needed, making it a more affordable choice than IO2 or IO2 Block Express volumes. Question 165. A company stores its data objects in Amazon S3 standard storage. A solutions architect has found that 75% of the data is rarely accessed after 30 days. The company needs all the data to remain immediately accessible with the same high availability and resiliency, but the company wants to minimize storage costs. Which storage solution will meet these requirements? Option A. Move the data objects to S3 Glacier Deep Archive after 30 days. Option B. Move the data objects to S3 Standard Infrequent Access, S3 Standard IA, after 30 days. Option C. Move the data objects to S3 One Zone, Infrequent Access, S3 One Zone IA after 30 days. Option D. Move the data objects to S31 Zone Infrequent Access, S31 Zone IA immediately. The correct answer is option B. S3 Standard IA, Infrequent Access, is designed for data that is less frequently accessed but needs to remain immediately available when required. It offers a lower cost compared to S3 Standard, while still ensuring high availability and durability. Since 75% of the company's data is rarely accessed after 30 days, transitioning it to S3 Standard IA will optimize storage costs while meeting the high availability and resiliency requirements. Question 166. A gaming company is moving its public scoreboard from a data center to the AWS cloud. The company uses Amazon EC2 Windows Server instances behind an application load balancer to host its dynamic application. The company needs a highly available storage solution for the application. The application consists of static files and dynamic server-side code. Which combination of steps should a solutions architect take to meet these requirements? Choose 2. Option A. Store the static files on Amazon S3. Use Amazon CloudFront to cache objects at the edge. Option B. Store the static files on Amazon S3. Use Amazon ElastiCache to cache objects at the edge. Option C. Store the server-side code on Amazon Elastic File System, Amazon EFS. Mount the EFS volume on each EC2 instance to share the files. Option D. Store the server-side code on Amazon FSx for Windows File Server. Mount the FSx for Windows File Server volume on each EC2 instance to share the files. Option E. Store the server-side code on a general-purpose SSD, GP2, Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS volume. Mount the EBS volume on each EC2 instance to share the file. The correct answer is option A and D. The correct approach involves storing static files in Amazon S3 and using CloudFront for content delivery. For the server-side code, the best choice is FSx for Windows File Server, because it offers highly available shared storage with Windows File System compatibility, which fits well with EC2 Windows Server instances. S3 and CloudFront are ideal for handling static content like images or assets, while FSx allows EC2 instances to share server-side code in a Windows environment. Question 167. A social media company runs its application on Amazon EC2 instances behind an application load balancer, ALB. The ALB is the origin for an Amazon CloudFront distribution. The application has more than 1 billion images stored in an Amazon S3 bucket and processes thousands of images each second. The company wants to resize the images dynamically and serve appropriate formats to clients. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Option A. Install an external image management library on an EC2 instance. Use the image management library to process the images. Option B. Create a CloudFront origin request policy. Use the policy to automatically resize images and to serve the appropriate format based on the user agent HTTP header in the request. Option C. Use a Lambda Edge function with an external image management library. Associate the Lambda Edge function with the CloudFront behaviors that serve the images. Option D. Create a CloudFront response headers policy. Use the policy to automatically resize images and to serve the appropriate format based on the user agent HTTP header in the request. The correct answer is option D. Option D is the correct answer because creating a CloudFront response headers policy to automatically resize images and serve the appropriate format based on the user agent HTTP header minimizes operational overhead. The response headers policy is designed to manage content type and image resizing based on request headers, without the need to manage EC2 instances or Lambda functions. This approach integrates directly into the CloudFront distribution, handling image processing at the edge with minimal maintenance and scaling concerns, making it the most efficient option for this scenario. Question 168. A hospital needs to store patient records in an Amazon S3 bucket. The hospital's compliance team must ensure that all protected health information, PHI, is encrypted in transit and at rest. The compliance team must administer the encryption key for data at rest. Which solution will meet these requirements? Option A. Create a public SSL/TLS certificate in AWS Certificate Manager, ACM. Associate the certificate with Amazon S3. Configure default encryption for each S3 bucket to use server-side encryption with AWS KMS keys, SSE KMS. Assign the compliance team to manage the KMS keys. Option B. Use the AWS Secure Transport condition on S3 bucket policies to allow only encrypted connections over HTTPS, TLS. Configure default encryption for each S3 bucket to use server-side encryption with S3 managed encryption keys, SSE S3. Assign the compliance team to manage the SSE S3 keys. Option C. Use the AWS SAA Secure Transport condition on S3 bucket policies to allow only encrypted connections over HTTPS, TLS. Configure default encryption for each S3 bucket to use server-side encryption with AWS KMS keys, SSE KMS. Assign the compliance team to manage the KMS keys. Option D. Use the AWS Secure Transport condition on S3 bucket policies to allow only encrypted connections over HTTPS, TLS. Use Amazon Macie to protect the sensitive data that is stored in Amazon S3. Assign the compliance team to manage Macie. The correct answer is Option C. Option C is correct because it addresses both encryption in transit and at rest. The use of the AWS SAA Secure Transport condition ensures that only encrypted HTTPS connections are allowed, meeting the requirement for encryption in transit. The configuration of S3 to use server-side encryption with AWS KMS keys, SSE KMS, ensures that data is encrypted at rest, and assigning the compliance team to manage the KMS keys gives them the necessary control over the encryption keys as required by the compliance team. Question 169. A company stores confidential data in an Amazon Aurora PostgreSQL database in the AP Southeast 3 region. The database is encrypted with an AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS Customer Managed Key. The company was recently acquired and must securely share a backup of the database with the acquiring company's AWS account in AP Southeast 3. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Option A. Create a database snapshot. Copy the snapshot to a new unencrypted snapshot. Share the new snapshot with the acquiring company's AWS account. Option B. Create a database snapshot. Add the acquiring company's AWS account to the KMS key policy. Share the snapshot with the acquiring company's AWS account. Option C. Create a database snapshot that uses a different AWS managed KMS key. Add the acquiring company's AWS account to the KMS key alias. Share the snapshot with the acquiring company's AWS account. Option D. Create a database snapshot. Download the database snapshot. Upload the database snapshot to an Amazon S3 bucket. Update the S3 bucket policy to allow access from the acquiring company's AWS account. The correct answer is Option B. The correct approach is to create a database snapshot and then modify the KMS key policy to allow the acquiring company's AWS account access. Since the Aurora PostgreSQL database is encrypted with a customer-managed AWS KMS key, you must ensure that the acquiring company can decrypt the snapshot. By adding their AWS account to the KMS key policy, the acquiring company can access and restore the snapshot. This method maintains encryption and secure sharing of sensitive data without having to unencrypt the snapshot or perform unnecessary data transfers. Question 170. A company uses a 100 GB Amazon RDS for Microsoft SQL Server single AZDB instance in the US East 1 region to store customer transactions. The company needs high availability and automatic recovery for the DB instance. The company must also run reports on the RDS database several times a year. The report process causes transactions to take longer than usual to post to the customer's accounts. The company needs a solution that will improve the performance of the report process. Which combination of steps will meet these requirements? Choose 2. Option A. Modify the DB instance from a single AZ DB instance to a multi-AZ deployment. Option B. Take a snapshot of the current DB instance. Restore the snapshot to a new RDS deployment in another availability zone. Option C. Create a read replica of the DB instance in a different availability zone. Point all requests for reports to the read replica. Option D. Migrate the database to RDS custom. Option E. Use RDS proxy to limit reporting requests to the maintenance window. The correct answer is option A and C. To meet the company's requirements, 2 things need to be addressed: high availability and performance during reporting. Modifying the DB instance from single AZ to multi-AZ enhances high availability by providing automatic failover, and creating a read replica in a different availability zone offloads the reporting traffic, improving performance without affecting the main DB instance. Both actions together meet the requirements of high availability and improved report performance. Question 171. A solutions architect is designing a company's disaster recovery (DR) architecture. The company has a MySQL database that runs on an Amazon EC2 instance in a private subnet with scheduled backup. The DR design needs to include multiple AWS regions. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Option A. Migrate the MySQL database to multiple EC2 instances. Configure a standby EC2 instance in the DR region. Turn on replication. Option B. Migrate the MySQL database to Amazon RDS. Use a multi-AZ deployment. Turn on read replication for the primary DB instance in the different availability zones. Option C. Migrate the MySQL database to an Amazon Aurora global database. Host the primary DB cluster in the primary region. Host the secondary DB cluster in the DR region. Option D. Store the scheduled backup of the MySQL database in an Amazon S3 bucket that is configured for S3 cross-region replication, CRR. Use the data backup to restore the database in the DR region. The correct answer is option B. Migrating the MySQL database to Amazon RDS with a multi-AZ deployment is the most straightforward solution to meet the DR requirements with minimal operational overhead. RDS automates most of the management tasks, such as backups, patching, and failover. A multi-AZ deployment ensures high availability and resilience within a region, and using read replication for the primary DB instance across multiple availability zones, AZs, provides added data protection and the ability to failover with minimal manual intervention. Question 172. A company wants to restrict access to the content of one of its main web applications and to protect the content by using authorization techniques available on AWS. The company wants to implement a serverless architecture and an authentication solution for fewer than 100 users. The solution needs to integrate with the main web application and serve web content globally. The solution must also scale as the company's user base grows, while providing the lowest login latency possible. Which solution will meet these requirements most cost-effectively? Option A. Use Amazon Cognito for authentication. Use Lambda Edge for authorization. Use Amazon CloudFront to serve the web application globally. Option B. Use AWS Directory Service for Microsoft Active Directory for authentication. Use AWS Lambda for authorization. Use an application load balancer to serve the web application globally. Option C. Use Amazon Cognito for authentication. Use AWS Lambda for authorization. Use Amazon S3 transfer acceleration to serve the web application globally. Option D. Use AWS Directory Service for Microsoft Active Directory for authentication. Use Lambda Edge for authorization. Use AWS Elastic Beanstalk to serve the web application globally. Create. The correct answer is option A. Amazon Cognito is the most suitable solution for authentication, as it is designed for user management in serverless architectures with integration to AWS services. Lambda Edge allows for authorization at the edge, improving latency by executing the function closer to the user. CloudFront ensures global content delivery with minimal latency, making it the most cost-effective and scalable solution for the company's needs. Question 173. A company is moving its data management application to AWS. The company wants to transition to an event-driven architecture. The architecture needs to be more distributed and to use serverless concepts while performing the different aspects of the workflow. The company also wants to minimize operational overhead. Which solution will meet these requirements? Option A. Build out the workflow in AWS Glue. Use AWS Glue to invoke AWS Lambda functions to process the workflow steps. Option B. Build out the workflow in AWS Step Functions. Deploy the application on Amazon EC2 instances. Use step functions to invoke the workflow steps on the EC2 instances. Option C. Build out the workflow in Amazon EventBridge. Use EventBridge to invoke AWS Lambda functions on a schedule to process the workflow steps. Option D. Build out the workflow in AWS Step Functions. Use step functions to create a state machine. Use the state machine to invoke AWS Lambda functions to process the workflow steps. The correct answer is option D. AWS Step Functions is a serverless orchestration service that allows you to build complex workflows by coordinating multiple AWS services, including AWS Lambda. It allows for creating state machines that are ideal for event-driven, distributed architectures. It minimizes operational overhead since you do not need to manage servers directly, and it integrates natively with AWS Lambda for serverless execution, which is crucial for the company's requirements of minimal management and serverless concepts. Question 174. A company hosts a multiplayer gaming application on AWS. The company wants the application to read data with sub-millisecond latency and run one-time queries on historical data. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Option A. Use Amazon RDS for data that is frequently accessed. Run a periodic custom script to export the data to an Amazon S3 bucket. Option B. Store the data directly in an Amazon S3 bucket. Implement an S3 lifecycle policy to move older data to S3 Glacier Deep Archive for long-term storage. Run one-time queries on the data in Amazon S3 by using Amazon Athena. Option C. Use Amazon DynamoDB with DynamoDB Accelerator, DAX, for data that is frequently accessed. Export the data to an Amazon S3 bucket by using DynamoDB Table Export. Run one-time queries on the data in Amazon S3 by using Amazon Athena. Option D. Use Amazon DynamoDB for data that is frequently accessed. Turn on streaming to Amazon Kinesis data streams. Use Amazon Kinesis Data Firehose to read the data from Kinesis data streams. Store the rest in an Amazon S3 bucket. The correct answer is option B. Option B is correct because Amazon S3, combined with Amazon Athena, provides an efficient solution for reading data with sub-millisecond latency and running one-time queries on historical data. Amazon S3 is highly scalable, and Athena allows for serverless querying of data directly in S3, without requiring significant operational overhead. By implementing an S3 lifecycle policy to move older data to S3 Glacier Deep Archive, you can effectively manage long-term storage at a low cost. This solution is simple, cost-effective, and minimizes the operational complexity of managing a database or other data store. Question 175. A hospital is designing a new application that gathers symptoms from patients. The hospital has decided to use Amazon Simple Queue Service, Amazon SQS, and Amazon Simple Notification Service, Amazon SNS, in the architecture. A solutions architect is reviewing the infrastructure design. Data must be encrypted at rest and in transit. Only authorized personnel of the hospital should be able to access the data. Which combination of steps should the solutions architect take to meet these requirements? Choose 2. Option A. Turn on server-side encryption on the SQS components. Update the default key policy to restrict key usage to a set of authorized principals. Option B. Turn on server-side encryption on the SNS components by using an AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS, customer-managed key. Apply a key policy to restrict key usage to a set of authorized principals. Option C. Turn on encryption on the SNS components. Update the default key policy to restrict key usage to a set of authorized principals. Set a condition in the topic policy to allow only encrypted connections over TLS. Option D. Turn on server-side encryption on the SQS components by using an AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS Customer-Managed Key. Apply a key policy to restrict key usage to a set of authorized principals. Set a condition in the queue policy to allow only encrypted connections over TLS. Option E. Turn on server-side encryption on the SQS components by using an AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS, Customer-Managed Key. Apply an IAM policy to restrict key usage to a set of authorized principals. Set a condition in the queue policy to allow only encrypted connections over TLS. The correct answer is Option C and D. To ensure that the data is encrypted both at rest and in transit and that only authorized personnel have access, the solutions architect must configure server-side encryption on both the SQS and SNS components using AWS KMS customer-managed keys. Additionally, setting key policies and applying restrictions to allow only encrypted connections over TLS ensures that data is secure in transit. Options C and D are the most comprehensive answers as they address encryption for both SQS and SNS components, and the restrictions on key usage and encrypted connections. Question 176. A company runs a web application that is backed by Amazon RDS. A new database administrator caused data loss by accidentally editing information in a database table. To help recover from this type of incident, the company wants the ability to restore the database to its state from 5 minutes before any change within the last 30 days. Which feature should the solutions architect include in the design to meet this requirement? Option A. Read replicas. Option B. Manual snapshots. Option C. Automated backups. Option D. Multi-AZ deployments. The correct answer is Option C. The correct answer is automated backups. Automated backups in Amazon RDS provide point-in-time recovery, PITR, which allows you to restore your database to any specific time within your retention period. The retention period can be up to 35 days, which covers the company's requirement to restore to a time 5 minutes before the accidental change. This feature is ideal for preventing and recovering from situations like this one where accidental data loss occurs. Question 177. A company's web application consists of an Amazon API Gateway API in front of an AWS Lambda function and an Amazon DynamoDB database. The Lambda function handles the business logic, and the DynamoDB table hosts the data. The application uses Amazon Cognito user pools to identify the individual users of the application. A solutions architect needs to update the application so that only users who have a subscription can access premium content. Which solution will meet this requirement with the least operational overhead? Option A. Enable API caching and throttling on the API Gateway API. Option B. Set up AWS WAF on the API Gateway API. Create a rule to filter users who have a subscription. Option C. Apply fine-grained IAM permissions to the premium content in the DynamoDB table. Option D. Implement API usage plans and API keys to limit the access of users who do not have a subscription. The correct answer is Option C. The most efficient and least operationally intensive way to restrict access to premium content is by leveraging fine-grained IAM permissions in DynamoDB. This ensures that only users with the appropriate subscription can access premium data, and it requires minimal additional configuration beyond IAM roles and permissions in the existing Lambda and DynamoDB setup. The solution integrates directly with the existing AWS environment, minimizing overhead. Question 178. A company is using Amazon Route 53 latency-based routing to route requests to its UDP-based application for users around the world. The application is hosted on redundant servers in the company's on-premises data centers in the United States, Asia, and Europe. The company's compliance requirements state that the application must be hosted on premises. The company wants to improve the performance and availability of the application. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements? Option A. Configure 3 network load balancers, NLBs, in the 3 AWS regions to address the on-premises endpoints. Create an accelerator by using AWS Global Accelerator and register the NLBs as its endpoints. Provide access to the application by using a CNAME that points to the accelerator DNS. Option B. Configure 3 application load balancers, ALBs, in the 3 AWS regions to address the on-premises endpoints. Create an accelerator by using AWS Global Accelerator and register the ALBs as its endpoints. Provide access to the application by using a CNAME that points to the accelerator DNS. Option C. Configure 3 network load balancers, NLBs, in the 3 AWS regions to address the on-premises endpoints. In Route 53, create a latency-based record that points to the 3 NLBs and use it as an origin for an Amazon CloudFront distribution. Provide access to the application by using a CNAME that points to the CloudFront DNS. Option D. Configure 3 application load balancers, ALBs, in the 3 AWS regions to address the on-premises endpoints. In Route 53, create a latency-based record that points to the 3 ALBs and use it as an origin for an Amazon CloudFront distribution. Provide access to the application by using a CNAME that points to the CloudFront DNS. The correct answer is Option A. The correct answer is A because network load balancers, NLBs, are ideal for handling UDP traffic, which is required by the application in the question. AWS Global Accelerator optimizes the routing of traffic to the nearest available NLB, providing improved performance and availability for UDP-based applications. By registering the NLBs as endpoints in the Global Accelerator and using a CNAME that points to the accelerator's DNS, the solution meets the company's requirements for high performance, availability, and compliance on-premises hosting. Question 179. A solutions architect wants all new users to have specific complexity requirements and mandatory rotation periods for IAM user passwords. What should the solutions architect do to accomplish this? Option A. Set an overall password policy for the entire AWS account. Option B. Set a password policy for each IAM user in the AWS account. Option C. Use third-party vendor software to set password requirements. Option D. Attach an Amazon CloudWatch rule to the Create New User event to set the password with the appropriate requirements. The correct answer is Option A. The best approach for setting a password policy with specific complexity requirements and mandatory rotation periods for IAM users is to configure a global password policy at the AWS account level. This will enforce the required password rules across all IAM users within the account. AWS allows you to define a password policy that applies universally to all IAM users, making Option A the most suitable solution. Question 180. A company has migrated an application to Amazon EC2 Linux instances. One of these EC2 instances runs several one-hour tasks on a schedule. These tasks were written by different teams and have no common programming language. The company is concerned about performance and scalability while these tasks run on a single instance. A solutions architect needs to implement a solution to resolve these concerns. Which solution will meet these requirements with the least operational overhead? Option A. Use AWS Batch to run the tasks as jobs. Schedule the jobs by using Amazon Event Bridge, Amazon CloudWatch events. Option B. Convert the EC2 instance to a container. Use AWS App Runner to create the container on demand to run the tasks as jobs. Option C. Copy the tasks into AWS Lambda functions. Schedule the Lambda functions by using Amazon Event Bridge, Amazon CloudWatch events. Option D. Create an Amazon Machine Image, AMI, of the EC2 instance that runs the tasks. Create an auto-scaling group with the AMI to run multiple copies of the instance. The correct answer is option A. AWS Batch is the most suitable solution for running scheduled tasks that need to be executed at scale with minimal operational overhead. It is specifically designed to run large-scale parallel tasks with flexibility in the programming languages used. By leveraging AWS Batch with Event Bridge, formerly CloudWatch events, the tasks can be scheduled and automatically run on a serverless infrastructure, scaling as necessary without needing to manage EC2 instances manually. Question 181. A company runs a public 3-tier web application in a VPC. The application runs on Amazon EC2 instances across multiple availability zones. The EC2 instances that run in private subnets need to communicate with a licensed server over the internet. The company needs a managed solution that minimizes operational maintenance. Which solution meets these requirements? Option A. Provision a NAT instance in a public subnet. Modify each private subnet's route table with a default route that points to the NAT instance. Option B. Provision a NAT instance in a private subnet. Modify each private subnet's route table with a default route that points to the NAT instance. Option C. Provision a NAT gateway in a public subnet. Modify each private subnet's route table with a default route that points to the NAT gateway. Option D. Provision a NAT gateway in a private subnet. Modify each private subnet's route table with a default route that points to the NAT gateway. The correct answer is option C. A NAT gateway in a public subnet is a fully managed service that allows instances in private subnets to access the internet. It provides scalability, availability, and reduces operational maintenance compared to a NAT instance, which would require manual management. Modifying the route tables of the private subnets to route traffic through the NAT gateway ensures secure and reliable outbound internet connectivity for the EC2 instances in the private subnets. Question 182. A company wants to migrate an Oracle database to AWS. The database consists of a single table that contains millions of geographic information systems, GIS images, that are high resolution and are identified by a geographic code. When a natural disaster occurs, tens of thousands of images get updated every few minutes. Each geographic code has a single image or row that is associated with it. The company wants a solution that is highly available and scalable during such events. Which solution meets these requirements most cost-effectively? Option A. Store the images and geographic codes in a database table. Use Oracle running on an Amazon RDS multi-AZ-DB instance. Option B. Store the images in Amazon S3 buckets. Use Amazon DynamoDB with the geographic code as the key and the image S3 URL as the value. Option C. Store the images and geographic codes in an Amazon DynamoDB table. Configure DynamoDB Accelerator, DAX, during times of high load. Option D. Store the images in Amazon S3 buckets. Store geographic codes and image S3 URLs in a database table. Use Oracle running on an Amazon RDS multi-AZ-DB instance. The correct answer is option B. Option B is the most cost-effective solution because it leverages Amazon S3 for storing large, high-resolution images, which is highly scalable and cost-efficient for storing and serving large objects. Additionally, Amazon DynamoDB is well-suited for storing key-value pairs, where the geographic code serves as the key and the S3 URL as the value. This solution allows for scalability during high loads and provides fast, low-latency access to the images. S3 and DynamoDB are both highly available services that scale automatically during peak loads, making them ideal for the described use case during natural disasters. Question 183. A company has an application that collects data from IoT sensors on automobiles. The data is streamed and stored in Amazon S3 through Amazon Kinesis Data Firehose. The data produces trillions of S3 objects each year. Each morning, the company uses the data from the previous 30 days to retrain a suite of machine learning, ML models. 4 times each year, the company uses the data from the previous 12 months to perform analysis and train other ML models. The data must be available with minimal delay for up to 1 year. After 1 year, the data must be retained for archival purposes. Which storage solution meets these requirements most cost-effectively? Option A. Use the S3 Intelligent Tiering Storage class. Create an S3 lifecycle policy to transition objects to S3 Glacier Deep Archive after 1 year. Option B. Use the S3 Intelligent Tiering Storage class. Configure S3 Intelligent Tiering to automatically move objects to S3 Glacier Deep Archive after 1 year. Option C. Use the S3 Standard Infrequent Access, S3 Standard IA storage class. Create an S3 lifecycle policy to transition objects to S3 Glacier Deep Archive after 1 year. Option D. Use the S3 Standard Storage class. Create an S3 lifecycle policy to transition objects to S3 Standard Infrequent Access, S3 Standard IA after 30 days, and then to S3 Glacier Deep Archive after 1 year. The correct answer is Option D. Option D is the most cost-effective because it leverages Amazon S3's different storage classes, Standard IA Glacier Deep Archive, in a lifecycle policy. The S3 standard class is suitable for frequent access for the first 30 days. After that, transitioning to S3 Standard IA optimizes costs for infrequent access, and eventually, after 1 year, moving the data to Glacier Deep Archive offers the most cost-effective solution for long-term archival. This approach ensures cost savings at each stage of data access and meets the retention requirements. Question 184. A company is running several business applications in 3 separate VPCs within the U.S. East 1 region. The applications must be able to communicate between VPCs. The applications also must be able to consistently send hundreds of gigabytes of data each day to a latency-sensitive application that runs in a single on-premises data center. A solutions architect needs to design a network connectivity solution that maximizes cost-effectiveness. Which solution meets these requirements? Option A. Configure 3 AWS site-to-site VPN connections from the data center to AWS. Establish connectivity by configuring 1 VPN connection for each VPC. Option B. Launch a third-party virtual network appliance in each VPC. Establish an IPsec VPN tunnel between the data center and each virtual appliance. Option C. Set up 3 AWS Direct Connect connections from the data center to a Direct Connect gateway in US East 1. Establish connectivity by configuring each VPC to use one of the Direct Connect connections. Option D. Set up 1 AWS Direct Connect connection from the data center to AWS. Create a transit gateway and attach each VPC to the transit gateway. Establish connectivity between the Direct Connect connection and the transit gateway. The correct answer is Option D. The correct solution is to set up 1 AWS Direct Connect connection from the data center to AWS, create a transit gateway, and attach each VPC to the transit gateway. This solution allows for centralized, high-performance, low-latency connectivity between multiple VPCs and the on-premises data center. Direct Connect ensures consistent throughput and low-latency access to the data center, and the transit gateway simplifies managing inter-VPC communication. It is the most cost-effective and scalable solution for large data transfers and multiple VPCs. Question 185. A company has launched an Amazon RDS for MySQLDB instance. Most of the connections to the database come from serverless applications. Application traffic to the database changes significantly at random intervals. At times of high demand, users report that their applications experience database connection rejection errors. Which solution will resolve this issue with the least operational overhead? Option A. Create a proxy in RDS proxy. Configure the user's applications to use the DB instance through RDS proxy. Option B. Deploy Amazon Elasticache or memcached between the user's applications and the DB instance. Option C. Migrate the DB instance to a different instance class that has higher I/O capacity. Configure the user's applications to use the new DB instance. Option D. Configure multi-AZ for the DB instance. Configure the user's applications to switch between the DB instances. The correct answer is option A. Using Amazon RDS Proxy helps to manage the connection pool between the application and the database efficiently. RDS Proxy reduces the number of open connections by pooling and sharing them, which is ideal for serverless applications with unpredictable traffic patterns. It helps mitigate connection throttling or rejection during times of high demand by maintaining a steady connection pool and handling bursts of traffic more effectively with minimal operational overhead. This solution is fully managed, reducing the need for manual intervention. Question 186. A company recently deployed a new auditing system to centralize information about operating system versions, patching, and installed software for Amazon EC2 instances. A solutions architect must ensure all instances provisioned through EC2 auto-scaling groups successfully send reports to the auditing system as soon as they are launched and terminated. Which solution achieves these goals most efficiently? Option A. Use a scheduled AWS Lambda function and run a script remotely on all EC2 instances to send data to the audit system. Option B. Use EC2 auto-scaling lifecycle hooks to run a custom script to send data to the audit system when instances are launched and terminated. Option C. Use an EC2 auto-scaling launch configuration to run a custom script through user data to send data to the audit system when instances are launched and terminated. Option D. Run a custom script on the instance operating system to send data to the audit system. Configure the script to be invoked by the EC2 auto-scaling group when the instance starts and is terminated. The correct answer is option B. Using EC2 auto-scaling lifecycle hooks allows the execution of custom scripts during the instance launch and termination events, ensuring that reports are sent to the auditing system at the appropriate times. Lifecycle hooks provide a seamless and efficient method to run scripts when instances are created or terminated, allowing fine control over instance states and processes that need to be executed during scaling operations. Question 187. A company is developing a real-time multiplayer game that uses UDP for communications between the client and servers in an auto-scaling group. Spikes in demand are anticipated during the day, so the game server platform must adapt accordingly. Developers want to store gamer scores and other non-relational data in a database solution that will scale without intervention. Which solution should a solutions architect recommend? Option A. Use Amazon Route 53 for traffic distribution and Amazon Aurora Serverless for data storage. Option B. Use a network load balancer for traffic distribution and Amazon DynamoDB on demand for data storage. Option C. Use a network load balancer for traffic distribution and Amazon Aurora Global Database for data storage. Option D. Use an application load balancer for traffic distribution and Amazon DynamoDB Global Tables for data storage. The correct answer is option B. The correct answer is B because a network load balancer, NLB, is ideal for handling UDP traffic, and Amazon DynamoDB On Demand can scale automatically without intervention, making it a good fit for the real-time multiplayer game scenario. The NLB provides the required low-latency routing for UDP traffic, and DynamoDB On Demand will automatically adjust to the varying traffic loads without manual scaling. This solution is cost-effective and highly scalable for the use case described. Question 188. A company has a 3-tier application on AWS that ingests sensor data from its users' devices. The traffic flows through a network load balancer, NLB, then to Amazon EC2 instances for the web tier, and finally to EC2 instances for the application tier. The application tier makes calls to a database, What should a solutions architect do to improve the security of the data in transit? Option A. Configure a TLS listener. Deploy the server certificate on the NLB. Option B. Configure AWS Shield Advanced. Enable AWS WF on the NLB. Option C. Change the load balancer to an application load balancer, ALB. Enable AWS WAF on the ALB. Option D. Encrypt the Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS volume on the EC2 instances by using AWS Key Management Service, AWS KMS. The correct answer is option A. To improve the security of the data in transit, configuring a TLS listener on the network load balancer, NLB, and deploying the server certificate ensures that traffic between clients and the load balancer is encrypted using TLS. This provides secure communication, ensuring that data in transit remains private and protected from interception. Question 189. A company is planning to migrate a commercial off-the-shelf application from its on-premises data center to AWS. The software has a software licensing model using sockets and cores with predictable capacity and uptime requirements. The company wants to use its existing licenses, which were purchased earlier this year. Which Amazon EC2 pricing option is the most cost-effective? Option A. Dedicated reserved hosts. Option B. Dedicated on-demand hosts. Option C. Dedicated reserved instances. Option D. Dedicated on-demand instances. The correct answer is option A. The most cost-effective option for using existing licenses with a predictable capacity and uptime requirement is dedicated reserved instances. With this option, you can leverage your existing software licenses in an AWS environment, while also receiving a discount for committing to a 1 or 3 year term. This is ideal for workloads that are predictable and continuous, allowing you to maximize the value of your existing software licenses and save on the cost of compute resources. Question 190. A solutions architect is creating a new VPC design. There are 2 public subnets for the load balancer, 2 private subnets for web servers, and 2 private subnets for MySQL. The web servers use only HTTPS. The solutions architect has already created a security group for the load balancer, allowing port 443 from 0.0.0000. Company policy requires that each resource has the least access required to still be able to perform its tasks. Which additional configuration strategy should the solutions architect use to meet these requirements? Option A. Create a security group for the web servers and allow port 443 from 0.0.0.00. Create a security group for the MySQL servers and allow port 3306 from the web servers security group. Option B. Create a network ACL for the web servers and allow port 443 from 0.0.0.00. Create a network ACL for the MySQL servers and allow port 3306 from the web servers security group. Option C. Create a security group for the web servers and allow port 443 from the load balancer. Create a security group for the MySQL servers and allow port 3306 from the web servers security group. Option D. Create a network ACL for the web servers and allow port 443 from the load balancer. Create a network ACL for the MySQL servers and allow port 3306 from the web servers security group. The correct answer is Option C. Option C is the correct answer because it adheres to the principle of least privilege. The security groups should be configured to only allow necessary traffic. The web servers need to receive traffic from the load balancer on port 443, HTTPS, not from any source, so allowing traffic from the load balancer security group ensures restricted access. The MySQL servers should only accept traffic from the web server's security group on port 3306, thus isolating the database layer and restricting unnecessary access. Using security groups for this is preferred over network ACLs, because security groups provide stateful filtering, which is more flexible and secure in this scenario. Question 191. An e-commerce company is running a multi-tier application on AWS. The front-end and back-end tiers both run on Amazon EC2, and the database runs on Amazon RDS for MySQL. The back-end tier communicates with the RDS instance. There are frequent calls to return identical datasets from the database that are causing performance slowdowns. Which action should be taken to improve the performance of the back-end? Option A. Implement Amazon SNS to store the database calls. Option B. Implement Amazon Elasticache to cache the large datasets. Option C. Implement an RDS for MySQL read replica to cache database calls. Option D. Implement Amazon Kinesis Data Firehose to stream the calls to the database. The correct answer is option B. The correct answer is B, which suggests implementing Amazon Elasticache to cache the large datasets. Caching is an effective way to address performance issues caused by frequently requested identical datasets, as it reduces the load on the database and minimizes the latency of database calls. By caching these datasets, the backend can retrieve them from the cache instead of making repeated calls to the RDS instance, significantly improving performance. Question 192. A new employee has joined a company as a deployment engineer. The deployment engineer will be using AWS CloudFormation templates to create multiple AWS resources. A solutions architect wants the deployment engineer to perform job activities while following the principle of least privilege. Which combination of actions should the solutions architect take to accomplish this goal? Choose 2. Option A. Have the deployment engineer use AWS account root user credentials for performing AWS CloudFormation stack operations. Option B. Create a new IAM user for the deployment engineer and add the IAM user to a group that has the power user's IAM policy attached. Option C. Create a new IAM user for the deployment engineer and add the IAM user to a group that has the administrator access IAM policy attached. Option D. Create a new IAM user for the deployment engineer and add the IAM user to a group that has an IAM policy that allows AWS CloudFormation actions only. Option E. Create an IAM role for the deployment engineer to explicitly define the permissions specific to the AWS CloudFormation stack and launch stacks using that IAM role. The correct answer is option D and E. The correct options focus on granting the deployment engineer the least privilege necessary to perform their tasks related to AWS CloudFormation. Option D ensures that only CloudFormation actions are allowed, while Option E provides an IAM role with explicitly defined permissions for CloudFormation stack operations. These solutions adhere to the principle of least privilege by restricting access to only what is necessary for the engineer's role. Question 193. A company is deploying a 2-tier web application in a VPC. The web tier is using an Amazon EC2 auto-scaling group with public subnets that span multiple availability zones. The database tier consists of an Amazon RDS for MySQL DB instance in separate private subnets. The web tier requires access to the database to retrieve product information. The web application is not working as intended. The web application reports that it cannot connect to the database. The database is confirmed to be up and running. All configurations for the network ACLs, security groups, and route tables are still in their default states. What should a solutions architect recommend to fix the application? Option A. Add an explicit rule to the private subnet's network ACL to allow traffic from the web tier's EC2 instances. Option B. Add a route in the PC route table to allow traffic between the web tier's EC2 instances and the database tier. Option C. Deploy the web tier's EC2 instances and the database tier's RDS instance into 2 separate VPCs and configure VPC peering. Option D. Add an inbound rule to the security group of the database tier's RDS instance to allow traffic from the web tier's security group. The correct answer is option D. The issue arises because the security group for the RDS instance likely does not allow inbound traffic from the web tier's EC2 instances. Security groups act as virtual firewalls and control inbound and outbound traffic for resources in AWS. The recommended solution is to modify the security group of the RDS instance to allow inbound traffic from the security group of the web tier EC2 instances. This allows the web tier to communicate with the database tier while maintaining proper isolation and security boundaries. Question 194. A company wants to deploy a new public web application on AWS. The application includes a web server tier that uses Amazon EC2 instances. The application also includes a database tier that uses an Amazon RDS for MySQL DB instance. The application must be secure and accessible for global customers that have dynamic IP addresses. How should a solutions architect configure the security groups to meet these requirements? Option A. Configure the security group for the web servers to allow inbound traffic on port 443 from 0.0.1.0. Configure the security group for the DB instance to allow inbound traffic on port 33.0.6 from the security group of the web servers. Option B. Configure the security group for the web servers to allow inbound traffic on port 443 from the IP addresses of the customers. Configure the security group for the DB instance to allow inbound traffic on port 33.0.6 from the security group of the web servers. Option C. Configure the security group for the web servers to allow inbound traffic on port 443 from the IP addresses of the customers. Configure the security group for the DB instance to allow inbound traffic on port 33.0.6 from the IP addresses of the customers. Option D. Configure the security group for the web servers to allow inbound traffic on port 443 from 0.0.0.0.0. Configure the security group for the DB instance to allow inbound traffic on port 33.0.6 from 0.0.0.0.0. The correct answer is Option A. The correct configuration allows secure and global access for the web servers on port 443, HTTPS, from any IP address 0.00.0.0 because the web application must be accessible globally. However, the database tier should only accept inbound traffic from the web server instances, which can be achieved by allowing inbound traffic on port 33.0.6 from the security group of the web servers. This ensures that only the web servers can connect to the database, providing a more secure setup. Question 195. A company is running a multi-tier e-commerce web application in the AWS cloud. The application runs on Amazon EC2 instances with an Amazon RDS for MySQL multi-AZDB instance. Amazon RDS is configured with the latest generation DB instance with 2000 GB of storage in a general-purpose SSD, GP3, Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS volume. The database performance affects the application during periods of high demand. A database administrator analyzes the logs in Amazon CloudWatch logs and discovers that the application performance always degrades when the number of read and write IOPS is higher than 20,000. What should a solutions architect do to improve the application performance? Option A. Replace the volume with a magnetic volume. Option B. Increase the number of IOPS on the GP3 volume. Option C. Replace the volume with a provisioned IOPS SSD IO2 volume. Option D. Replace the 2000 GB GP3 volume with two 1000 GB GP3 volumes. The correct answer is Option C. Replacing the current general-purpose SSD GP3 volume with a provisioned IOPS SSD IO2 volume would significantly improve the application's performance. The IO2 volume type is designed to deliver high-performance, low-latency IOPS, which is beneficial for applications that experience high read and write IOPS, such as this e-commerce application. The IO2 volume provides up to 64,000 IOPS per volume, which is much higher than the 20,000 IOPS limit observed with the GP3 volume, thereby addressing the issue of performance degradation during high-demand periods. Question 196. A company has implemented a self-managed DNS service on AWS. The solution consists of the following: Amazon EC2 instances in different AWS regions. Endpoints of a standard accelerator in AWS Global Accelerator. The company wants to protect the solution against DDoS attacks. What should a solutions architect do to meet this requirement? Option A. Subscribe to AWS Shield Advanced. Add the accelerator as a resource to protect. Option B. Subscribe to AWS Shield Advanced. Add the EC2 instances as resources to protect. Option C. Create an AWS WAF Web ACL that includes a rate-based rule. Associate the Web ACL with the accelerator. Option D. Create an AWS WAF Web ACL that includes a rate-based rule. Associate the Web ACL with the EC2 instances. The correct answer is Option A. The correct answer is to subscribe to AWS Shield Advanced and add the accelerator as a resource to protect. AWS Shield Advanced provides additional protection against DDoS attacks for resources like Global Accelerator endpoints. By adding the Global Accelerator as a protected resource, the service will automatically mitigate DDoS attacks targeting these endpoints. This is the most effective way to safeguard the entire solution against DDoS attacks in a globally distributed architecture. Question 197. An e-commerce company needs to run a scheduled daily job to aggregate and filter sales records for analytics. The company stores the sales records in an Amazon S3 bucket. Each object can be up to 10 GB in size. Based on the number of sales events, the job can take up to an hour to complete. The CPU and memory usage of the job are constant and are known in advance. A solutions architect needs to minimize the amount of operational effort that is needed for the job to run. Which solution meets these requirements? Option A. Create an AWS Lambda function that has an Amazon Event Bridge notification. Schedule the Event Bridge event to run once a day. Option B. Create an AWS Lambda function. Create an Amazon API Gateway HTTP API and integrate the API with the function. Create an Amazon Event Bridge scheduled event that calls the API and invokes the function. Option C. Create an Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS cluster with an AWS Fargate launch type. Create an Amazon Event Bridge scheduled event that launches an ECS task on the cluster to run the job. Option D. Create an Amazon Elastic Container Service, Amazon ECS cluster with an Amazon EC2 launch type, and an auto-scaling group with at least one EC2 instance. Create an Amazon Event Bridge scheduled event that launches an ECS task on the cluster to run the job. The correct answer is Option C. The solution that best meets the requirements of minimizing operational effort while meeting the job's processing needs is to use Amazon ECS with the Fargate launch type. Fargate eliminates the need to manage the underlying EC2 instances, which minimizes operational overhead. ECS also integrates well with Event Bridge for scheduling and launching tasks, and can handle jobs of varying compute needs. Since the job requires consistent CPU and memory usage and can run for up to an hour, Fargate is a good match for this scenario. Question 198. A financial company hosts a web application on AWS. The application uses an Amazon API Gateway Regional API endpoint to give users the ability to retrieve current stock prices. The company's security team has noticed an increase in the number of API requests. The security team is concerned that HTTP flood attacks might take the application offline. A solutions architect must design a solution to protect the application from this type of attack. Which solution meets these requirements with the least operational overhead? Option A. Create an Amazon CloudFront distribution in front of the API Gateway Regional API endpoint with a maximum TTL of 24 hours. Option B. Create a regional AWS WAF Web ACL with a rate-based rule. Associate the Web ACL with the API Gateway stage. Option C. Use Amazon CloudWatch metrics to monitor the count metric and alert the security team when the predefined rate is reached. Option D. Create an Amazon CloudFront distribution with Lambda Edge in front of the API Gateway Regional API endpoint. Create an AWS Lambda function to block requests from IP addresses that exceed the predefined rate. The correct answer is option B. Option B is the most effective solution to protect the application from HTTP flood attacks with the least operational overhead. By creating a regional AWS WAF web ACL with a rate-based rule, you can automatically block or limit requests that exceed a certain rate without the need for manual intervention or custom Lambda functions. The solution is integrated directly with the API gateway, providing protection with minimal configuration and ongoing management. Question 199. A meteorological startup company has a custom web application to sell weather data to its users online. The company uses Amazon DynamoDB to store its data and wants to build a new service that sends an alert to the managers of 4 internal teams every time a new weather event is recorded. The company does not want this new service to affect the performance of the current application. What should a solutions architect do to meet these requirements with the least amount of operational overhead? Option A. Use DynamoDB transactions to write new event data to the table. Configure the transactions to notify internal teams. Option B. Have the current application publish a message to 4 Amazon Simple Notification Service, Amazon SNS topics. Have each team subscribe to one topic. Option C. Enable Amazon DynamoDB streams on the table. Use triggers to write to a single Amazon Simple Notification Service, Amazon SNS topic, to which the teams can subscribe. Option D. Add a custom attribute to each record to flag new items. Write a cron job that scans the table every minute for item new and notifies an Amazon Simple Queue service, Amazon SQS queue, to which the teams can subscribe. The correct answer is option C. Enabling DynamoDB streams and using triggers is the most efficient and low-overhead solution. DynamoDB streams allows capturing changes to data in real time, and triggers can invoke a Lambda function that sends an alert to an SNS topic. This ensures that the process is event-driven, does not affect the performance of the existing application, and minimizes operational overhead by automating the alerting process. Question 200. A company wants to use the AWS cloud to make an existing application highly available and resilient. The current version of the application resides in the company's data center. The application recently experienced data loss after a database server crashed because of an unexpected power outage. The company needs a solution that avoids any single points of failure. The solution must give the application the ability to scale to meet user demand. Which solution will meet these requirements? Option A. Deploy the application servers by using Amazon EC2 instances in an auto-scaling group across multiple availability zones. Use an Amazon RDS DB instance in a multi-AZ configuration. Option B. Deploy the application servers by using Amazon EC2 instances in an auto-scaling group in a single availability zone. Deploy the database on an EC2 instance. Enable EC2 auto-recovery. Option C. Deploy the application servers by using Amazon EC2 instances in an auto-scaling group across multiple availability zones. Use an Amazon RDS DB instance with a read replica in a single availability zone. Promote the read replica to replace the primary DB instance if the primary DB instance fails. Option D. Deploy the application servers by using Amazon EC2 instances in an auto-scaling group across multiple availability zones. Deploy the primary and secondary database servers on EC2 instances across multiple availability zones. Use Amazon Elastic Block Store, Amazon EBS, multi-attach to create shared storage between the instances. The correct answer is Option A. Option A is the correct answer because it utilizes an auto-scaling group across multiple availability zones, AZDs, to provide high availability for the application servers. Additionally, using Amazon RDS with multi-AZ deployment for the database ensures automatic failover and minimizes data loss in case of server failure. The multi-AZ configuration provides automatic backup and replication, which ensures that the database remains highly available and resilient to failures. This solution addresses both the need for scaling and avoiding single points of failure, meeting all of the requirements.